Ladies and gentlemen, the session will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will begin shortly. Please take your seats. حضورنا الكريم، نرجو منكم أخذ مقاعدكم. البرنامج سيبدأ بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin shortly.
humans has always had the strong desire for connection.
Father, look at the bright star.
That star is Suhail, my dear. It has always guided us to rain and good fortune.
I want to touch it, Father. Can I?
You won't reach it alone. I'll help you. That is the vision of the land with the power of its nation.
Is that a vision, Father?
No, my child. That is reality.
A reality to a connected future where we build bridges with the world. And now I'm handing the light over to you. Welcome to Saudi Arabia.
Please welcome to the stage Mr. Li Zhonghua, Under Secretary General of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs.
His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Aswaha, Minister of Communication and Information Technology of the Government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, distinguished ministers, excellencies, distinguished participants, I have the honor to invite the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to deliver his video message.
Excellencies, I'm pleased to greet the Internet Governance Forum and thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this gathering. I also thank my Internet Governance Leadership Panel for their extraordinary work throughout their mandate. Dear friends, digital technology has fundamentally reshaped our world and holds enormous potential to accelerate human progress. But unlocking this potential for all people requires guardrails and a collaborative approach to governance. In September, world leaders reached a critical milestone, the adoption of the Global Digital Compact. The Compact is the blueprint for humanity's digital future. It's the first comprehensive framework of its kind, based on a simple but important principle. Digital technology must serve humanity, not the other way around. And the Compact breaks new ground in three ways. First, it expands the vision of the World Summit on Information Society to not only bridge the digital divide, but recognize technology as a global public good. Second, it aims to address rapidly emerging challenges that have been missing from the global digital debate, from combating hate speech and protecting vulnerable populations online, to ensuring that data benefits societies instead of contributing to further concentration of economic power. And third, the Compact includes the first truly universal agreement on the international governance of artificial intelligence. It commits governments to establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and initiating a global dialogue on its governance within the United Nations. It brings all countries to the AI table, and it supports efforts to build AI capacity in developing countries. Dear friends, the Global Digital Compact also recognizes the Internet Governance Forum as the primary multi-stakeholder platform for discussing Internet governance issues. As the world implements the Compact, the work and voice of your forum will be critical. Together, let's keep building an open, free and safe Internet for all people, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Let me echo the Secretary General's appreciation to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its warm hospitalities in welcoming all of us and hosting this important event. The world today faces unprecedented challenges. Effective digital governance plays an important role in navigating this complex landscape. Digital technology has proven its power. It impacts us individually and as a society, affecting our economies and reshaping our future. It is critically important to ensure that the digital technologies work for the people, not against them. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Internet Governance Forum marks the eve of the pivotal moment for the global digital governance. In 2025, the United Nations General Assembly will conduct the 20-year review of the outcomes of the World Summit on Information Society. The 20-year review will provide an opportunity to align the WSIS principles and outcomes with the broader dialogue and commitments on digital governance and sustainable development, including the recently adopted Global Digital Compact. The WSIS review will also consider extending the IGF's mandate. The IGF has now expanded from a single event to encompass 174 national or regional and youth forums. Through the community-driven platforms, the IGF tackles the key issues like cybersecurity, environmental sustainability, AI governance, human rights, gender equality, and digital infrastructure resilience, informing decision makers worldwide. Since 2006, over 320 prominent individuals have served the IGF through its multi-stakeholder advisory group. This group has been a crucial conduit of the community input, translating the will of the people into the tangible preparations and outcomes. Likewise, the leadership panel in the last 2 years has made the IGF stronger than ever, ensuring our values and missions continue to drive the impactful dialogue and solutions at the highest levels. I'm truly proud of what we have achieved together. Through the IGF, you stand as a guardian of an accessible, affordable, safe, and resilient internet. Together, we are working through the challenges of the rapidly changing digital landscape, such as sophisticated cyber attacks and the swift rise of generative AI, while maintaining the internet as a force for good. As we prepare for the WSIS Plus 20 in 2025, I invite all of you to unite like never before through the IGF platform to advance the meaningful change. First, your continued efforts are needed to ensure that IGF bridge the digital divide by serving both developing and developed countries, building capacity across the sectors and boundaries, and fostering a cooperation between the global North and global South. Second, I encourage all of you to strengthen the local internet governance by supporting national and regional IGFs as the multi-stakeholder forums to address local needs and inspire solutions. Finally, it is crucial that the recommendation and actions emerging from this platform support the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Riyadh IGF presents an important historical opportunity to build on past outcomes and create a strategic roadmap for a stronger, more inclusive digital governance ecosystem. As we stand at the crossroads of the digital transformation, our action this week will shape the digital landscape for the generations to come. The challenges we face are formidable, so it's our collective potential. Let us seize the moment in Riyadh this week. Thank you.
And now, it is our pleasure to invite His Excellency, Engineer Abdullah Swaha, Minister of Communications and Information Technology of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to the stage.
Together for shaping a better tomorrow. In last year's IGF in Kyoto, Japan, I met one of the experts in IGF, and he told me, internet governance, what a complex topic. And we're not quite sure whether IGF is relevant to the WSIS moving forward. And this is why I decided to devote my speech on, first of all, making sure on a multilateral perspective, in a multi-stakeholder fashion, we appreciate the importance of governance and how I would argue it is one of the most fundamental levers for us to innovate together for shaping a better tomorrow. The world is talking today about internet governance, digital governance, AI governance, cyber governance. So what is governance? In very simple terms, governance goes back to the first industrial revolution, the steam engine, out of which there was a component called the governor, which basically controls power and creates balance for steam to make sure that we can benefit humanity for the greater good. But that definition is 563 years off, because it's actually the heart of the Arab and the Muslim world during the Islamic and Arabic golden age, in which we introduced to the world gears in a system called the Sapia, which is an irrigation system by Al-Juzari, which basically controlled the flow of water for, once again, power and distribution of resources for the greater benefit of humanity. So why is it very critical? We are today talking about digital divide. But before we talk about that, we must zoom out and talk about the global divide, and then zoom in on the way forward, talking about AI divide and the need for a new AI governance model. So let's talk about the global divide. Globally, we have 8.2 billion population. If you look at the north and the south, 1.3 billion up north and 6.9 billion in the south. But if we look at the distribution of wealth, and let's use global GDP as a proxy, there's roughly $110 trillion worth of GDP output in the world. How are we doing? 45 trillion for the global north and 65 trillion for the global. That does not seem too bad. But where's the disparity and the divide is that when you look for per capita, it translates into 35,000 per capita up in the north and 10,000 in the south. So for every dollar being made in the global south, in the north, somebody makes $3.5. That doesn't sound right. And it's not a surprise that as a result of that, it's gonna take us 134 years to close down the digital divide in gender and the global gender divide. And it's not a surprise that the global gender divide is costing humanity $7 trillion. And talking about another $7 trillion, global trade barriers today are costing us as much, and the cost of inaction in climate change is $6 trillion. Mind you, that's the size of 5 to 6 G20 nations. Let's talk about the digital world. Are we doing any better? In the north, we have 1.1 billion people connected, 91%. Great job. In the south, we have 2.5 billion people left behind, with only 4.4 billion connected. And when we're talking about 15% of the global economy happens to be the digital economy, $16.5 trillion, how does that fare in terms of per capita execution? Once again, in the global south, it's $1.4 thousand, and in the global north, it's 5,000. Yet again, for every single dollar in the south, $3.5 in the north. That doesn't seem right. And it's not a surprise that the cost of this divide in the digital world means a third of the world being left behind. We still have 5 million shortage when it comes to the talent in cybersecurity. We have the governor of Sadaya here. We have a 3 million shortage in data and AI specialists. And we have still a long way to go in terms of the gender digital divide. And this is why, in collaboration with you, the ITU, UNDSA, the Digital Cooperation Organization, and in Saudi Arabia, leading by example, we have launched initiatives like Connecting from the Skies. And I see the commissioner of CST here, of how we partnered with ITU to say connecting the world from terrestrial networks is going to cost humanity $500 billion. We could connect it from the skies in partnership with ITU. The Digital Cooperation Organization, representing 10% of the global population, 800 million. And I see here Dima Al-Yahya doing a fantastic job, leaving no one behind by creating a digital future for all. And Saudi leading by example by jumping from 7% women empowerment to tech to 35%, beating the Silicon Valley EU average and even the G20 average. And can I have a big round of applause for all the amazing women that we have here? You are such a role model to all of us. So let's recap. Within the digital world, we're talking about folks being left behind. But we have to talk about the next chapter, the AI age, how we move from the digital age to the intelligence age. Is it any better? Here, we spoke about a digital divide, a skills divide, a governance divide. What's happening within the AI age? It's projected over the next 5 years, 1 billion folks will benefit and harness the benefit of the intelligence age, the AI age. But 3 new divides we must be able to address today. And they are the compute divide, the data divide, and the algorithmic divide. And why are they so critical? And the reason why they're so critical, because of a fundamental law that all AI models right now are adhering to, called the scaling law, which in very simple terms means the more compute you have, the less noisy in the model. The more data sets and tokens you have, the less noisy the model, and the more parameters and intelligence nodes and knobs, the less noisy. Think of it as painting a picture. If you have too many crayons, too many colors, and the ability to draw it perfectly, it will be less noisy. And that's why, in partnership and collaboration with you, in today's IGF, and for the next 20 years, we must agree on a governance model that is able to tackle these 3 challenges: the compute divide, the data divide, and the algorithmic divide. Because the cost is even so large and there's so much at stake. We're talking about a gap of compute capacity about 63 gigawatts, where only a handful of nations can be able to deliver that. We're talking about a 10 million shortage between data scientists, cybersecurity professionals, and AI professionals to close down the divide. And we're talking about 7.5 billion people left behind. And we're no longer talking about the global north or the global south. We're talking about, if we're talking about 8 billion people, 8 out of 10 of you will be left behind. And this is why this is relevant to all of us. And if we did not achieve multilateralism and multi-stakeholder in the past, we must agree on consensus in this IGF. And we need, once again, to tackle the algorithmic divide, the data divide, and the compute divide. We need an algorithm to make sure that we are helpful, honest, and harmless, to make sure that there is no bias that leaves anyone behind, or an AI or a data scientist that is inserting and hard-coding a guardrail to exclude any of us. We need to make sure that the data is accessible, accurate, and accountable, and no synthetic data that is being modeled to exclude one group versus the other. And what are we doing about that? We're doing a lot of things in collaboration with you. Sadaya, in partnership with the UNESCO, have launched the iCare Center. How we have aligned with all of the members of the UN to make sure that AI research and ethics delivers on the honest, harmful, or harmless and helpful AI models and algorithms for the world. How we make sure that the Digital Cooperation Organization have launched the Generative AI Center of Excellence, making sure that we leave no one behind in the Global South. And we have a very loud voice, and for closing down the digital and AI gap in skill sets, we're partnering with the ITU and UNDISA with the equals. When it comes to compute, 63 gigawatts worth of power, handful of nations. We have a fiduciary duty to make sure that this general purpose technology leaves no one behind. It has to be scalable. It has to be secure and robust, respecting your sovereignty and serving the world. And it has to be sustainable. It cannot add insult to injury to the $6 trillion cost of ineffective action to climate change. And this is why, in partnership with you and with the global leaders, the kingdom is leveraging its land, capital, captive market, and energy in partnership with global players like Google, Grok, and Sam Banova to build one of the largest AI training and inference nodes to service humanity. And we have to move from digital public infrastructure to AI public infrastructure. Because if we take the case study for telemedicine, it's good enough that we cut waiting times by delivering the largest virtual hospital. And I want to congratulate the Minister of Health for this achievement under the guidance and support of His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, delivering 50 million virtual consultations, not for the kingdom, for the region. But the next evolution is taking the first full robotics heart transplant to be able to close down the shortage of heart surgeons around the world. And this is why it has to be digital public infrastructure with AI public infrastructure. And is Riyadh the right place to achieve it? History is a great predictor of the future. When the world in 2020 was hit with COVID, this was the capital that drove consensus to $5 trillion stimulus that moved up to $11 trillion to save the global economy. We pledged with the G20 nations $21 billion to accelerate vaccines. And we drove for the first time, not agreement, but a commitment to implementation on the OECD principles of trustworthy AI. And if you're talking about the past couple of years, the work that we have done with UNDISA, with the UNESCO on ethics, with the DCO, with the Gen AI Center of Excellence, and as a proud member of the global community that signed on the Pact of the Future, the Pact for the Future for the Global Digital Compact as an input parameter to the WISs, to IGF. And this is why it gives me great honor and a pleasure to present to you from Saudi Arabia an initiative, an announcement today that we must deliver an AI model and a governance model that is inclusive, that is innovative and impactful to close down the new divides. And with that, I would love to invite His Excellency Lee, His Excellency Sharaf, and Dima to make this historic announcement. Thank you so much. In the middle, please. And
Please welcome on stage Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin, the Secretary General at International Telecommunication Union, to the stage.
Honorable ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum. It's great to be here today in Riyadh. I want to take this opportunity to thank Saudi Arabia for being such incredible host. And of course, I want to thank His Excellency, Minister Al-Swaha, and your team for making us all feel at home. Let me also congratulate Saudi Arabia on their successful bid to host the FIFA World Cup in 2034. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a question. Where were you in 2005? 2005. Well, Jeneline Marber was farming vanilla beans in Papua New Guinea. She had never sent an email, she had never made a video call, and she'd never used the internet. A couple of years ago, Jeneline received a digital skills training from the ITU and from FAO, and today she has a thriving e-commerce business selling her vanilla beans all over the globe. Jeneline's story is the story of millions of people. It's the story of digital opportunities, and it's the vision that we had 20 years ago at the World Summit on the Information Society in Tunis. I was there in 2005, and I know many of you in this room were also there. Back then, 1 billion people were connected, and here in Saudi Arabia, it was about 13% of the population. Of course, those numbers have changed dramatically over the past 20 years. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to ask ourselves, how are we measuring progress? Can we accept today that 84% of people in high-income countries have access to 5G connectivity, while in low-income countries, it's just 4%. How can we accept that the digital gender gap is actually getting bigger in least developed countries? And how can we accept that a third of humanity is offline today? Well, for me, I can't accept that. Here at the IGF in Riyadh, I think we have an incredible opportunity, an unmissable opportunity to strengthen the incredible collective endeavor that we started just 2 decades ago. And to do this, I think we have to focus on 3 key areas. And the first is affordability. We have to bring those costs down. Mobile internet is 14 times more expensive in Africa than it is in Europe. On average, a smartphone can cost up to 40% of a monthly income in some countries. We need investment. We really need investment in affordable digital infrastructure and services, and we need that now. That's what the Partner to Connect Digital Coalition is all about. We have a target to get to 100 billion by 2026. We're halfway there, and we need you to help us achieve that goal. The second focus area is digital resilience. Resilience in infrastructure, resilience in governance mechanisms. This is actually something that was highlighted in the WSIS process in Action Line C2 on secure and reliable infrastructure. Digital infrastructure, including fiber optic and wireless networks, subsea cables, satellite internet, is fundamental in helping people connect. Even so, challenges continue to escalate. Cyber attacks increased 80% year on year. In 2023, over 200 subsea cables were reported as damaged worldwide. And in the face of worsening climate crises, nature and natural disasters are increasingly impacting physical infrastructure. And that's why we need to address this issue of resilience. And we have to do it through the lens of connectivity, redundancy, security. And when I say security, I mean physical and cyber. And of course, robustness and quality. With the Global Digital Compact as a key milestone on the journey to the WSIS Plus 20 review next year, I think we have an incredible opportunity to strengthen that foundation, to build a more resilient and digital future. And then the third piece, which His Excellency so eloquently described, is digital inclusion. Digital inclusion in all its dimensions, including skilling. We must move from conversation to concrete action. ITU data shows that 68% of the world is online, and that means, as I mentioned, a third of humanity is offline. A third of humanity is digitally excluded. 89 million more men than women are using the internet in 2024. And in least developed countries, only 35% of the population has access to the internet. Digital inclusion, again, as His Excellency so well described, is an economic imperative. It's one that requires closing not just one divide, but several digital divides between urban and rural, older and younger populations, with people that have different abilities, gender, economic means, and also educational levels. Beijing Plus 30 review starts next year, and it's the perfect opportunity to address that digital gender gap and to target interventions to close that gap. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when we work together, we can make real progress. Stories like Jenilyn's remind us of what's possible. It reminds us of what is at stake. It reminds us of what's at stake if we fail to preserve that multi-stakeholder foundation on which the internet we want must be built. Ladies and gentlemen, look around you in this room. Look at the expertise, look at the experience, and look at the dedication in this room where we have gathered governments, the private sector, academia, civil society, and of course, the technical community. Think about the theme that the IGF 2024 is addressing. Building this multi-stakeholder governance is how we turn digital dreams like Jenilyn's into a reality. Our shared digital future hangs on the balance, ladies and gentlemen. So let's make this IGF count. Thank you very much. Shukran Jazira. Thank you.
Please welcome on stage His Excellency Mr. Krzysztof Kowalski, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Digital Affairs of the Republic of Poland.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I feel extremely honored to participate in opening of IGF 2024. The IGF 2024 program focuses on 4 key areas, each of which is essential to the ensure of the digital space evolves in inclusive, responsible, and sustainable way. The internet has become the bloodstream of the modern economic system, driving growth, leveling the playing field, and connecting people around the world. It is a space that enables access to knowledge, communication, innovation, trade, and cooperation, and helps to solve global changes. On the one hand, the internet opens the door to new opportunities, giving access to the resource of the information that were previously inaccessible to many. On the other hand, it is also a place where previously security and equality changes arise. It is up as how we use the powerful resource. Joint efforts must focus on ensuring that the internet reflects the values that are fundamental to us: openness, fairness, respect to human rights, and equality. We need to ensure that the digital space is a place where freedom of expression, access to information, and privacy are protected, and where marginalized groups are not excluded from access to the opportunities offered by the development of the technology. The internet as a tool has the great potential, but at the same time means responsible governments that ensure a balance between progress and the protection of the fundamental rights. As the digital world develops, we must remember that it's up to us what values will be promoted and what the consensus of our action in the space will be. We must work together to create an internet that promotes equal opportunities, fair development, and social justice. It is not just about technology, but also about our shared vision that can shape the digital future in line with the values of the global community. Poland, holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union from the January to June 2025, we will have a key role in shaping the digital future of the Europe and the world. This will be a great responsibility for us, but also a unique opportunity to promote values that the foundation of the European Union: freedom, human rights, democracy, and security. We will focus on key areas: cybersecurity, development of the artificial intelligence, effective implementation of the digital regulation, and the reduction of bureaucracy to support the digital transformation. We want the rights of the internet users to be protected at all times and their data to be safe. We will strive to effectively implement digital regulation by supporting initiative to promote digital education. It is up to us what the future AI will be and how it will serve the society. We have the power to shape how AI will be developed. It is up to us to choose if it's a tool that benefits humanity or an area without rules of the ethical principles. We must ensure that the development of AI take place responsibility with respect of human rights and for the common good. It is important to support initiatives to promote transparency of algorithms and ensure that the AI is used in a fair, ethical, and friendly way for every person. Cybersecurity is the foundation of the effective digital policy. In the face of growing threats in cyberspace, ensuring the resilience of our system becomes priority. Cybersecurity is not just one aspect of digital policy, but its foundation. Without cybersecurity, it is impossible to safely develop innovation, to run business activities, or to provide access to public services online. For this reason, we need strengthened international cooperation. I'm sure that we can achieve these goals only by working together. Next year, we will be extremely important from the point of view of internet and entry digital space governance. Together, we will review the 20 years of the World Summit of the Information Society, and we will develop recommendation and action line for the coming years. The renewal of the IGF mandate will also be detected next year. Finally, I would like to thank you for your attention and congratulate the host country for organizing this important event. I wish all participants fruitful and rich discussion full of inspiring exchange of view. I believe today's meetings will always ask the face difficult questions, to which we will find wise answers. This confirms the importance of dialogue with IGF, a dialogue that allows us to shape together a digital future based on values that unite us all. Thank you very much.
We now invite Her Excellency, Ms. Amal Al-Fallah, the Minister of Digital Transition and Administration Reform of Morocco.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على مولانا رسول الله وآله وصحبه. Excellency Mr. Abdullah, Minister of Communication, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Liu Junhua, Under-Secretary General of United Nations. Esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I feel really honored to participate to the opening of this AGF session. Allow me first to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this amazing hosting of the 19th edition of the Internet Governance Forum, an annual event organized by the United Nations bringing together global experts to discuss and shape international policies and trends in Internet governance in a collaborative manner involving government, the private sectors, and non-profit organizations. And I seize this occasion to congratulate, once again, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia leadership and people for hosting the FIFA World Cup 2034. This achievement is a significant addition to the Kingdom's growing record of milestones achieved in various fields in line with the objective of Vision 2030. Today's high-level session topic is crucial one as it tackles transparency and explainability in AI, a subject which concerns each one of us and all together. It is to mention that the Kingdom of Morocco is one of the first countries to announce the official implementation of UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, an implementation which confirms the Kingdom's commitment to implementing the provision of this recommendation, which aims to benefit from technology and reduce the risks associated with it. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco is positioning itself today as a leader on the African continent in the field of artificial intelligence, thanks to the enlightened vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, who called on the importance to be optimally leverage the enormous development opportunity digital transition provides. Please allow me to recall some important involvement towards AI development at the global level from Moroccan point of view. Last June, for example, we organized a high-level forum at the African level that provided the African Consensus of Rabat as a call to action for trustworthy AI. Morocco hosts also a second category 2 center under the auspices of UNESCO, the first of its kind in the African continent. And this center is called AI Movement, that I had the honor to be the president, the executive president, and now I am the honorary president of this center of category 2 of UNESCO. The same category 2 of UNESCO, iCare, was accredited to Saudi Arabia in parallel, and we are collaborating together in AI and ethics since that time. I would also like to recall the report issued by UNESCO last May in Rabat on the extent of Morocco's readiness to benefit from the opportunities offered by AI. The report recalled that the Kingdom of Morocco has developed its digital ecosystem, particularly regarding communications, access to data, safe use of the internet, and protection of personal data, which are key elements for addressing the issue of AI. And as we are addressing today AI from an ethical perspective, I must mention that Morocco has been a key player in AI international ecosystem. I recall the Manhattan Declaration on Inclusive Global Scientific Understanding of Artificial Intelligence, which I had the honor to be one of its signatories last September, along with 21 top AI scientists and researchers. A declaration that took place on the sidelines of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly in New York. Also, Morocco has launched about 2 months ago the national digital strategy called Digital Morocco 2030, a strategy which has received the gracious endorsement of His Majesty, the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him. This strategy encourages stakeholders to develop high value-added services and based on AI, as it supports companies and startups in the field of AI operating in high value-added sectors. I'm quite sure that this panel will be a fruitful one, and I hope that the discussion and exchanges will enable us to foster concrete international collaboration in a way to create a unified approach to AI ethics and regulation. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Please welcome on stage Mr. Torkier Mikkelsen, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Digitalization and Public Governance at the Government of Norway.
Excellencies, members of Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this year's Internet Governance Forum in this grand venue. When I see how this is accommodated, I'm convinced that IGF 2024 will turn out to be successful. The overarching theme for our deliberations here in Riyadh is building our multi-stakeholder digital future. This is indeed an appropriate and fundamental guiding principle when we together consider how to develop digital solutions and the internet to the benefit for the global community and for the next generations. The IGF has been a stalwart advocate for an open, accessible, and inclusive internet since the first forum in 2006. The Norwegian government firmly believes that all interested parties shall be involved in the process of governing the internet, preserving its openness, and shaping its future. A close international cooperation and inclusive digital governance is key in order to connect the unconnected and release the full potential of the internet for everyone. Because the internet's impact has never been more significant. It shapes the everyday life of people and businesses all over the world. It stands at the heart of our digital future. Hence, we need to work together to develop and deliver a trustworthy and safe internet for mankind. Technology development is not without risk, including for our democracies. The current discussions on AI, the too often practice of internet shutdowns, as well as domestic and transnational disinformation campaigns are cases in that point. We need to establish frameworks which ensure responsible technological innovations and development, respecting human rights and privacy. Human rights are not only valid in the physical world, they must also be protected in cyberspace. After all, the internet should be the place where all individuals can exercise their civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. Norway remains dedicated to preserving and promoting these rights in the digital realm. Looking ahead, I furthermore emphasize that we all need to take into account sustainability and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals when we transform societies through digitalization. The IGF can facilitate dialogue on the role of digital technologies in addressing broader sustainability challenges. We must make sure that the impact of the internet and digital technology overall contributes positively to these important goals. Sustainability also remains one of Norway's main priorities. We will seek innovative solutions to reduce the digital infrastructure's environmental impact and utilize the same infrastructure to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in various sectors of society. Let us all commit to reducing the environmental footprint of our digital endeavors, working towards a greener, more sustainable digital future. The United Nations Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact have been presented by the UN Secretary General and successfully adopted. I notice with satisfaction that the Global Digital Compact recognized the IGF as a primary multi-stakeholder platform for discussion of internet government issues. Next year, the Vices Plus 20 review will be conducted by the UN. This is an opportunity to reflect on the digital era's achievements, challenges, and evolving needs. It is a moment to re-evaluate and to set new goals for a more inclusive, right-based, and equitable digital future. Beyond Vices Plus 20, the IGF should remain the primary global arena for the multi-stakeholder dialogue and open, inclusive, and informed discussions on internet governance challenges and opportunities. The IGF should continue to develop policies and practices that ensure that the internet remains a force for positive change, innovation, and global connectivity. Norway wishes to contribute to further develop the IGF as a vital and inclusive arena for all stakeholders. Next year, the IGF will be convened in Norway. On behalf of the Norwegian government, I wish you all welcome to the IGF that also marks the occasion of the forum's 20th anniversary, which is a pivotal moment for shaping and enhancing the multi-stakeholder dialogue for the years to come. Together here in the vibrant city of Riyadh, as well as in my home country next year, we shall strengthen diversity and collaboration through inclusive digital governance, which is crucial for a vibrant and sustainable digital ecosystem. So, let's shape the future together. Shukran. Thank you for your attention.
We now invite Mr. Curtis Lindqvist, the CEO of the Internet Corporation, for assigned names and numbers.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this year's IGF and congratulate our hosts on this very successful forum. It's a privilege to join you here in Riyadh at the 2024 Internet Governance Forum. The IGF remains a cornerstone of global dialogue on internet governance, a platform where governments, civil society, business, and the technical community collaborate on an equal footing. Over nearly 2 decades, this forum has exemplified the strength of the multi-stakeholder model, helping to shape a resilient and inclusive internet that benefits billions around the world. I can remain steadfast in its commitment and support to the IGF. As we approach the World Summit of Information Society, the Vices Plus 20 review, I'm reminded of my time as a national delegate at the 2005 Vices in Tunis, a pivotal moment in shaping the internet we know today. The significance of this moment cannot be overstated. Likewise, the WSIS Plus 20 review in 2025 has the potential to influence the future of internet governance and determine the trajectory of the multi-stakeholder model. Now more than ever, we must come together to ensure this model remains central to our efforts. We have already seen in the text of the Global Digital Compact that member states recognize and express support for the importance of the IGF, the role of the technical community, and the multi-stakeholder model. This is a good foundation for next year's negotiations. The multi-stakeholder model has a proven track record with ample success that many in this room can attest to. During the COVID pandemic, the internet was a lifeline for billions of people, providing access to education, healthcare, business, connection, and so much more. It withstood unprecedented demand without faltering, a testament to decades of collaboration, technical resilience, and shared governance. This includes the critical contribution of organizations like the Internet Engineering Task Force, whose work on technical standards has been fundamental to ensuring the Internet's stability and growth. Beyond the pandemic, the multi-stakeholder model has driven progress across multiple dimensions of Internet governance. Take, for example, the strides we have made in fostering a multilingual Internet. Through efforts like internationalized domain names and universal acceptance, we have enabled people to access the Internet in their native languages and scripts, furthering inclusivity and broadening access. Looking forward, we must build on our achievements to create a future that is inclusive, equitable, and accessible for all. Today, 5.6 billion are connected to the Internet, yet billions remain unconnected. Many who are online still face barriers such as affordability, accessibility, and digital literacy. Innovative approaches, collaborative effort, and a renewed commitment to inclusivity are required to overcome these obstacles. For the Internet to remain globally connected, secure, and resilient, it is essential to include the technical community, including the organizations that safeguard and manage its critical resources components in these conversations. The IGF provides a unique opportunity to address these challenges collectively. It's a space where diverse perspectives come together to shape the Internet's future. We can use this moment to reaffirm our commitment to the principles that have guided the Internet's success while evolving to meet the needs of rapidly changing digital landscape. The Internet's success is rooted in its global accessibility, seamless interoperability, and robust resilience, which is only made possible through open, collaborative governance and a single, globally coordinated system. These principles must be upheld to ensure innovation, security for all users, and the continued growth and inclusivity of the Internet. The Internet is one of civilization's greatest achievements. It connects people, drives innovation, and fosters economic growth and social progress. However, its future depends on our collective actions. Let us work together to protect what makes the Internet work: its openness, global interoperability, and inclusivity, and ensure that it remains a global public good and a force for innovation, economic growth, and social progress. Thank you, and I look forward to the important discussions this week.
Please welcome on stage Mr. Tawfiq Jalasi, the Assistant Director General at United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة والسيدات، الحضور الكريم، Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, honorable ministers, esteemed delegates, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to address you here this morning at the 2024 edition of the Internet Governance Forum on behalf of the UNESCO Director General, Madame Audrey Azoulay. This event continues to serve as a unique multi-stakeholder platform to foster global dialogue, collaboration, in order to shape the digital future that we want all to have. Let me begin by expressing our heartfelt gratitude to the host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for graciously hosting this event and for the warm welcome. I would like also to acknowledge the tireless efforts of the IGF Secretariat for organizing this important gathering. To answer the question of the ITU Secretary General Doreen Bogdan-Martin, she asked us this morning, where were you in 2005? I can answer her question. Like many in this room, I too was in Tunis at the WISIS Summit as a guest speaker coming from academia. At that time, I was a university professor. Clearly, this year marks a very important moment for global digital governance. The Honorable Minister Al-Swaha has very eloquently shared with us the many challenges that the world faces, including the digital divide, but he also talked quite convincingly about the emerging AI divide. Our gathering today, right after the adoption last September in New York of the Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact, our event today offers a major milestone for a bold vision for the years to come, a vision shared in the principles that we all share: human rights, openness, accessibility, and inclusivity. We believe that IGF 2024 will facilitate a collaborative implementation of the transformative agenda of the Global Digital Compact. In his opening remarks, the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, reminded us this morning that technology should serve humanity, not the other way around. UNESCO is honored to contribute to this collective effort with two initiatives that we should launch in this event. The first initiative is the new generation Internet Universality Indicators of UNESCO, based on the ROAM-X framework, ROAM. R standing for a human rights-based approach, O standing for an open internet to all, including through multilingualism online and also catering to minority groups, including indigenous communities, A referring to accessibility, and M to the multi-stakeholder approach. The Internet Universality Indicators of UNESCO have already been adopted by 40 countries worldwide, and they continue to guide evidence-based policy making and national digital assessments. The second initiative that we will unveil at this IGF meeting are the UNESCO guidelines for the use of AI by the judiciary. This is grounded in the landmark 2021 recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, a recommendation that is currently being implemented by 60 countries worldwide. To complement these efforts, UNESCO is working closely with a couple of its associated research centers Minister Al-Falah Segrushni this morning mentioned the AI Movement Center in Morocco, which is focusing on AI in Africa. The second center is the International Research Center on AI based in Ljubljana, Slovenia, IRCAI. And you are working together to develop a repository of ethical AI tools. This initiative is based on the use of open source capabilities for the public sector, the media, and for judiciary operators, enabling stakeholders to navigate the opportunities and challenges that AI offers in the judiciary system based on the rule of law. It was clearly stated this morning, especially by the Minister, that despite collective efforts, many challenges persist, including the 1/3 of the global population that remains today offline. Women and girls, in particular, especially in underserved communities, face unique barriers, with only 65% of women connected to the internet. These disparities underscore the urgent need for targeted interventions to bridge the digital divide, which is also a knowledge divide and an education divide. The statistics are equally striking. Although 93% of judicial operators are familiar with AI tools, only 9% of them report having organizational capabilities and guidelines to be trained for the ethical use of AI. To address this gap, UNESCO has been training so far over 8,000 judges, prosecutors, and judicial operators in 140 countries, empowering them to adopt AI in a responsible, ethical way in order to safeguard human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital future we envision, one that is inclusive, sustainable, and human-centered, will not build itself by itself. The IGF stands as a great multi-stakeholder platform to foster collaboration and drive meaningful change. Let's continue leveraging this unique forum to build an internet of trust, an internet that empowers us all, that bridges divides, and that advances a truly human-centered digital future. شكراً جزيلاً وتمنياتي لكم جميعاً بالنجاح والتوفيق في هذا المؤتمر العالمي الهام. Thank you.
We now invite Mr. Qi Gong, the President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations.
Honorable leaders, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my profound honor as an engineer and a researcher from China to address this esteemed gathering at the opening session of IGM 2024. The overarching theme of IGM 2024 is building our stakeholders' digital future, resonates deeply with the mission of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, in short, WFEO. As the largest engineering organizations globally, encompassing hundreds of national and international professional organizations, WFEO, with its millions of engineers all over the world, is at the forefront of shaping the Internet's future. At WFEO, we recognize that the internet is more than a technological marvel. It is a transformative force for social, economic, and environmental progress. Its potential to bridge the divides, connecting people, and foster innovation is unparalleled. However, this potential can only be fully realized if the internet remains accessible, secure, and inclusive. As engineers, we bear the responsibility to ensure that the technology we create serves the best interest of the society. This responsibility includes designing resilient systems that safeguard against cyber threats, uphold user privacy, promote digital literacy, and equitably distribute the digital benefits to all people, especially the marginalized communities. In the days ahead, we aim to contribute unique perspectives and voices of engineers to policymaking and standard-setting processes, particularly on the discussions about digital infrastructure, cybersecurity, and the pivotal role of engineering in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Taking this opportunity, as an academic researcher, I wish to highlight the fundamental importance of basic research in network information theory and intelligence theory. Just as the Maxwell's electromagnetic theory laid the groundwork for the electrification, we must acknowledge that many challenges we face today stem deeply from the lack of solid, comprehensive theoretical foundation to explain the ever-evolving internet and the sophisticated models of artificial intelligence. Therefore, it is imperative to invest more attention, more resources, and more efforts into fundamental research in this domain. All of us know, only with collective efforts we could better develop and govern the internet as a global resource that benefits all people and the globe. I would like to leave you with an inspired African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Ms. Palvasha Mohammad Zai Khan, Senator at the Senate of Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I'm deeply honored to express my profound gratitude to the United Nations Internet Governance Forum, IGF, the Interparliamentary Union, and the Shura Council of Saudi Arabia for convening this significant parliamentary track, which seeks to strengthen digital cooperation in our interconnected world. Today, digital transformation is fundamentally reshaping governance, resource allocation, service delivery, and public engagement. This evolution demands effective governance of digital technologies to ensure outcomes that are inclusive, safe, and equitable, while acting as a catalyst for human resource mobilization, most importantly in developing countries, and socio-economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, digitalization also presents profound challenges to the democratic principles and human rights, particularly within governance processes such as elections, public debate, and trust in institutions. It is imperative that we as parliamentarians and leaders move beyond merely sharing these challenges. We must make tangible commitments to address these socio-economic issues through laws and policies that prioritize inclusivity, accountability, and people-centered outcomes, especially in the face of transnational complexities and governance gaps. Parliamentarians must strengthen the present multilateral mechanisms for governance of digital technologies and similarly extend support to countries that are lacking governance capacity. A whole of society approach is essential, one that collaborates with local leaders, companies, and digital innovators to develop vibrant and inclusive digital ecosystems rooted in sustainability, accountability, and rights. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is making significant strides towards embracing the digital era through strategic initiatives and policies under its vision of Digital Pakistan. Our strategic initiatives include the Digital Pakistan Policy 2018, Cyber Security Policy of 2021, the Draft Artificial Intelligence Policy, and the Personal Data Protection Bill. These efforts are complemented by investments in infrastructure, innovation, and frameworks like the Computer Emergency Response Teams, and to enhance cyber resilience and foster trust in a digital landscape. Through these endeavors, Pakistan is building the foundation of an inclusive, accountable, and sustainable digital future, demonstrating how nations can position themselves as global digital leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, as parliamentarians, our collective commitment must be to collaboration, capacity building, and adherence to international standards. Together, we can bridge global governance gaps and enable an inclusive digital transformation that benefits all of humanity. In the end, allow me to say that there could not have been a more iconic setting for hosting this very important forum, such as the capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where the fast march to information technology and development unite with deep traditionalism and the heart of religion. And this creates a beautiful fusion. I also would like to thank the Shura Council especially, and the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for allowing us a chance to visit the two holy mosques where I will head after this because of this invitation. Thank you and good luck.
We now invite Ms. Ivana Bartoliti, the Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer at Wipro.
Excellencies, colleagues, honourable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real honour for me to be here with you today. I think we've said it and we've heard it many times this morning. We are at a watershed moment in the relationship between humanity and technology. It's a fantastic moment for us to be in. Over the last few years, we have seen some amazing things that technology has done for us. Incredible. I have the privilege to work for a large company, and I have seen how much technology does for us. Think about precision medicine. Think about tools that can help reach people with education, with medicine, with health, in places where they could have not been reached before. And think about tools that can support with personalized education, including those who have learning disabilities. And think about the potential in medicine, as was said earlier, with robotic making operations and supporting our health systems. So the potential is fantastic, and we know. And the fact that we talk about the challenges ahead is not because we don't love these technologies, it's the opposite. It's because we want them, we care, and we care about them so much that we want them to work for everybody. And this is the most important thing that we are here to deliver. How digital technologies, artificial intelligence can work and benefit the entire of our humanity. And sometimes over the last few years, we've also seen some pretty bad things. We've seen the internet, the space that was created for us to be closer, sometimes to have too much fake news, hate speech. I was addressing the European Parliament just a couple of days ago on deep fake and the danger they could be used for, especially in silencing women and the most vulnerable in our societies. So there are a few things, just 3 messages that I want to leave you with today. The first one is the digital gender gap. Look, the digital gender gap is not acceptable. Think about artificial intelligence and how that digital gender gap is related to one of the challenges that we are facing in AI, which is fair AI that does not lock people out of essential services, of loans, and of opportunities. Think about bias in artificial intelligence systems that can softwareize and perpetuate and crystallize the society as it is today, whilst we work together to work towards a more brighter future. Bias in AI is very much related to the lack of diversity and gender diversity that we have. And it's really important that we tackle this. Because if we perpetuate the existing world into decision-making around tomorrow, we're going to fail. So gender divide is a priority. The second one, privacy. Look, there is no contraposition, no dichotomy between privacy and innovation. I'd like a strong message to come from us here today and say that pitching privacy against innovation is a mistake and is something that we must not do. Companies like mine and the private sector, we can work together in ensuring that privacy-enhancing technology can be leveraged to ensure that we safeguard the dignity of people whilst providing innovation for all. So privacy and innovation can go hand in hand, and we must consider privacy as a fundamental public good that allows anyone to feel safer, happier, and more respected in our digital space. And the third one is the governance of artificial intelligence. Look, we've been talking about this for a very long time now. We have the European AI Act in Europe, and Wipro is one of the 150 companies that are part of the European AI Pact. We have regulation, we have guidance, and we've seen massive strides, including here what was announced today, which is really, really important. Governance of AI is not a nice to have. Fair, transparent AI, accountable, the possibility for people, for individuals to access meaningful information about how their data, their information is processed and used through artificial intelligence. The possibility for people to know that if they've been prescribed a medicine, if they had an operation with AI, they need to know where the liability is. All these are fundamentally important things to build that trust in artificial intelligence that we need if we want to innovate and transform for the public good. Transparent, fair, and accountable. The Digital Compact is a fantastic step because it translates what human rights means in the age of artificial intelligence. But I want to encourage us to go a little bit further and be able to work together, private sector, governments, to see how we are going to bring together privacy, security, and AI, to invest in research so we can do that better, to create tools so that even smaller companies can leverage the best when it comes, for example, to privacy-enhancing technologies in AI. This is a fundamental opportunity that we have right now. And I do believe that the time to shape the relationship between humanity and technology is exactly now. I am delighted to be here. I look forward to this week because I think that we all have an opportunity to shape a digital ecosystem so that it brings benefits to everybody and helps towards creating a better world. Thank you.
Up next is our high-level session. Please welcome on stage the moderator, Dr. Latif Al-Abd Al-Karim, member of the Shura Council, Parliament at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good morning, and very warm welcome for all of you here in Riyadh. It's an honor to be here joining you to exchange these valuable insights, ideas, and with diverse perspectives, and continue this discussion into exploring the what, why, and how of transparency and explainability in AI. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Sharaf Al-Ghamdi, the President of Saudi Data and AI Authority of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Junwal Lee, UN Under-Secretary General for Economics and Social Affairs. Mr. Lee. Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Secretary General of the ITU. His Excellency Dr. Amal Al-Falah Al-Saghrouchni, the Minister of Digital Transition and Administration Reform in Morocco. And last but not least, Dr. Gong Qi, President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations and Executive Director for the Chinese Institute for the New Gen AI Development Strategies. Dr. Gong. Very happy to see you here again. Hello, nice meeting you all. Thank you so much for joining me here in this session. I will go first to describe the general theme of this interesting session. So in this session, we want to know how AI actors, users, and regulators define transparency and explainability in the context of AI. And is this definition a consensus definition? While going through some real-world examples to show the significance of using transparency and explainability, we also want to dig into the technical and other challenges that make AI systems hard to explain. And since that we have very interesting diverse group here, moving from national to regional and global perspectives, we want to discuss the regulatory roles, the shortcomings in the roles, as well as the improvements that we want to achieve, foster international collaboration, and encourage digital dialogue on the roles and expectations from different stakeholders. Finally, this is a question from me. I want to ask ourselves whether the Turing test for AI is still valid for today, or we need a different version to trust, a new trust version for the Turing test to check whether we have trustworthy AI systems or not. Hopefully, some ideas will come from the IGF here in Riyadh. So let's dive right in. And I will start with you, Mr. Doreen. As ITU plays a pivotal role in setting global standards for technologies, how should the term transparency and explainability in the context of AI be defined? And how to promote specifically transparency and explainability in those standards, which is, I know, a very challenging topic. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. I guess, Latifa, picking up as you were a member of HLab, I think it's important to note in the discussions that came out of the Secretary General's high-level panel, a high-level advisory body on AI, there were many terms that the group understood didn't have internationally agreed, let's say, definitions. I mean, things like fairness, like safety, like transparency. But obviously, when it comes to transparency and when it comes to explainability,
they're both absolutely critical in building public trust, which we need to do when it comes to AI. And we want to ensure accountability for AI systems and AI applications. So for us, I think when it comes to transparency, it's about that disclosure when it comes to the how, and we want to make sure we understand how systems are designed. We want to understand how those systems are trained, and also to understand how they're ultimately deployed. So those are the elements we keep in mind when it comes to the how in respect to transparency. When it comes to explainability, it's a bit more towards the outcomes. It's the how and the why AI systems produce specific outcomes. And as I said, both are absolutely critical when it comes to building that trust piece, and we want to make sure, as many speakers have noted in the previous opening session, that AI doesn't get used for the wrong purposes, that AI doesn't perpetuate biases, that we avoid potential harm. So we need to make sure that those two key features are built in. From the ITU perspective, we put standards at the core. We think that standards are the cornerstone of responsible development of artificial intelligence. Those standards play a key role when it comes to safety, when it comes to transparency, when it comes to ethical use, and that can also help us ensure that we unlock AI's full potential. And I guess the last thing I wanted to mention, and it's a specific example, we have launched a group as part of the World Standards Cooperation, the WSC. So we're working with partners like IEC, ISO, IEEE, IETF, and others. And we're focusing in that group on multimedia authentication. We're looking at deepfakes, and we're looking at misinformation. And I think that's a good example of partnerships, of collaboration to ultimately make a difference. One other piece is the points about transparency and also explainability are also core to a recently adopted resolution that came out of our India Standards Conference, where we had our first AI Standards Summit. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks very much. And this is really very interesting, and I think it's totally aligned with what we exactly are looking for in terms of harmonizing those standards and specifically working and building studies to know the metrics that we need for those explainability and transparency for each context or application that is quite different when we are discussing those two principles. And the most interesting part that those standards and those global efforts are aligned with many national efforts. And specifically, if I want to ask Your Excellency, Dr. Abdullah, about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has made significant strides when it comes to promoting the ethical use and development of AI. Could you please share more about the Kingdom efforts and initiatives in advancing AI ethics, transparency, and explainability? Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Latifa. First, I would like to welcome my fellow panelists to Riyadh, and it's a great pleasure to share the stage with such distinguished visionaries and thought leaders. First, let me just talk about the beginning of our journey in Saudi Arabia and the area of AI that started back in 2019 when the Saudi Data and AI Authority was established. So Saudi placed a strong emphasis on embedding the ethics into the core of all AI initiatives since then. So we focused more at the beginning on the AI ethics framework, and basically Saudi was among the early countries adopting the UNESCO recommendation on AI ethics. So a year after that, back in the Global AI Summit, the second one back in 2022, we announced our national AI ethics framework, and the beauty of that framework, it was associated with with the incentive program that was announced early this year, the idea of the program to encourage the governmental entities to register in a platform and also to undergo a number of surveys. And based on their performance, based on their maturity level, they are granted badges. And on this stage, 2 months ago, we celebrated 20 entities from the public and private sectors and granted them badges. And also this framework, the National AI Ethics Principles Framework, was also recognized as a champion by the ITU WSIS a while ago. So this signifies our commitment here in Saudi Arabia to align also with the international community in those initiatives. And also, the government has introduced a unique initiative by establishing the International Center for Artificial Intelligence Research and Ethics. And His Excellency Minister Abdullah just presented this initiative and also the role of this center. And proudly, the UNESCO has recognized the center as a global and regional partner to advance the AI ethics locally and worldwide. And only a few days ago, the UNESCO has published its report on AI in Saudi Arabia that highlighted a number of unique achievements and initiatives on AI ethics. And this is a great achievement of Saudi Arabia, completing the RAM methodology requirements among 10 countries worldwide.
Very good. Congratulations, Your Excellency, for all these efforts and incentives that we are doing here in Saudi regarding the ethical use of AI and targeting transparency and explainability in specific. And maybe the most interesting part that we are also considering the cultural aspects and providing context-based AI systems, while at the same time following all these ethical guidelines that we are working on here in Saudi Arabia. Talking about culture, it's very interesting to know and more about you from your side, Your Excellency, Dr. Amal, about Morocco. Morocco is a nation bridging the Arabs, African worlds, and putting at a crossroads of culture, as well as economics and technological exchange. How is the ministry setting this benchmark, I would say, for ethical AI practices and specifically for transparency and explainability? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, Morocco is Arabic, African. We have also, we are close to America, we are close to Europe, so we are the gate of many, many things. And Morocco is also very well known with inclusion and diversity. So for example, in our ministry, we have a department which is dedicated to Amazigh, for instance. And you know, this is very challenging for AI today to have multilingualism and multicultural approaches, because if you deal with LLM, for example, in the most spread technology today in AI field is, for example, ChatGPT or like ChatGPT. I know there is a very interesting experience in Saudi Arabia about Allam. I have been here for the launch of the GAIN conference summit. In fact, if we want to be inclusive enough, we should target all the languages over the world. In particular, in Africa, we have like 800 dialects across the continent. And we cannot ask everybody to speak English. It's just something impossible today. I mean, we can speak English as second language, but the native language is not English, and we have to deal with that. In Morocco, for example, we have 3 languages related to Amazigh, in the north, in the middle of the country, and also in the south. They understand each other, but it's quite different from one region to another one. So how to apply AI in this context? Because language is also the vector for culture. If you don't speak the language, you cannot understand the culture of the region, of the country, of the continent, etc. So in my ministry, we have a department, as I said, which is dedicated to Amazigh, and this department work on how to make models for this kind of languages. And we face a lot of challenges. For example, some of these languages don't have structure, don't have semantics, don't have basic building blocks to deal with computationally speaking, okay? So this is one aspect. Now, if we go back to transparency and explainability, transparency for me is like to explain, and not to explain because I will be confused with explainability, but it relies on how the system can meet each expectation, how it functions, etc. When it comes to explainability, it's a bit more technical. We have to justify the decision given by the system. For example, in scoring, in many cases, like in justice, in medicine, in health, etc., you deal with scoring. The scoring should be justified on technical parameters of the system. You have to justify your decisions. Mm-hmm. In legal systems, for example, you cannot just provide judgment. You have to explain the judgment. In health, etc. So in Morocco, as you know, we have been involved in many global, multilateral initiatives towards AI, in particular with UNESCO and United Nations, and I can go back to all these initiatives if you have room. But the idea is that Morocco is very, very aware of the necessity. If we want to build trustworthy AI, we need to provide transparency and explainability to citizens and to stakeholders.
Thank you so much. And you highlighted very interesting points. The one that is related to the language and the importance of considering inclusion even in all the language and all the data sets in all the languages. That is going to be very crucial, as well as taking the definition of transparency and explainability and making sure that transparency is throughout the whole AI life cycle, while explainability is reasoning and justifying the outcome. However, even for that reasoning and justifying for the outcome, we still have some challenges when it comes to trustworthy. We don't want to provide too detailed answer, and then that will increase the trust maybe for the end users at the end. That's very interesting discussion. Take me to you, Mr. Lee, to wondering and knowing more about how can we leverage those principles of transparency and explainability in AI system to strengthen institutions, governance, and capacity building, specifically for national levels.
Thanks. Well, thank you, Madam Moderator, for raising this important question. Perhaps at the outset, I just want to say a few words about UN DESA. We are custodian for the Sustainable Development for 2030 Agenda. So for the UN development system, the ultimate objective is to assist the member states to achieve the 2030 Agenda or Sustainable Development Goals. So in this exercise, we definitely need the regional and the national institutions to work together to accelerate these efforts. So by saying that, we definitely underlined the importance or highlight the importance for this AI technology to stimulate and accelerate the national efforts and the regional efforts, of course, also at the global level. For instance, last May, we have this ECOSOC special meeting focusing on how AI technology can sustain and stimulate sustainable development. We need to harness the strategy and the synergies together. And then also, why this transparency and the explainability is so important in capacity building at the global or national level. First, last May, the first half of this year, the General Assembly actually adopted two important or landmarked resolutions on AI technology. And among those two resolutions, there are a few important but common elements. Perhaps I could just share with our participants. Number one, they highlighted very much the explainability of the AI for the national efforts, because to us, explainable AI plays a vital role in developing capacity for demystifying the acronymism. This enables the policymakers to know that whenever the decisions undertaken, it can be explained to the public constituencies, so we can leverage the enthusiasm and participation by our constituencies at the national level, and then also enhance the regional networking. And then also second important element from those two resolutions is that capacity building should expand or go beyond the technical training to include the ethical and the regulatory dimensions. So that actually, I don't need to further explain that. Whenever there's such a need to use the AI technology, we need to be very ethical and transparent. Thank you.
Thank you so much for mentioning this particular part. We definitely need to work on those capacity building cross domains. It's not only about technical. Everyone thought that this is a technical, for example, forum. It's not a technical forum. It's for everyone who should be part of the future, who should help and contribute in shaping the future, or the digital future that we want. Dr. Gonki, I know that you are leading the Chinese Institute for the new Gen AI, and I'm sure that you have your inputs and opinions when it comes to how can we leverage AI ethics and capacity building in specific to transparency and explainability in AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Based on the observation of my institute in the past years to the Chinese practices, I think there are 5 essential steps to promote the transparency and responsible deployment of AI system. First, we need to building wide consensus through multi-stakeholders dialogue by the institutional approach to engage policymakers, industrial leaders, academia, and civil society to develop a shared understanding of transparency and explainability. And based on this, the second step is to provide an authoritative and a clear guideline and setting operational standards for AI transparency and explainability to encourage the development of ethical AI practices through an open science approach as recommended by UNESCO. The third one I'd like to mention is that building capacity and the literacy of AI by investing education and training programs for public servants, policymakers, and industrial professionals and public to understand AI technology and its social implications, so that to enable them to implement the guideline and the standards. And Another very important step is to develop technical tools and methodologies to evaluating and verifying the transparency of the AI system. Last but never the least is promoting international collaboration to establish interoperability of norms and the best practices sharing to ensure the alignment with the global standards. I think in these regards, IGF can play a crucial role in this process.
Thank you very much. You mentioned a lot of very interesting points here that has been also part of the GDC adoption and recommendations. The consensus, we need definitely scientific consensus in terms of the definitions. So we at least globally, can we agree on certain definitions? The policy dialogue and interoperability and the focus exactly on the main requirements that I believe that we are lacking in globally is the focus on having experts into mainly who could tackle the technical solutions for transparency and explainability in AI. And this is very important, and we'd like to work on it and to have more experts in this field. This will help us in finding, on reaching trustworthy AI systems. Talking about all these requirements within the capacity building, I know that we are in Saudi Arabia doing our best into ensuring safeguards without limiting AI potential. I would like to hear from you, Your Excellency, Dr. Abdullah, about how exactly we are doing this, and mainly how we are balancing between the AI governance while we are innovating.
As you know, Dr. Latifa, the AI landscape is evolving rapidly. And this evolution includes a lot of opportunities, and also it introduces a lot of serious risks. So our approach here in Saudi is based on continuous monitoring of the evolution of AI solutions, and also intervening with the right governance tools to make sure that the principles that I talked about are taken into consideration. So the balance is a very serious issue, and we have to make sure that the innovation goes along and with the right governance and regulatory tools. For example, recently with the rise of the synthetic data like misinformation, disinformation, we have nationally introduced the deepfake guidelines for the developers and also for the users to be taken into consideration when using or developing such systems. And also, for example, with the evolution and emergence of multiple large language models similar to ChatGPT, we have introduced the National Gen AI Guidelines Framework in order to help the developers choose the right methodology and also to follow certain guidelines in developing these solutions, taking into consideration the ethical principles that we talked about. So on the other hand, we have also introduced nationally the National AI Adoption Framework, where we encourage the governmental and private sector organizations to adopt AI and to scale the AI solutions within their sectors. So recently we have celebrated the establishment of 25 AI offices within governmental organizations, and those offices will take the care of balancing between innovation as well as the regulation, taking into consideration the National AI Ethics Principles Framework, and also the framework we have just talked about, the Gen AI framework, and so on and so forth. In addition to that, also we have published the National AI Occupational Guidelines Framework that sets the guidelines for the human resources departments to deal with new job titles associated with artificial intelligence. Jobs like the AI engineering, the AI data science, the data analysis, the AI developers. So we set the guidelines, the performance criteria that can be used for evaluating the job titles and also the applicants. Also, on the other hand, we have introduced the national academic framework for the academic institutions to be used in making sure the curriculum developed or used take into consideration those guidelines. And we have introduced 8 levels, starting from the elementary level, level number 1, going through the undergrad, reaching to the PhD level, level number 8. So the idea is for the academic institutions to take these guidelines into consideration when introducing new programs on AI. Last but not least is the introduction of the establishment of the International Center for AI Research and Ethics that was credited by the UNESCO, as we mentioned before. And I think these initiatives make Saudi number 3 worldwide after the US and the UK, according to the OECD Policy Observatory. So this signifies our commitment, dedication, and aligning with the international community and introducing new rules and regulations for AI.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and well deserved after going through all those frameworks, and that is some related to the curriculum and occupational and for the capacity building itself, while the others also taking care of how exactly the adoption of AI, giving that at this very, I think it was announced a few months ago, and we have already 25 AI offices in government entities. Congratulations on these achievements. I believe this is really give a clear example of how can we balance between innovation and regulation. And of course, we need to keep on monitoring of our progress and reflect that on our guidelines. Ms. Doreen, I believe that you have very interesting examples also in balancing, given that you are working on many use cases related to the SDGs. And I would like to hear more from you about how can transparent and explainable AI systems accelerate the progress towards those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe, Your Excellency, just to also pick up on the work we've done with Sadaya in terms of the AI readiness framework. I think that's also a great example of how we can work together with countries to help them find ways to leverage artificial intelligence. When it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals, I think it's important to recognize that only 17% of the targets are on track. So we're not in a good space in terms of achieving those targets and goals by 2030. But we're optimistic because we fully believe that leveraging digital technologies, and in particular artificial intelligence, can actually help us to accelerate progress on the 17 SDGs and on the 169 targets. We've done some joint work with UNDP, and we show that if you invest in digital and you invest in AI, you can actually accelerate progress by some 70%. So that's our big push, is to get all stakeholders to put digital first, put AI first, so that we can make significant progress. In the context of our Artificial Intelligence for Good, AI for Good, which we started back in 2017, we have seen very concrete examples and solutions. We need to leverage those solutions, whether it's the visually impaired girl from India, Jayatri, who gained her independence by having access to AI glasses. It was a great story. Mohamedou, who was a winner of our AI Innovation Factory, he comes from West Africa. He's been able to take data together with AI, work with farmers, and actually the farmers he has worked with, they've seen an increase in their yield by some 200%. So very concrete examples of what we can do when we leverage AI. I think in the UN system, it's also important to recognize that we do work together, something that the USG has just mentioned. We have an interagency working group on artificial intelligence that ITU co-chairs with UNESCO. And we have documented more than 400 use cases of how we as a system are leveraging AI to achieve the SDGs. So whether it's something in the space of climate, whether it's healthcare, whether it's school connectivity, whether it's gender, we have demonstrated very clearly how you can use AI to achieve the SDGs. And I think that's something that we absolutely have to build on. And then when it comes to climate and sustainability, we heard lots of interventions about that this morning. And I think we have to remember in the digital ecosystem, in the digital space, we are emitters of greenhouse gas emissions, and some estimates show that we're around 4% come from the digital sector. We know that artificial intelligence is hungry for energy, also thirsty for water, but if we use it correctly, artificial intelligence can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 10%. And I think also that's a space where standards is critical. So we're very focused on the standards component, developing international standards with our partners. We have launched the Green Digital Action Coalition. We had a digitization day at COP29 where we launched the Green Digital Declaration, had about 1,000 or so signatories to that declaration. And we do need to come together to advance sustainable green solutions when it comes to digital and when it comes specifically to artificial intelligence so that we can be reducers and not emitters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Doreen, and I'm sure that Mr. Lee could elaborate more on this in particular to maybe addressing climate actions under the UN. Please.
Well, thank you. I'm so glad to hear from Doreen about this SDG implementation. We are off the track, left behind our objectives. But so definitely AI technology could inject a stimulus, a new stimulus in our efforts. I just want to give you three specific examples how AI technology can help us to leap jump. First, AI in the real-time data analysis. That helped the policymakers to understand the overall situation, how the 17 goals interlinked together. For instance, like education, how much impact generated from the education on the gender equality, and also how much impact on the renewable resource energy, impacts on our climate efforts or climate agenda, climate action. And second specific area is that the AI system can address the structural inequalities. For instance, if there would be a urgent situation or the contingent situation, we need to allocate the resources to the disaster reduction or disaster relief. That's the important thing for the policymakers to make the right judgment and the decision. So that's the AI can help. In the third area, just now you mentioned the climate action. Well, AI-driven models can do the climate prediction and the resource mobilization. So that is very important for the policymakers and also national efforts. And then when they articulate their national efforts, it will be integrated to the global or regional efforts together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for going through all these examples related to connectivity, climate, sustainability, and energy, and very important point that you have just mentioned about when do we need AI to move and take actions when it comes to urgent situations. And this is what we need to prepare ourselves about it from now to get ready for such situations before it happened. And wish that it's not happened anyway. For Your Excellency, Dr. Amel, we have heard a lot of opportunities, a lot of enormous potentials for AI in different use cases and different national and regional and global level. However, we both know that there are a lot of barriers too. I would like to hear from you about those barriers, whether are technical or non-technical barriers, and how can we address them, or if there are solutions already, then how can we elaborate on those solutions?
Thank you very much. Let me start with non-technical barriers. It's easy. We have to conduct mindset change in our countries to make adoption of AI easier, because it's a huge problem to convince stakeholders to develop AI systems for different reasons. The first one, because we don't have enough talents, skills in AI, and this is something we should solve. It's a huge problem over the world. We know there is a technical word to say that, the war of talents, you know. Yeah. It's a big problem to solve first. And also this, people are fear from AI because they think AI will dominate the world, AI is more intelligent than human being, etc., etc. Now let me talk about the technical problems. I think the first one technical problem is the complexity of the models. As you know, Europe has developed in the AI Act until 2020, and then ChatGPT came on the table and AI Act stopped. It's just like, you know, something very disruptive happened on AI landscape, and we had to reconsider all what you have done before. So like 5 years work on AI Act is stopped, and now we think that we will get the new AI Act for 2025, but it's not sure. And so this is maybe we can think that we are not, we will have unforeseen situations in AI. And this means that we have to prepare ourselves to change our regulation as quick as possible to follow the technology. And this is not easy because, you know, regulation takes a lot of time compared to developing algorithms or new models. The other thing is that these large language models, for example, deal with millions and sometimes billions of parameters. 175 for ChatGPT, billion of parameters. So it's not possible to control what's going on in the system by human being. It's just, and in addition, this system learns, their weights change, and what's going on in the system is not foreseeable by human being. So this provide us with, this is, we get feared when we see this kind of machines. The second thing is that most of AI systems can be considered as black boxes. We have inputs, we have outputs, we have a lot of things happening within the box, and nobody can explain. This is why explainability leads to accountability, etc., etc. So this is also a huge problem. The high dimensionality of data. We have a lot of dimensions to deal with, and we also have hybrid data. Sometimes you deal with text, with digits, with images, with videos, and so on. And this is also it's not linear. And human beings cannot think when it's not linear. Most of data, by the way, came from sensors or radars. So this is something also that makes AI system very difficult to predict. The nonlinear decision-making, because we focus on correlations, and when we have more than 3 correlations, we are lost. Sometimes you can go to 7, but you should be very skilled for that. So this is also makes some difficulty in explaining these systems. Data transparency. And about data, I would like to say something, because we think that we need huge data to do systems, to make system function. It's not true. It's, you know, like when you put all together from internet, you have good data, you have bad data, you have false data, you have whatever. You don't need all this. You need a good data, very well calibrated. And this maybe solve problem of climate change, if I go fast. Because you have to set your data set as clean as possible. It's enough. If you want to talk about justice, you don't need data about health. If you want to talk about agriculture, you don't need mining data, and so on. So ChatGPT, because it's conversational system, works with all data it would be gathered on internet. But other systems in different sectors, we don't need all this data. We need specific and specialized data. It's not finished, sorry.
Go ahead. We will elaborate more with Dr. Kong if you want.
A model can also behave unpredictably when deployed in different contexts.
Okay.
If you put models that work with Arabic, they will not work at the same in other dialect or in other language. So when you change the context, you should make accurate data, and you should change sometimes deeply the data you use.
Totally agree with you, Your Excellency, and I'm sure that Dr. Kong has a lot to exchange with us, giving his expertise within the Gen AI, and I'm sure within the use cases that you are dealing with in the Institute. Please.
In view of the limited time, let me focus on the technical barriers. As just mentioned by our colleague from Morocco, the technical barriers mainly lies from the complexity of the AI model and also from the data privacy. This raises a further challenge to the transparency of the models. So to address these models, I think it is, among many others, to further encourage and promote technical innovation is a must. For example, we need to advance the AI model from today's pure data-driven model to a new model which will be jointly driven by data and knowledge in terms of knowledge graph, decision-making trees, and many others. And also, we need to adopt and further develop privacy preserving technologies like differential privacy, federated learning, and homomorphic encryption to protect sensitive data while enabling transparency. I think further technical innovation in a possible and ethical way is a must.
Thank you. Thanks so much for mentioning all this. We have heard about the complexity of the model, the complexity of the data, and the complexity of regulations, and how much we need flexible regulations. And this is maybe the call for, again, support even for the AI Act. It's now used as a sandbox for monitoring and evolving and changing, amending the current regulations. And we need to support, again, I totally agree with you about how having more skills for responsible AI that works on the technical side to have more solutions, I would say technical solutions for responsible AI, including the privacy-preserving technologies. That's, I'm looking at the time. I just want to make sure that we have at least preserving some time because I want to make sure that we not closing this session without knowing what are the actions. We have discussed the potentials, the challenges, but what can we provide for the IGF in 2025 and beyond? I would start with you, Your Excellency, Dr. Abdullah. As Saudi Arabia strengthens its role in the global AI landscape, what contributions in the kingdom making to shape the international AI agenda, and what priorities, and this is what we want to focus on, should guide efforts in 2025 to bridge the gap in AI governance?
Sure, thank you. As you know, Dr. Latifa, we started Sadaya back in 2019, and that time we sought support from other countries. You remember we paid some visits to our friends in Estonia and also in South Korea to benefit from their experiences either in data governance or in data centers or in also AI as well. So after 5 years of experience, I think Saudi now stand ready to share its expertise with other countries as well. I remember back in the first Global AI Summit back in 2020, we hosted the consultation session for establishing a UN AI advisory body for the General Secretary. So we hosted that consultation sessions during the pandemic. And a few years later, in 2023, the Secretary General, the UN Secretary General announced the establishment and the launch of the advisory body, and you've been a very active member of this body, Dr. Latifa. Also, in the second Global AI Summit, we announced a number of collaborations with international communities. With the ITU, we worked together, and we also launched the AI Readiness Framework. And thanks for the ITU for being steadfast in this partnership. And also with the OECD, we also announced a partnership to enhance the AI policy and incidents observatory. And this was also announced during the GAIN 24. As well as we worked with the international, with the OECD also, we worked with them to establish Gen AI Center of Excellence here in Riyadh in order to help the member countries develop AI-based solutions and also to take into consideration the ethics framework as well. Also, we worked with the ICISCO to announce in this very stage 2 months ago the Riyadh Charter for the Islamic world. As you know, Saudi is the heart of the Muslim world, more than 2 billion Muslims looking at Saudi and their practices in AI and large language model, Arabic large language model. So we have established, we have launched the Riyadh Charter with the ICISCO. Also, under the umbrella of the International Center for AI Research and Ethics, ICARE, we organize a number of workshops with the GCC countries, with the Arab Leagues, in order to increase the awareness towards the UNESCO RAM, the Readiness Assessment Methodology. And also, as I said before, Saudi was amongst the early countries adopting this methodology, on implementing the methodology. With this said, we are proud really to be #1 regionally according to the Global AI Index, and also #1 globally in the AI government strategy according to the same index. Going forward, our priorities for the year to come, year 2025, I recommend to minimize the declarations and focus more on actions. This first thing. And I think we need to focus on three main points in order to overcome the gap between governance and innovation. We have to focus on trust. We have to focus on accountability and also, safety and accountability as well. And also we have to focus on collaboration. So trust is based basically on, as the esteemed members mentioned, is based on clear governance for the explainability, the transparency. And for the safety, we have to make sure that we have the proper proactive measures. And also we need to make sure that we have the proper guidelines in order to make sure that we implement the safety measures and also to mitigate the risks associated with AI products. Collaboration is essential between the governmental entities, industries, and also the academic institutions to make sure that they share the same goals. With these priorities, Saudi will be positioned as a global leader to develop AI-based solutions for the benefit of humanity.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And we, of course, we will keep on exchanging our expertise with the global and aligning with global initiatives. Your Excellency, Dr. Amal, from your perspectives, what steps or empirical methodologies maybe should be prioritized in 2025 to bridge the gap and accelerate the use of transparency and explainability into AI systems?
I would like to rely on His Excellency Abdullah Aswaha this morning diagram. I found it very accurate for this question. So he told about algorithm computing and data. And I would like to build on this. For example, for computing, we would like, I think we should do more with less. With data, I would like to push for data protection and data calibration. I can explain each concept separately. And for the algorithms, I will connect algorithms to models. It's mainly the same, models and algorithms. And I would like to go for frugal, trustworthy, and inclusive AI. To do that, we need, of course, governance is very important, regulation, but the objectives of all this together is to get this inclusion in AI and to be as economical as possible towards our environment with frugal AI. This means that we do not have to use huge data for nothing, or build a very big models for nothing. Or, we should customize our algorithms, our models, and our data sets to do the more with less. This is my
Thank you so much. Always we are calling for low compute model for saving energy, and this is also targeting with your suggestions, I would say, and priorities for actions. Mr. Lee, please, considering the adoption of Global Digital Compact, the rapid advancement of AI, what steps or specific actions should we prioritize to harness AI's potential for sustainable development and inclusive growth in this transformative era?
Well, thank you. From UN's perspective, I would like to flag out this 3 or 4 key areas. First, just as His Excellency highlighted, number one, we need to emphasize on the global collaboration among all stakeholders, because the collaboration and cooperation among all stakeholders will be key for the digital transformation. Second, I would argue that the key areas to utilize this IGF platform as the order distinguished speakers this morning highlighted it again. This is a primary, open, and inclusive platform. So we need to dig the potential of this IGF. And third area I would like to argue is to allocate additional efforts to support the capacity building in the global south, especially at the local community levels. Because without them, without the open access by them, it's hard to imagine that we can benefit for everyone. Last but not least, as the Minister has argued it, we need to uphold a very responsible use of the data. I don't need to further elaborate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Doreen?
Thank you. Perhaps, Abdullah, to pick up on your last point on humanity, because I think at the end, it's all about humanity. It's all about the betterment of humanity. I had the honor and privilege of meeting Pope Francis a couple of weeks ago, and we spoke about technology and humanity, and he reminded us that artificial intelligence doesn't just need a brain, it needs a heart. It needs empathy, so let's remember that. And of course, when we think about our digital world, what does it mean when we still have a third of humanity that is not yet connected? The Secretary General often reminds us that we have to make sure AI does not stand for advancing inequalities. So when it comes to what to prioritize, I think we really have to prioritize closing the gap, closing the digital gap, closing the AI gap. As the Minister said this morning, that gap is a compute gap, we have a data gap, we have an algorithmic gap, and as you just said, we have a capacity building gap. We got to close those gaps if it's going to benefit humanity. We also need to be focusing on standards. We need to focus on responsible standards for AI. And then I guess the last point is about governance. We need to have more inclusive governance discussions, like here at the IGF, at the WSIS Forum, at AI for Good. We need all stakeholders at the table to discuss governance that benefits all of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Kong?
So let me raise 2 points. Firstly, I'd like to echo the Undersecretary Lee has mentioned capacity building. Capacity building is so important for the further deployment and application of AI in a inclusive and responsible way. The capacity divide is behind the divide of data, the computer, and the algorithm. Here, I'd like to highlight the engineering capacity. Engineering capacity is so important. The World Federation of Engineering Organizations, with support of UNDESA, UNESCO, and many other United Nations organizations, is carrying out the 10 years long engineering capacity building for Africa program. We need your support. And secondly, I'd like to mention the combination of digitalization and sustainable development to make a dual transformation or twin transformation of sustainability and digitalization. So in China, we say to move AI from chat to product to benefit people and to achieve double increases and double decreases. The double increases is to increase the quality of the production and to increase the efficiency of the production. The double decreases is that to decrease carbon footprint and to decrease the cost. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is the best words to close our discussion today. And for our audience, please take these actions for the next IGF to build safe AI systems and secure human-centric, which is going to be a solution for most of the issues that we are discussing here, a human-centric digital future, and leave no one behind. And don't forget, AI has heart too. Thank you so much.
here in 90 minutes as we look forward to resuming the program promptly. Thank you and enjoy your meal. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to enjoy a delightful lunch break. Please remember to return here in 90 minutes as we look forward to resuming the program promptly. Thank you and enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this main session that is entitled Global Access, Global Progress, Managing the Challenges of Global Digital Adoption. My name is Timea Schutte. I'm going to be your moderator today. In my day job, I am Global Digital Policy Lead at the International Chamber of Commerce. Today, we are gathering for this main session under the theme of the IGF, Harnessing Innovation and Balancing Risk in the Digital Space, which I think is one of the main themes of all of the conversations we've been recently having on digital policy and internet governance, so it's quite timely that we address this here at the IGF. What we will try and do in this session is connect two parts that I like to say that come with bringing people online. First of all, what can we do to actually make sure that everyone, everywhere, every day has connectivity, that they are able to connect to the internet, that they are able to access services that are relevant to them, that they are in their own languages, and that they can actually make use of, that want them to come online. And then, of course, that everybody has the skills to make sure that they can participate once in the online world, once they are online, whether that it's for a social activity, whether that it's for an economic activity, or whatever other service they want to access. But then once we bring populations online, and as we carry on doing, what happens then? Is that the end goal, to bring people online? Have we solved everything once everybody is connected? And that is going to be the second part of our session. What are the challenges of actually bringing a lot of people online at the same time, and what happens once they are online? So these are the two actual main themes that we would like to discover in this session together. And I have a distinguished list of panelists here to help me answer those questions. I'm very glad I don't have to bring the answers. I will be just asking the questions today. So first we will have Mr. Benga Sasan, Executive Director at Paradigm Initiative. Then we hope we will be joined by Ms. Thelma Quay. We're waiting for her to join our session, Director of Digital Infrastructure, Skills and Empowerment at Smart Africa. Then we have Ms. Sally Wentworth, President and CEO of the Internet Society. Dr. Takuo Imagawa, Vice Minister, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan. Ms. Ala Abdulal, Chief of Digital Economy Foresight at the Digital Cooperation Organization. Mr. Jose Renato Laranjeira de Pereira, co-founder of the Laboratory of Public Policy and Internet and the researcher at the University of Bonn in Sustainable AI Lab. Hi, Thelma, so great to have you. Then we have Mr. Shrimvat Tukral, Vice President for Public Policy for Meta in India. And then, last but not least, Ms. Tami Baumik, Vice President, Civility and Partnerships at Roblox, also the chair of the board of the Family Online Safety Institute. So, without further ado, we're going to jump into our first segment of the panel, trying to figure out how we make sure that we bring everybody online, what is still left to do in this very important task. And after we hear first from the half of the panel, we'll turn to questions and comments from the floor. So please know there will be microphones circulating around the room when you are ready to ask your questions. So as the speakers are speaking, think of what you might want to ask them as they speak. So my first speaker today is Benga Sasan, and Benga, I'd like to ask you a little bit about why is it so important that we connect everybody? Why is it so important, especially to connect those who are living in remote or hard to access areas, and how does this work in your region?
Thank you. I'm tempted to say, and I will say, connectivity could be a matter of life and death. We write an annual report on digital rights and inclusion at Paradigm Initiative, and one of the stories that really paints this picture for me is a story of a woman who was 3 minutes away from missing medical intervention because the telecom services in our country were shut down. But someone just knew that it was just mobile phone connectivity that was shut down, and they could get Wi-Fi signal to make a voice over IP call. it sounds like when we talk about connectivity, at times it sounds like, oh, it's a nice to have. But in many cases, in healthcare, it could be a matter of life and death. In education, it's a difference between somebody who was born into poverty and who works to literally eradicate poverty in just one generation. We do training programs for young people, and one of the stories that I love is the story of Famous and also the story of Esther. But let me tell one of the stories. Famous was told by his parents, you know, you've gone through secondary school, that's it. That's all we have. Your younger sister has to go to school, so when you get to SS3 and you graduate, go find a job somewhere at a factory and just work there. Famous walked down the street and found our training center in his local community, a slum in Lagos, Nigeria called Ajegunle. He walked in, saw that we had computers, showed interest, signed up for a 6-week training program. After 6 weeks, Famous for some reason, paid attention to Microsoft Excel. He just loved spreadsheets. And we asked him, why spreadsheets? Well, he says, it sounds cool, spreadsheets. That was what made a difference in his life, because a few months after he finished, he saw an advertisement for an internship. He applied for it. He got the internship at the UK Deputy High Commission in Lagos. While he was on that internship, he saw another opportunity for a full-time job at the UK High Commission in Abuja. And when he told me he was going to apply, I was like, well, maybe not. You don't have a degree, and there are not too many people who will be able to apply for this. But of course, he was so sure of his knowledge of spreadsheets, he applied, and he got the job. To cut the long story short, Famous got the job. His excitement was that the embassy sent a car to his house because he needed to fly for the interview, and that if he didn't get a job, that was fine. But he got the job. Spent 6 months on that job, resigned because he had saved enough, went to the university, graduated, got a job with KPMG. That was in 2009, sorry, not 29. Today, Famous is a manager at KPMG in New Jersey. That is what is possible with connecting people. It is not theory. It is my story. It is Famous's story. It is a story of every young woman, every young man who gets access to opportunities. It is a story of every person who has access to healthcare because they can connect with the services, even though they have as many doctors in the village. And this is why it is important. Every time we say we must connect the rest of the world, the last third of the world, we're not saying that because it's nice to have, because we would like to say that in Riyadh so that everybody will hear it. It's because, just as we found out during COVID, businesses, education, healthcare will come to a standstill, especially in the times of emergency, if we do not have connectivity. And that is why it's important. It is important because if the story of Famous were told without connectivity, he would most likely be working in a factory, which is not a bad thing if that is the only chance you have. But right now, his entire family has moved, one generation has moved out of poverty because of his chance connection to training, mentorship, and connectivity. And that is what we must do for the rest of the world.
Well, I think that's a very inspiring start for this conversation. There is no better stories than the personal development stories to actually illustrate and make it real of why we are doing what we are all doing in our day jobs and why we are talking about this up on this stage. With that, I'm going to turn to Thelma and to follow the same sort of question that addressed to Benga. I'd just like to ask a little bit about your views and Smart Africa's views of connecting the next billions, and what do you think are the barriers that exist still for us achieving the goal of connecting everybody?
Thank you very much, and apologies, I was in another session that took a bit of time. So, you know, there are lots of famouses, and another perspective to it is, I also have a story of a lady called Aisha, and for her, she hasn't gone through training, but for her, it was just the access to a phone and WhatsApp that's changed her life in terms of her business. She sells shea butter in Ghana in her small locality, But when she was able to afford a phone, which we know is one of the barriers, when she was able to afford connectivity, data services, her business blew up. Now her child, her son, is able to go to secondary school, for instance. So just like he said, internet or data or connectivity is a life and death issue. For me, it's a utility. Just like we are fighting for electricity, water, internet is equally a utility. But then what are the barriers? Why do we still have only 40% of Africans connected? Traditionally, it has been the mobile network operators investing. Africa is connected because we have a lot of mobile network operators investing. But then they are at the point where it doesn't make business sense now. Putting up a tower in that village where Aisha lives doesn't make business sense, because the number of people there will just not make the return on investment. So we need government intervention now. It doesn't have to be a private sector thing anymore. It has to be a PPP where government is now investing in infrastructure, for instance, and giving this infrastructure to the private sector to build upon. It has to be also a collaborative effort, for instance, where private sector or the internet service providers are now agreeing that let's share infrastructure to reduce our cost, for instance. So that's one challenge. The other challenge has been, you know, the likes of Aisha, when you give her a phone, what does she do with it? If you look at the content structure of Africa, a lot of our content, internet content, is on entertainment. And so a lot of them will not understand what they have to do with it if it's just entertainment. But if we then now put content that allows them to learn or even allows them to trade their wares, or we teach them how to sell their wares, the economic activity, if we give them content that are relevant, then they are able to, you know, make use of it. And then finally is, you know, the cost of handsets. I think this morning, Ms. Bogdan Martin mentioned it, how expensive it is to get a handset. We tried in Rwanda with Mara phones to try and assemble phones so it becomes cheaper, but it wasn't cheap. The cheapest was around $120. That's very expensive for the average African. So we need to also see how we make devices cheaper. Now, I'm not talking about feature phones, because we did a survey with the youth, and they said, look, I want that iPhone that you're holding, but I want it at the cost that I can afford. I don't want to buy it at that amount. So we need to talk to, and I know there are stakeholders here, the Googles of this world, the Qualcomms, the people in part of bringing a device, but also the government, on the government side. What are the taxes that can be taken out? What are the incentives that can be taken out to make these smartphones, not feature phones, smartphones affordable so we can all use it? In fact, if you look at the coverage, you know, situation of Africa, over 80% it has mobile coverage, but 40% are connected, and that's because of affordability. And then there comes skills, and then, you know, relevancy of the content. And these are all things that we can do something about. The only thing that I think we've talked too much about and done nothing is the investment part, in terms of the government coming in to invest. We have the Universal Service Access Funds. If you check the status of these funds across some countries, some are dormant, some are being used for all sorts of other things that are not, you know, that they are not supposed to be used for. So why don't we go back to why these funds were created to solve the situation? For me, I think we've spoken about it for too long. The solution lies in front of us, and governments are able if the will is there. So the issue, one other barrier I would add before I end, is the political will. We need to have that political will to solve this issue. Let's not, you know, continue talking. We can do something about it, and let's do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tama. There's quite a lot in a very short intervention, but I think what what is important to bring out, because it showed up a number of times as you were speaking, is this need of the private sector and the public sector cooperation and creating those policy incentives together to make sure that the market works in every region and in every circumstance, and that actually requires a lot of collaboration between the government and the private sector. So I'm going to turn to Sally, who has worked on these issues for quite some time now, and in coming into to this role that you have now with ISOC, I'm just asking, what is ISOC's perspectives on these issues, and what is some of the work that you have done in this area together?
Thank you very much, and for the opportunity to speak on this topic. This topic of connectivity is one that's very near to the Internet Society's heart. Our mission and vision is that the Internet is for everyone. And so the fact that we still have over a third of the world's population not connected to the Internet means that we have a lot of work to do, and that's work that the Internet Society is very committed to. I was taken with the stories of my colleagues before me, and particularly the story of Aisha, where she's in a community where there may not be a business incentive to connect. The Internet Society has been in the space of connecting hard-to-reach communities for whom there may not be an initial business incentive. And what we do is really look at a community-centered approach, a bottom-up approach to connectivity that ensures that people in their local communities are empowered, are resourced, are trained, and are skilled enough to build the community networks or to build the networks for themselves. We believe that with a small investment, and we have quite a bit of experience with this, that local communities that are supported in this way can build the networks, they can maintain the networks, they can sustain their connectivity, and ultimately they can defend it. And that is a hugely powerful model of connectivity that I think we need to look more at as a global community as we think about how we bridge this final digital divide. We have done this since 2020. We have provided funding and technical assistance to over 60 community-centered connectivity solutions around the world, and this is a major part of our strategy going forward. And I was asked to provide a few examples, and just a few minutes before I walked in here, I stopped by the booth of the Internet Society chapter in Tanzania, who last year was awarded with the WSIS Prize for the Tanzania Digital Inclusion Project, which really does embody this community-centered connectivity approach. And here what they say is that they have connected over 1,800 citizens to affordable and meaningful broadband internet, trained 4,000 youth and women on essential digital skills, are training teachers on e-learning skills. This is all being done by the local community for themselves. They understand what is needed, they understand what the gap is, and by ensuring that through, in this case, a chapter, that ensures that that connectivity is sustainable over the long run. They're actually, interestingly, now looking at a program to make the smartphones more affordable, particularly for women entrepreneurs, through a financing program that allows them to use this technology then for their own social enterprises and the like. We've seen these kind of solutions work both in Africa, outside of Africa. We were very happy to deploy the highest community network in the world in Mount Everest to connect the Sherpa communities in Nepal, who are feeling the effects of climate change on their economy. And the lack of connectivity has been a real barrier for their people to participate in the digital economy going forward. By connecting that community, they now have access to medical care, but also to skills and training opportunities that might expand the economies in those communities. Airbnb is coming in. Some of the Sherpas are now opening their homes via Airbnb, and again, providing different kinds of opportunities for that community to participate in the global digital economy. So this model of community-centered connectivity, we don't have to wait for the solutions to come in. Communities can connect themselves, I think is a powerful approach to this, and one that, again, as I said, the Internet Society has been committed to and will continue to be committed to. Going forward, and I know this is the topic for the second part of this panel, what we want to really think about and work with partners on is, as we're bringing these populations online, how do we ensure that they have the skills and the expertise to participate in the global digital economy safely and securely? So it's not enough to just bring connectivity in. We need to ensure that people have the skills to participate safely and in a way that gives them confidence that their information is protected, and that they, that they feel safe and secure. So these are things that we're taking very seriously, and I think are important as we think about how we bring connectivity to the final 2 billion people who are not online.
Thank you, Sally. You've mentioned the importance of making sure that in the communities there are ways of building up networks. There's the importance then to connect the small networks to the larger grid, and also making this work in a way that it works in investment, it works for the trainings, and it works for the long-term sustainability and resilience of these networks. So there's a lot of works between the various different partners and stakeholders on making all of this happen. I'm curious, Dr. Imagawa, how do you see this from the Japanese perspective, and from your perspective in sitting in the government? What are the actions that governments can take to help incentivize connectivity?
Well, thank you, Chair. I'd like to add a little bit different point of view in this panel. Well, despite the advancement in digital technology, there remain 2.6 billion people worldwide who are not yet connected to the internet. And there are still many people who cannot fully enjoy the benefits of digital technology. It is crucial to further accelerate international cooperation to build an inclusive digital society. As you know, emerging technologies such as AI can only be effectively utilized when connectivity is realized. Ensuring connectivity is a prerequisite for reaping the benefits of digital technology. Also, we should avoid letting these emerging technologies create a further divide. In addition to providing physical access, it is essential to ensure that these technologies are affordable and that individuals have the necessary literacy and skills. Therefore, achieving UMC, that is universal and meaningful connectivity, is extremely important. Japan welcomed the GDC adopted at the UN Future Summit. The first commitment listed in the GDC is addressing the digital divide, and the importance of UMC is also mentioned. Achieving the GDC commitments, including bridging the digital divide, cannot be accomplished through a top-down approach by the UN or member states alone. Cooperation among multi-stakeholders is essential, as pointed out in this IGF many times. Significant efforts have already been made, and we need to continue building on these achievements. In particular, next year makes the WSIS Plus 20 review. The WSIS initiative should be complementary to the follow-up of the GDC. So during this upcoming review, it is necessary to thoroughly consider the existing multi-stakeholder efforts, identify challenges, and outline the next effective steps. The IGF provides a vital platform for diverse stakeholders in digital technologies to gather and engage in active discussions. This forum exemplifies the importance of multi-stakeholder efforts, and we firmly believe that extending the IGF's mandate is indispensable from the perspective of eliminating the digital divide. As highlighted in the GDC, the role of the ITU is significant. We recognize that ITU's substantial contributions to bridging the digital divide, especially in developed countries, through their various initiatives. Japan will continue to support these efforts by the ITU. Please allow me to briefly introduce Japan's domestic initiatives. Japan has significantly advanced its domestic broadband infrastructure development, where the national coverage rate of optical fiber services for households reached 99.84% in 2023, and population coverage rate of mobile phone services reached 99.99% in 2022, achieving one of the world's highest levels of broadband infrastructure. We understand that these almost 100% broadband coverage of both fiber and mobile are coming from the good mixture of a competition policy and government support for non-profitable regions. We have been promoting competition between the dominant incumbent and the entrants by the asymmetric regulation, as well as introducing the mechanism of so-called universal service fund, and also financial subsidies to the players operating in non-profitable rural areas. We believe that mixture of regulatory and financial frameworks is indispensable to realize UMC. In addition, Japan is promoting research and development of non-terrestrial or space network technologies, such as high-altitude platform stations called HAPS, which provide connectivity in remote areas where communication infrastructure is not well established. This is part of our efforts to advance the next generation communication infrastructure by beyond 5G or 6G. We are also assisting the capacity building programs of digital utilization, such as the use of the smartphones and the digital ID card called My Number Card, or protection against cyber attacks, and so on. So through such initiatives of the regulatory and financial frameworks, as well as the efforts of research and development, and also capacity building, and by sharing our various experiences with our multi-stakeholder community, we'd like to contribute to enhancing the global connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Imagawa. So as this was the first sort of thought starters ideas from the first half of our panel. So what we're trying to take away here, and what I hear a lot about, is the role of partnerships, the role of working together, to bringing in different stakeholder communities, different communities from the local, regional, global level, to try and find solutions that are sort of universal in spirit, but work at the local level. So I'm hearing calls for partnerships at the grassroots level to reach out and train and find the people and talk to them in their own, not necessarily just their own language, but the way that they live in their own situation. What I'm hearing calls for enabling policy environments to make sure that we work together, governments, businesses, civil society, the technical community, to make sure that we incentivize investments, we incentivize trade and commerce to actually help facilitate affordability of connectivity and of devices, incentivizing investment in skills and in training programs, and of course then making sure that we incentivize this cooperation at the global level, and we come together in fora like this one to have these conversations and then cooperate with partners outside our local communities, outside our nations, to make sure this all works the same way that the internet works at the global interconnected level. So we have a little bit of time to turn to the audience for some reactions on this, and then we'll turn to the second panel. If you have any comments or questions, please wave your hand high so that my colleagues can see you. And when you speak, please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Connecting Ordinary Citizen to Digital Opportunities Online. No, I'm just kidding. My name is Dr. Naza, Nicholas Kirama from Tanzania. And I wanted to make a comment on the effect of connecting schools to the internet. When you get time, you go through our booth, you will see that we've been able to connect about 10 schools to the internet. And what we are getting from the schools that we have been able to connect in Tanzania is that the school students, there is a lot of improvement in terms of their grades that they are getting from their exams, and also the teachers that we have engaged in our programs. They have been able to go online, access different courses, and through these courses, they have been able to improve their skills, their teaching skills, as well as, upgrade, taking different free courses online. And before the connectivity, teachers were not able to access free courses online because the access was very limited. They didn't have any broadband internet access in their schools. And with that, it was impossible for them to stay online for a long time to be able to study the courses online. So connecting schools, connecting the communities, the ordinary citizen to broadband internet has enabled the communities that we serve in Tanzania access digital opportunities online. So we have a lot of improvement in terms of grades, and also the teachers now can be able to read and improve their teaching skills online without ever looking over their shoulder that their data bundle is going to exhaust. So it is very important to continue to build alliances around the world to finance the connectivity for schools, connectivity for the rural communities, and also the underserved urban communities as well. So I think the idea of connecting people to digital opportunities online is very important, because ultimately you will find yourself in a situation where when you connect people, the next frontier will be what sort of empowering skills that we need to deploy to these communities so that they can stay safe and they can feel comfortable to stay online. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that comment. Indeed, I think a lot starts once we are able to get a school online or get a library online, because they are the hearts of the communities they function in, and then the ripple effect is clearly palpable. Do we have any other comments or questions? I don't see anybody. There you are, sorry, yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Arjun Singh Vijoria from Vijoria Foundation in India. My question is that it's based on the use of internet and AI in evaluation, the examination. Now I just want to let you know, I want your opinion on the, how we can create a uniform framework for the evaluation of the students' examination. Is that possible to create a uniform framework for the evaluation throughout the world? I just want your opinion on that. A uniform digital evaluation framework on the evaluation of students' examinations.
Thank you for that question. Would anybody from the panel care to respond to that question? Are we able to? Okay. The panel is asking if you could clarify your question, please.
Yes, certainly. In the education system, every degree having the final examination, right? Okay. Now, can we create a digital platform or say framework, digital framework through which we can use the technology to evaluation of the students throughout the world? That is my question. based on the technology, internet, and AI. You know, every country is having different evaluation process. Yep.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I can try and answer that question. Since you said you're from India, there are many AI evaluation-based frameworks which are being created in the education space, both in the private sector and the civil society sector, in the not-for-profit space. I can tell you one example. One of the partners that Meta in India works with is a foundation called Rocket Learning Systems. And all that they do is use AI evaluation on actual physical answer sheets by deploying thousands of teachers who have based their evaluation by first physically evaluating them. And then they have created a machine learning tool to assess how they can give feedback digitally to improve upon the evaluation ecosystem. So as a result, the feedback loop that the teachers have created is going back to the student at the end of it, and using AI analytics tool, they are able to point to them where they need to work harder. This is in the civil society space, not-for-profit space, and I'm happy to connect you with Rocket Learning. Similarly, in the private space, many of the edtech companies are doing the same thing. So one is to deliver education. The other is to assess education programs based on the tutorials that they run, how AI analytics can help them, and happy to share those examples async after the session as well. But yes, to answer your question, the possibility definitely exists. It is already being deployed. And what that would do is, which I was going to respond to when Timio comes to me, is it solves two issues. One is of scale. Given that in a country like India, for example, over 1 billion people, let's say about 300 to 400 million students coming online every year, you will be able to solve the problem of scale of giving real-time feedback used on AI tools. And the second is the complexity of the language, which is a point I'm going to talk about in detail subsequently, is how using AI analytic tools, you can solve the language issue to give feedback to those. Even if the teacher doesn't know the language, AI tools can help understand better assessment of such frameworks.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for jumping in on that, Jignat. I think we have time for one last question on this first segment of the panel, if there is anybody from the floor. My colleagues are getting a workout to make sure we get to the microphone to you.
My name is Professor Nabi. I'm presenter of Creators Union of Arab in United Nations. So I was last year in Kyoto, and the same problem was, we were talking about the same problem, but actually I didn't see any action plan. I'm sorry to say that I have some plan to do some rules, enforcement rules, and I'll give you some examples. Why not we do, like if you need to promote as a faculty member in this area, so you have to teach some people in that area. We have to draw some rules in order to help some society in order to be educated enough to use the internet and so on. In Arabian Gulf, for example, in all the countries, if you have a company, then you have to have some local people in your company in order to proceed. And this is their rights. And also their rights, the people who don't have any connection in the internet, to enforce the people who has internet, to teach them in order to take your rights in your job, in your promotion, in your salary sometime, I'm sorry to say this. So we need an action plan in order, it's called enforcement action plan in order to help those people in a different area. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Would anybody from the panel like to address the important question of skills development? Can we have the microphone here?
I can also.
If not, you can
Oh, it was switched off.
switched off. Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. And I think two things. One is the importance of skills we can't overemphasize that. The story I told earlier of Famous, the reason he was able to advance is because he picked the first skill in using spreadsheets, and that led to others. But the second, which also ties into the story of skills, is the need to empower communities. Sally spoke earlier about that, and I think it's really important because learning is not just about the content, it's also about the agency. It's also about realizing the fact that this is not something given to me by others because they pity me. This is something that I am given access to, and I think this is really important. This is why one of the things, when Thelma talked about the Universal Services Funds earlier, I was pretty excited because we did a whole report on, and I will actually be speaking about that, tomorrow at one of the lightning talks about 26 African countries and what they have done with USFs. And you're right. Many times, the solution we need to connect the last mile is already there. You've collected the money from the taxes, but we need action. And I think that's the phrase you just used. We need people to be literally forced to act. So I think it's important to have a sense of agency in learning, and it's absolutely important to make sure that the community buys into it, because we have done projects that were literally protected by the community. In one of those times, I was leading a project called Lagos Digital Village, and there was a situation where people were fighting and it became very violent. The security guards in the area who had children who were learning from the center came to my office, locked the door, locked the gate, and when everything happened and everything settled down, I asked them what was going on. They said, well, we were protecting you because you're the one training our children, and we have protecting this center because if they destroy the computers in this center, our children and their children and the next generations will be as poor as we are. So I think when communities get a sense of agency and ownership, it not only helps to learn, it also helps to protect and to make this sustainable.
I can also add to it.
Go ahead, please.
So I couldn't agree with you more. I'm Tammy Bomick. I'm from Roblox, and I'll get into a little bit more. I'll explain what Roblox is, but I can't agree with you more. I lead an area called Civility at Roblox, and our sole focus is to bridge the education gap between children, parents, and teachers. And if we're going to create a global community that will thrive in this next generation of the internet, we must educate everyone. And so our focus really is working with partners from around the world to make sure that we're getting evidence-based data to be able to inform and educate parents, teachers, and children so that they can grow up in a much safer place. But I can get into that during our session.
Yes, thank you so much, Tammy. And I think that's a great segue in going into the second half of the panel. We've heard a lot as we were talking here together with the audience, but also as I was listening to the first part of the panel on what happens once people are online. We want to make sure that we bring people online so that they can reach their full potential, whether that's for education, accessing important services like healthcare, or their own maximum potential on the job market, or actually developing in entrepreneurship or making businesses grow. So those are all the positives, the great stories, what we want to happen. But of course, there's also sometimes challenges with coming online. So that's what we try to address in the second part of the panel. So once people are online, what is it that we still need to do to make sure that connectivity is meaningful, that actually works? So to start us off and sort of make the connection between the first half of the panel and the second, I'm going to turn to Ala Abdullah from the Digital Cooperation Organization, and would love to hear from you from the DCO perspective a little bit. How do you work to address digital divides, and what are the challenges that you see that come with rapid connectivity?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm very honored, first of all, to be in this session and even to be the first speaker to connect both aspects. And I would like to highlight some of the important points that my colleagues here in the panel have mentioned, which is looking at that there is almost more than a third of the people are still not connected. And then we talked about some skills that they need to be from a digital literacy perspective, and how it's very important for everyone to have that right skills once they are connected. At the Digital Cooperation Organization, our mandate specifically is to make sure that every person, every business, every country and nation has a fair opportunity to prosper and have a fair opportunity to grow in the digital economy, the cross-border digital economy, and to have that inclusive and sustainable growth. So it is part of our objective and goal is to also bridge the digital divide and make sure that everyone is part of this ecosystem and the acceleration of digitalization that is going on. And for us to do that, let me go back. We are a 4-year-old organization, so we are actually new. We started by when the organization was built, it was very important for us to understand what are the different challenges that are hindering the progress and the participation to be part of this digital economy growth or even digitalization growth. And this is why we have done a lot of global roundtables. We have done 5 at the beginning of 2022, 2023, to really understand those challenges. And the insights were similar to what we're saying, which is there is a lot of countries are struggling with, do they have the right infrastructure for them to be connected? Do the nations have the right skills when they are already connected? Are the policies and regulations from the country are enabling people not only to be connected, but even businesses to grow in this AI era? And a lot more. There is cooperation between different countries and organizations? Are the businesses involved in the running and in the setting? Are they co-creating those policies with their countries and governments? And then also, again, if we want to really make sure that everyone have a fair opportunity, we need to start measuring things. Because again, just saying that there is a gap, there is a divide, we already have numbers that 2.6 million people are not connected. But okay, how can we start measuring how countries can start progressing? And this is why we put it among ourselves in the DCO. We had that goal is that, okay, let's first of all create a framework to look at the digital economy. Have that, and I think one of the audience who have asked, do we have a unified framework? So it was, yes, for us, we need to build a unified framework definition on how to measure the digital economy. What is needed for each country for them to progress, to grow, to have all their nation connected and have that fair opportunity. And we launched recently during the UNGA in New York, the Digital Economy Navigator, which is a tool that we put the framework on how to measure the digital economy. We assessed 50 countries for them to understand where do they currently stand from a digital economy perspective. We put different level of categorization from a maturity perspective, identified that we have 3 dimensions. We need to tackle it from a business perspective, from a society perspective, and then having that dimension of what would enable the society and businesses, identifying 11 pillars, different pillars from infrastructure, from digital transformation, having the right regulations, having the right digital skills, education, health, and different sectors. And then we assessed those 50 countries and gave where do they stand, what is the gap, how they can move forward. We've done that huge analysis through different lenses, through the 11 pillars that we have. We looked at different regions because, again, you need to create synergies. Not every country should work alone. we can work together. And this is, you find all of these findings in the report that we have launched, and I hope that everyone had the chance to look at it, which is the Digital Economy Navigator report. With that set of recommendation where we can start creating synergies targeted to government, targeted to private sector, where we all have to work together. Because again, we believe in the approach of cooperation. We are the Digital Cooperation Organization. Cooperation is our middle name. And this is how we try to work. Because we believe that we are in a world, we do not want to leave anyone behind. How can we guarantee we don't leave anyone behind? We have to work together. So again, the Digital Economy Navigator, I think we believe that this navigator will help in starting to measure the maturity, to have that, if we identify what is the gap, let's build actionable plan, which is also one of the audience was mentioning, and then let's measure, are we progressing or not towards those different pillars from, as we said, connectivity, skills, infrastructure. And for us, we took all of those findings. Those findings were not just a one-year work. We have been working for 3 years to gather the data and to really have that understanding to bridge the digital divide. And we created what we call the digital space accelerators. Those accelerators are focused on the challenges and the gaps that we are finding. Again, going back to finding the synergy between different stakeholders and different countries. The Digital Space Accelerator, we identify each year specific topics that are very important, that will help making sure that the future is inclusive and sustainable, and that everyone has that fair opportunity to grow. And we try to have that multi-stakeholder approach, where we create different topics with different groups. We bring governments on the table, we bring private sector, academia, experts, and we try to solve that challenge. We created a group for, which you have mentioned, women empowerment, how they can be empowered in the ICT and through the ICT. We created a group for misinformation online and how it's important to solve that issue. Also AI, ethical use of AI, and different, and we almost covered along 11 topics last year and this year. It's all built on one mechanism, which is bringing all the right stakeholders, not only government, but government, private sector, think tanks, experts, and not only focusing on one country, rather than we go through different global roundtables to really capture the different aspects, different insights from and angles that each expert and each region can bring to. And we try to build those solutions. And again, there is a report in our website that reflect that journey of the digital space accelerators and the different topics that we have. And this mechanism produced almost 11 publications that are giving specific, some of them are toolkits, some of them are for unified frameworks, policy recommendation. And we hope by this mechanism, we really would help in bridging the digital divide. In addition, last but not least, that I want also to highlight of some of the cases that we are working on, which my colleagues mentioned, the skills, and even enabling digital transformation for different businesses. We have what we call We Elevate. It's a program that we have where we enable women-led businesses and help them to have the right skills to transform digitally from regular businesses to businesses online. This is giving them an opportunity not only to have digitalization for the sake of digitalization, but even expand their businesses. Being online mean having bigger outreach, being cross-border, and this really has been already launched in different countries of our member state, and we are targeting to digitalize 300 women businesses, giving them even the right skills and understand and the courses that will enable them to be online. Just as a final point, I really iterate that we believe that cooperation is the solution. No one nation can work alone and solve all of the issue. It has to be a collaborative approach where countries work together, private sector, international organization, NGOs, all of us try to work together hand in hand to solve those challenges and bridge the digital divide.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive presentation of all your work. What strikes me is the fact that you're talking about collaboration between nations, which is very important, especially as we see how difficult it is sometimes for nations to agree on the way forward. So producing incentives, toolkits, opportunities for them to meet and collaborate and identify perhaps common challenges that require their common solutions is very important. But you've also mentioned sort of building blocks of the digital economy itself, starting from connectivity, but working all the way up our way into the most recent technologies. So how do we move from bridging the divides for connectivity so that we can make sure that we are not widening the divides as we move rapidly along with the development of technology? So this brings me to José Renato, because you work a lot on emerging technologies, and see how do you see connectivity as a prerequisite to what we need, where we need to arrive with AI and digital technologies, and what do we need to enable access to everybody to those technologies as well?
No, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Oh, okay, it was a bit too loud maybe. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, well, thank you very much for having me. And yes, I have been looking a little bit, have been looking to this topic, and I think that connectivity is, we have talked a lot about access, have talked about how we should universalize connectivity, access to digital tools as a whole. And I think that we have been working on this for a while, and we haven't yet achieved it. We have not achieved this universalization yet. But I think that we should also start thinking about how can we include, how can we have the allies of this community so they can also help shape the digital agenda, shape the digital futures. And we have, despite the many benefits that we can see that digitalization brings, and I think that most of my colleagues here mentioned a lot of them, having access to job opportunities, having access to the possibility of learning, of reaching wider audiences. I think it also relates to like how can we include these people so that they can also think about how is the future of technology that they want in order to serve their own purposes, and which includes also the purposes that we need in order to like solve climate issues, environmental issues as a whole. So for this, I think that it's very important that we look, for instance, to how local communities are using these technologies and are being impacted by them. And I think that the Brazilian Amazon, especially among indigenous peoples, bring very important clues on where are we going and what are the challenges that we have and the opportunities out there. And most recently, especially in the last 2 years, we have been having what I see as a transformation out there. For years, we have more indigenous communities being connected either through community networks or more traditional ways of having access to internet. But nowadays, especially when we look into the Amazon, where traditionally the Brazilian state and telecommunication companies have been failing to provide connectivity to these people, one new factor is out there, which is low Earth orbit satellites, especially when you think about Starlink. And to some degree, these technologies are allowing many of these peoples to communicate between themselves, to have access to social benefit, but at the same time, they bring a whole new challenge, which is they are also facilitating access to people who end up being enemies of these communities. And I'm talking here about invaders of indigenous territories, of illegal gold miners, of land grabbers, and so on. So this brings us to a paradox here. On the one hand, these technologies are facilitating the capacity of indigenous to resist to these people, but at the same time, they're contributing to this cycle of violence to be perpetuated. And this is even more problematic when we think that, for instance, if you think about the Yanomami people in Brazil, their territory has been witnessing the invasion of many of these gold miners, sometimes even to fuel the digital economy. They have been extracting gold and selling to many big corporations, big tech corporations that are across the world. So how can we be their allies in resisting against these challenges, especially when we consider that, and this is the case of many of the Yanomami communities, they had to decide and sometimes even go against their own habits, their own ontologies to connect in order to resist these problematic features of both these invaders, but also of how the industry develops itself as a whole. So something has to be changed. And I think that it's very important that these people end up participating in the design of these digital futures, both on a degree of developing these technologies, but also of thinking about policymaking. And I think that four main issues should be pushed forward, and like we're here in a forum of multi-stakeholder forum, and I think that we should think about possibilities for us to be allies of these groups. And I think that, first of all, and I think that has already been mentioned by many of the other participants, digital literacy is fundamental, and not just to use correctly these technologies, but also to help them develop and critically assess what's going on among them, and also with regard to their infrastructures, so the infrastructures that are on the basis, on the fundament of these technologies. So the first, digital literacy. The second is their ability it's help them address the risks of monopolies, and I think that state action here is fundamental. Thinking about how can we create alternatives, especially considering that Starlink's who has been frequently challenging Brazilian authorities and failing to comply with many institutional demands that are made to him. Third would be to think about governance measures that allow for popular digital sovereignty. Brazil, there are many movements happening in this regard. One of them is the homeless workers movement, which talks a lot about popular digital sovereignty, which is not only sovereignty, digital sovereignty on a state level, but also to communities to control their data, to control their platforms. And finally, enabling help build bridges so they can also participate in policy-making efforts. In Brazil, for instance, in the debates on AI regulation, we have already had 3 years of debate, and only one indigenous representative, who was Chimeia Vaité, managed to participate. My organization is very happy to have been an ally in this stance, but this has to change. This has to change. And I think that, as Davi Copenau Yanomami, who is a very important indigenous leader in Brazil, says, all of these mechanic machines should also be appropriated by these peoples, because it is their blood and their metals, the resources in their land that are feeding them. So they should also find ways, we should help them find ways to appropriate them in order to shape these digital futures that I'm talking about. Some initiatives are already on the way. The Brazilian Internet Steering Committee is working a lot to connect these communities, along with many other organizations, including the Instituto Socioambiental. ISOC also participates in many community networks being built there and beyond. But I think we should give one step further. And I think that COP30, which is going to take place in the Brazilian Amazon in 2025, is a very important forum for us to bring the discussion, how to find ways to bridge, to create bridges so that these communities can participate in the shaping of these digital futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that input and for highlighting the need of not only connecting people to the internet and the technologies, but also connecting them to the conversations that we have about these technologies, and make sure that we shape those together with those who we are trying to target. You've also mentioned emerging technologies and AI, and we've kept hearing AI creep in these sessions, and I think it creeps into every session that we have at the IGF recently. So I want to turn to Shivnath and ask a little bit about what you feel are the persisting challenges to achieve inclusivity, not only in connectivity, but at the end of the spectrum that we have, maybe not at the end of the spectrum generally, but where we are now with the development of technology. How do we connect people inclusively to the latest developments when we already see that we are facing challenges at the beginning of the spectrum also?
Thanks, Timur, and thanks for inviting me, Meta from India, on this panel. I will, in the spirit of being a very, very die-hard optimist, I'll try to paint a more realistic, pragmatic, and positive picture of what I see as the future, and hopefully we'll address some of the concerns my friend Jose has. But more importantly, I want to pick up one line each from each of the speakers to try and create a framework of why we must use technology for the sake of technology. It is very important to sometimes sit back and think, why have we failed over 2.3 billion people of this world so far? I'm sure Sally will agree that even if we give them network, even if we give them connectivity, it may still not solve for the need of the internet. Because the internet, as we know, in our languages, may not be the internet that we will be able to provide for them in their language, or in the complexity of the environment they live in, which is affordability, access to device, etc. So I think if you step back, and Mr. Cezanne said, no one should be left behind. Internet is that critical if you provide it to people. Thelma said the over-pivoting on private sector investment has not really led to the result that you want to see on the ground. Our friend from Japan said, could it be the futuristic technology like AI which helps us solve it? Ms. Abdullah said, cooperation between nations. Fully agree, and I'll tell you why one by one. At Meta, we definitely feel the answer to this future is open source technologies, which Meta professes. And I will tell you through examples why so. Let's take the issue of language. You said no one should be left behind. Today, it is possible using a program like NLLB 200, which Meta runs. It's a program called No Language Left Behind, where almost 200 languages can be translated directly with each other. Normally, the framework of translation is you take a language, get it down to English, from English to the other language. Today, NLLB makes possible 200 languages to be translated directly. There's an offering in the open source world called Universal Translator, where languages which are known as low resource models, where you do not have a written script of a language, those languages can be trained using AI models so that these languages become inclusive as a part of the general internet ecosystem. What is it that's solving for? Is inclusivity. It is solving for those very people who are outside the world of the internet to be brought into the world of internet. So while we solve for physical connectivity, physical infrastructure, you must solve for this. Let's look at some more examples of where open source technologies like our large language models, Llama, has been able to help, and I will give you some Indian examples. I was telling my friend from India about examples in education. I will talk about agriculture. In our part of the world, agriculture is a serious issue, right? But if you deploy open source technology, you can actually give the information relevant to the farmer on their device using Llama. There is a low-cost model of Llama, which you can deploy on the device. It doesn't need to be on some fancy computer with some fancy server supporting it. You can deploy it. There is a startup in India called Kisan AI. Ms. Abdullah talked about the startup ecosystem. These are the kind of examples which can solve for it, whereby they get relevant crop information, climate information in the era of climate disruption. Using their phone, they can have large language models. So you said AI is the fashionable world. AI is being deployed on the device, not through some very sophisticated ecosystem, and they get real-time information. So that's agriculture for you. Student-led inclusivity. Jose, you talked about how do we make sure representation happens. One of the reasons representation doesn't happen is because they feel overwhelmed by the lack of connectivity to the language of English, for example. In India, we are running a program with an institute called Wadhwani Institute. It's a very famous AI institute where how to teach children English. at local state levels, which has largely education system delivered in local language, how can they learn English skills? Similarly, for the government, one of the partnerships that Meta has deployed using AI tools is how to make sure somebody in a remote area finds the right skill set, training available on the government website. Governments actually have done a fabulous job of running programs, but the missing link is how do people access it? So if, let's say, in your region, you're running skilling programs, but somebody doesn't know how to go find that right skilling program, this pilot that we are running allows them to connect by just verbal assistance, saying, I am so-and-so from this region, I am in this language, I would like to learn about welding. And the AI assistant can help them find the right course in the nearby geographical region. The long and short of this story is, with open source technologies, what are you achieving? Inclusivity. You're achieving a lot of real-time feedback, making these models better. And the best part which addresses, and I think, Jose, you mentioned about sovereign AI, we do not think it is in contradiction. When you adopt open source technologies, you can have local deployment. You don't have to worry about your data floating elsewhere. You can use a large language model locally and create those solutions. Why is this possible? I think you talked about policy framework, super critical. Why do we need supportive policy frameworks? In India, for example, India is now decently famous for what is known as digital public infrastructure. It was a government initiative. Government created the digital rails based on the identity layer to deliver solutions like payment. Today in India, almost on a daily basis, we have billions of transactions purely cashless using your phones. How is that possible? Because you created what is called a digital infrastructure, which the government did, private sector built on it. And I think the DPI approach, the digital public infrastructure approach which the government took to AI will be the next frontier. And I'll tell you how. Government will build open compute resources, support open source technologies, open data sets, and support language translation models. If you combine all these four from a DPI perspective, many low-income countries, middle-income countries could leverage what they have not been able to do for 20 years within a few years. They don't have to go through the whole evolution cycle. They can crunch that. I was at the India IGF last week. Mr. Chengetai spoke there, and he was talking about how the world is so diverse. So for these 2.6 billion people, there is no uniform solution. AI could be that bridge. AI could be that glue which will bring all these people in. If you start connecting the dots, create low-cost, localized solutions in their language to deliver not just citizen services from the government, but support an ecosystem like a startup ecosystem like we have done for agriculture, for education, for payments, financial sector. I'm sure in our part of the world, small ticket lending is an issue. Farmers want small ticket loans. How do you use AI-based analytics to do that? I think the world is full of possibilities, according to me. And I think the next frontier of the 2.6 billion people will be solved for much faster if we are able to adopt and embrace open source technologies, which is in sync with what the world needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, as you said, very optimistic perspective, but I think also a very tangible and real one on what technology can help us achieve. And you said technology for the purpose of technology, but I don't think you're right. It's not technology for the purpose of technology. It's technology for the purpose of developing the potential that individual societies and businesses have. It's not just to have the next one and the newest one. It's to actually use it in a way that is helpful for the communities that are so diverse, as you said, and build the bridges to help them, bring them along on where they feel they ought to be in their potential. So I want to continue with that line. And Tammy, when you spoke, responding to the question, you mentioned how we need opportunities to empower people to have the relevant skills and training to access AI. And through that skills and training, we can actually help them address some of the safety issues that they might face when coming online, or the big unknown of connecting to the internet and the newest technologies. So perhaps you can expand a little bit on that now. You have more time here to expand a bit what you and what Roblox does.
Thank you so much. What an honor to be here with all of you and hear your interesting perspectives. So what I'd like to do is focus and maybe take a little bit of time to share a little bit about what Roblox is. We are not quite as big as Meta. So I'd like to take some time to explain what Roblox is. So Roblox is a technology platform. It's a place where people can come to learn, to work, to create, to communicate with one another. And a lot of people come to actually design and create games and experiences, publish it out on our platform to millions. We now have over 6 million active developers developing experiences. We have tens of millions of games and experiences on Roblox, every type of game you can imagine. And it is a place where young people and children are thriving. It's where they're learning. It's where they're connecting with one another. And if you take a future vision of where this next generation will go, it is they will be in immersive worlds such as Roblox, learning with one another and doing things. We have now 90 million daily active users on our platform, so we are large. And we are global. And so from a connectivity standpoint, it's so important to enable people from all generations to be able to connect with one another and learn from one another. The Roblox platform is someplace where they can do it. Because there are so many young people on our platform, we prioritize safety. So the area that I lead is called civility. And it is focused on, as I mentioned before, bridging the education gap between the generations, which is so important. It's giving parents the tools and the knowledge to be able to help their children to thrive online. So I have 2 daughters, and I actually laugh because I am in the technology industry, and when people talk about, if you see something that bothers you, go to a parent or a trusted adult. I'm not this expert, right? So I'm not a doctor or an academic. How do I know? Parents have no idea how to guide their children in this new internet world. It is up to us collectively to make sure that we have the power to be able to educate parents so they can help their children to thrive. And that is through industry. Industry needs to be responsible. Technology companies need to be responsible to make sure that they have the education materials available and getting it out there. It is the responsibility of governments to make sure that they're prioritizing digital literacy, not just as an afterthought, but truly and meaningfully integrating it into their education systems from the very beginning. By the time a child gets to 15 or 16 years old, it's too late. We need to start thinking about educating them the moment they get a digital device into their hands, making sure that it's age appropriate and making sure that the information going to the child is evidence-based and it's vetted. And so one of the things that we do at Roblox is we work with governments, we work with teacher organizations to make sure that we're developing curriculum. As an example, we're in South Korea, we're developing a curriculum, a civility digital literacy curriculum for teachers and a separate one for parents. So many parents come and say to me that they are so scared of the world that their children, the digital world their children are going into. But fear is driven by the unknown. And if we can educate them, the more that we educate parents, the less fearful they are. And so at Roblox, our civility initiative is based on 3 different pillars. The first is safety. You gotta know how to use the safety tools. You need to know that they're there, and then you need to know how to use them. If a bad actor comes on or you see bad content, you need to know where to report it. You need to know how to process it. That is something very important. The second is mental health and well-being. Loneliness is a global epidemic. Anxiety and depression, global epidemic. We need to wake up, we need to take this seriously, and we need to make sure that anywhere where there are young people, children, that we need to make sure that we're giving them the lifelines necessary in order to help them thrive. That is helplines, that is, and I know that the United Nations, in fact, we're partners with the United Nations in developing helplines for developing nations. We need to make sure that those lifelines are available and easily accessible. I'll give you an example. On Roblox, one of the things that we do in this world, we have a partner, Alo Yoga. They're an exercise brand. They developed a mindfulness experience. It's beautiful, beautiful music. It's about meditation and the importance of meditation. Within the first 5 days, we had 8 million people come on and learn how to meditate. The feedback that we got from children was unbelievable. There was one child who said, "My parents are getting a divorce. I'm so anxious and I'm so upset. But when I come into this experience, this Alo Yoga experience, and I put on my headphones, I can shut all that out and I can find peace." So technology is an area where we can bring that to young people. We have a responsibility to opening up these worlds that are positive and good so that they can learn from them. And then the final pillar that we focus on in civility is digital literacy. And so, again, knowing how to respond to a scam, knowing how to identify a scam, knowing when to, again, have a healthy relationship with technology, to know yourself. Every single one of us sitting here is different, and our relationship with technology should be different. Maybe the amount of time that I spend online maybe is not as much as somebody like you. Maybe you can actually handle a little bit more. So not everybody is the same. So again, technology firms have the responsibility to continue to innovate. Roblox is continuously innovating and making sure that we're developing safety tools, mental health support tools, to allow people to adjust based upon their situation. So, I think that one of the things that we all have to recognize as we start focusing on bridging the gap, the digital divide, is also thinking about the education, because we need to get that flywheel started now. We're already behind. And so the fear that I have is that we won't collectively as a world wake up to the necessity of prioritizing digital literacy, mental health, and safety before it's too late. So I'm really glad we're having this discussion now.
Thank you so much for that. And I think you're bringing it full circle from what we've been discussing in the past hour and a half together. And you're also bringing in somehow to me this spirit of the IGF, because as I listen to you talk, it strikes me that it's not, when you say Roblox does this or one company does that, it's not about you going away and thinking about it by yourself. Because for you to be able to develop a curriculum, you have to work with the teachers. For you to be able to find the right partner to develop a mental health application, you have to talk to mental health specialists. You have to talk to the children themselves. You have to talk to the parents. We all have to have this thing that we come together and do at the IGF, where it's the true meeting of the minds and the meeting of the perspectives from very different backgrounds for us to then realize what are the challenges that we have and how can we bring these unusual partnerships together to actually find a response, whether we are talking about a tool for agriculture or a tool for children to navigate their online lives. It's very different perspectives, but it's technology in all its different forms. And technology is clearly a challenge, but it can also be the solution if we know how to use it wisely. So on that, I'd love to turn over to the audience and see if they have any reactions to what we've heard from our last four speakers.
Can I speak in French?
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Ok, très bien. Je suis honorable Dr. Alpha Abdoulaye Diallo.
If you can just wait 1 second for everybody to find the right channel for the translation, and then we can turn to you. Just 1 second, please. Are we good? Do we know which channel we turn to for?
Ok, c'est bon?
Channel 2. Merci.
Merci. Donc, je disais que je suis honorable Dr. Alpha Abdoulaye Diallo. Je suis du Parlement de la transition en Guinée. Et je suis très heureux de participer à ce forum pour la première fois. Et je voudrais tout d'abord transmettre les salutations du président du Parlement guinéen à l'ensemble des délégations ici présentes, mais aussi au Royaume de l'Arabie Saoudite, au roi et son prince héritier, et aussi saluer le panel et l'ensemble des parterres, des panélistes qui sont devant moi. Et je viens de suivre avec beaucoup d'attention le panéliste qui représente l'Inde, mais aussi les autres prédécesseurs qui ont pris la parole. Il est extrêmement important d'être d'accord sur un fait. C'est vrai, la technologie, elle est importante, mais je suis tout à fait d'accord avec le panéliste de l'Inde que l'utilisation de cette technologie est aussi importante que la technologie. Donc, il est extrêmement important aujourd'hui de passer à l'éducation, à l'utilisation de la technologie. Pour la simple raison, aujourd'hui, en Guinée, nous sommes en train de rédiger une nouvelle constitution pour la République de Guinée. Et l'utilisation des technologies nous a beaucoup aidés pour vulgariser le contenu de cette constitution à l'ensemble des populations guinéennes, mais aussi ceux vivant à l'étranger, grâce à la technologie, grâce à la plateforme que nous avons créée, la plateforme interactive que le Parlement guinéen a créée. Aujourd'hui, je pourrais dire que l'essentiel des Guinéens connaissent le contenu de cette nouvelle constitution. Et la bonne utilisation de la technologie permet également l'adhésion des populations dans les coins les plus reculés d'un pays pour que ces populations soient en phase. Et j'illustre cela par rapport à notre récente descente sur toute l'étendue du territoire national. Et partout où les honorables députés sont passés, les populations les reconnaissaient à travers, effectivement, les vidéos ou les séances de travail qui étaient au niveau de cette plateforme interactive, où les travaux du Parlement étaient vraiment suivis en direct par toute la population guinéenne vivant non seulement à l'étranger, mais aussi ceux qui vivent à l'intérieur du pays. Donc, c'est pour vous dire que je suis tout à fait d'accord avec l'intervenant, que la technologie elle est importante, mais l'utilisation de cette technologie est aussi plus importante. Et l'éducation de la population à l'utilisation de la technologie permet d'amplifier le côté positif de la technologie et aussi amoindrir les effets négatifs, surtout sur nos enfants, les adolescents et les jeunes. Donc, nous sommes très heureux de participer à ce forum et je voudrais demander à tous les panélistes de fournir quelques exemples en matière de la bonne utilisation de la technologie, surtout l'outil Internet dans leurs pays respectifs, qu'on puisse véritablement profiter des expériences de ces différents panélistes et nous enrichir des uns et des autres à la sortie de ce forum. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, pour votre intervention. So what we've heard here is the importance of technology to enable civic participation, which I think was something that the panel didn't mention, but it clearly is one more element of where technology can be of help. And we were asked as panelists to give some examples that the rest of the world could learn from, some good examples of the use of technology in your regions, in your countries, or in your organizations. So if anybody would like to take up that request from our speaker from the Parliament of Guinea. Shivat, please.
Yeah, firstly, I want to thank my friend from Kenya for acknowledging some of the things that I talked about. I can give you many examples of successful use of technology, but I'm sure everybody is much more competent than I am to talk about those successes. I'll give you a bit of a fun example if you, in the light of governance. For example, if you're writing the new constitution, how about using AI tools to make it interactive? Ask them how they would be able to apply the principles of constitution in their real life, right? Just as an example, when you do law writing, when you write a new legislation, in India now there is a trend that when they publish the law, they use illustrations. How will the law actually apply? I think it's a commendable exercise for people to have that connect when you write a law. Otherwise, law is written by lawyers, and then we only get to use it when it is challenged in the court. But if you suddenly start writing laws with illustrations of your day-to-day example of how that law would be applicable to you, that is one very interesting use of technology that one can do. But in terms of what you talked about, sir, in governance and how the parliamentarians, when they went to different parts of the country and people could connect to them, there are many such examples. One closer to my heart, which I really feel strongly about, obviously related to a meta platform, is on Instagram, is how you can take up your own causes of your country, which you want to highlight, and have the creator ecosystem kind of showcase it. Tourism is a great example in India, where the creators actually, they run a competition. India probably would be the only country which has a recognized national creator awards. So creators are given issues and ideas, and then they run a contest, and creators showcase different locations in the country. Well, the marketing department of Department of Tourism could spend a lot of money, but if you have these creators with millions of followers showcasing different locations in the country, that goes a very, very long way. So there are many such examples, but more in the space of artificial intelligence, I would say there are examples where in the medical field, you are able to create solutions on diagnostic health. So for example, we are trying to work with a firm where the initial assessment of somebody in a remote area doesn't need immediate medical interaction. They can talk to a tool and asking them their symptoms, the initial assessment, so primary health care can be solved at a very fundamental level. So there are many such examples we can talk about. I mean, India with a population of 1.4 billion, there are many of millions such examples, but I'll pause there. But just to say, I mean, what Tammy said, I think is so critical that if technology companies do not take up these challenges, who else will? Because we recognize that our products have immense upside, but certain challenges which we have to all work together, collaborate together, so to solve for safety, literacy, awareness in itself. For example, in Instagram, there are 50 tools for parents to kind of help children. But how do we make sure everybody gets to know it? And every time we talk to a policymaker and we tell them about it, they're super happy that we are doing something. So I think it's about taking responsibility and driving it.
Thank you, Shibnat. Tommy, Jose, Benga.
And I'd just like to add on to this in terms of a recommendation. So a year and a half ago, we hosted a workshop with the Digital Wellness Lab at Boston Children's Hospital, Harvard Medical. And we worked on a hypothesis. In 5 to 10 years from now, the online world can be safer and more civil than in real life. If we were to make that a reality, what would need to happen in technology innovation, policy, and education? We invited over 100 thought leaders from around the world, from safety NGOs, academics, researchers, child psychiatrists, and industry. And we brought in teens. And we learned a lot. To cut to the chase, the one thing that came out so strongly was to include teens meaningfully through everything that we do. And I can honestly say I work for a technology company, and while we certainly have focus groups, things like that, we don't actually, from beginning to end, include youth meaningfully. This year, from that workshop, we changed things. We've announced a teen council that we are integrating into our work. One of the funny things about when we were in this workshop, all of these smart people were talking about things that should be done on the internet, what should be done to make platforms safer. And this young 17-year-old woman started shaking her head. And she looked at us, and I looked at her, what's going on? She said, that's not how we use it. That's not how we use the internet. We got it wrong, all of these smart people. So as you're writing and drafting this new constitution, please remember children, please remember teens, and incorporate them meaningfully through the development of that framework.
Thank you for that. Jose, then Gabanga, and then Ala.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup pour sa question. Je vais parler en anglais puisque c'est plus facile pour moi de développer mes idées. Merci beaucoup. Well, thank you very much for the question. I will give 2 examples and then reflect a little bit about this issue as a whole. Like, I think that the example that I'm going to give is once again of the homeless workers movement in Brazil, because I think that they have a very good initiative. Maybe one of the members here is in the audience, Ale Barbosa, which is Contrate quem luta, work, hire who fights. I think that's a good translation for it. The idea is to the idea was to create a platform linked to WhatsApp through which people could hire for like services in their houses, services in their office, or even like for delivery services, hire people who were homeless and were working together and were like part of the initiatives of this movement, which is very big throughout Brazil. So I think this is a great initiative. And one thing that they always discussed was we need to appropriate these technologies in a way that they also like serves our benefits when we do not have the means to reach another platform, other delivery platforms, for instance, or services as a whole. So this was a very important initiative. And another one was a platform that was built in cooperation between an NGO in Brazil which works on research in the Amazon. I don't want to be unfair here, but it's better that I don't say the name because I'm not 100% sure who I can't remember exactly the name of the organization. But they did this platform through which indigenous peoples themselves would include data on deforestation for them to have like a better assessment on the ground and that just not rely on satellite imagery to map deforestation sites in Brazil. So like this was a very important initiative, which I think represents not only co-creation, but also self-governed data. And I would say as a whole, especially when we think about providing public services through technology, is that we always remember to keep the analog. Many people do not know how to use technology. Many people don't have access to it. We talked a lot about connectivity. That's crucial. And also when they have access to it, we may face challenges regarding, for instance, language, which has already been talked about in this panel, or even the possibility of the capacity of explaining oneself, of understanding what one's rights are. That's why the human aspect is fundamental to be maintained throughout this process.
Thank you for that. Kapanga?
Yes, thanks. I mean, that's a direct question. It's as direct as it gets. And half of my work is in digital rights, human rights in digital age. And over the last few years, one of the most important uses that I've seen young people put technology used to is in political participation, in civic participation. I spend my time worrying about how the digital civic space is closing, and I see young people do creative things, conversations that you can't have on TV stations because of concerns, conversations you can't have on the radio. You can have those conversations in safe digital spaces. And I think that the example of writing the Constitution and getting feedback from young people is a perfect example of political participation. It's not just about elections. It's not just about choosing leaders. It's about envisioning the future together, participating in it, and making sure that young people are not involved in tokenistic examples, but they can actually participate in this. And we've seen that, happen with a very good example that I was involved, with is, in 2011, the electoral agency at the time in Nigeria had said, you have to wait for the voting to finish and then for 4 days before you see the results. I'm not that patient. My parents may be that patient, but I want to see the results immediately. And so a group of us gathered, designed a mobile app. We used the acronym of what the Electoral Commission had used. It was Registered Voter Database, so we called it ReVoter. We created an app such that while we were on the queue and people were voting and the results were announced in each location, we were able to use that platform to aggregate and to see what the result was. And when the results were eventually announced, to say, okay, you know what, we think this is correct because the margin of error is not large, and that is where, technology is useful in participation.
Thank you so much. Ala?
I think the example that I want to give, it highlights what you have been mentioning. The question was, how can digital or technology help and let's us as the panelists share our learning and example. And I think as DCO, one of the things that we thought is the exact same thing. How can we enable governments and countries to share their successes and their digital solutions that they are using in their digital transformation? This is why we created a platform called Impact, where all our member states can list their digital solutions that they are using for their digital government for other countries to learn from, to share their experience, and why reinvent the wheel? If a solution is deployed, for example, a digital ID solution is deployed in one country that is successful, that has been working very well, another country in need of such a similar solution, why do we have to do it again? Share the experience of another country and just take it and deploy it. And this is why we created the Impact. And I think this wouldn't be possible without the technology and without having those platforms that you can share the experience. Another life example is that before conferences, if we do not have access to internet, our panel now, it's accessible through live stream online. It means that all conversation, all questions is being streamed to millions of people without being physically here. So this is a live example of how technology is enabling us to share our knowledge, to even hear different voices at the same time.
That's a great example. Sally, you had your hand up first, and then Thelma, and then we go to you.
Thank you, and I think this builds on the last two comments. And I'm really impressed by the way that you spoke about using technology to improve transparency and engagement in your policy development. And building on that, I think there are important lessons and opportunities through that, which is the technology can allow coalitions to develop. We are part of the Global Encryption Coalition, for example, which has over 400 members around the world who spot threats to encryption or identify opportunities to promote better online security. And as you said, they compare and learn from each other. So where one stakeholder may have encountered a particular challenge and successfully advocated and worked in their local community, those are resources that are shared online through this coalition. This is almost all done virtually. To support activities in other communities. And we see that kind of civil society coalition building happening online in really powerful ways. And I think my advice to our colleague is to be open to that kind of advocacy that happens from civil society, from your communities, on the basis of the transparency that you're providing in support of your constitution is not just about consultation, but about building together and leveraging your civil society that is able to organize online to be part of that conversation. And if we circle back to some of the comments earlier about connectivity, I think what you're speaking about in terms of involving parents is every bit as important as when we think about connectivity solutions. Being able to engage those communities, giving them agency in the conversation about the solutions that will work for them in the languages they speak, consistent with the culture that they are coming from, is what will make the connectivity powerful for them. This is not a drop connectivity in and leave. This is about enabling those communities to be part of that solution. And I think if that's the approach we take, we will go much farther than we've been able to go so far. And those communities will be then part of building the digital economy of the future and not being on the receiving end of it.
Thank you. Thelma, you wanted to say a few words as well.
Thank you. And I think I'd also like to commend our colleague from Guinea. At Smart Africa, what we do is to leverage what countries are doing well to, show the other countries, so there's leapfrogging and you don't fall through the same mistakes that they may have done. So one practical example, for instance, in the healthcare is what Rwanda is doing using Zipline, where they are using drones powered by AI. And what this AI does is to measure and check and know where blood supplies are low, for instance. And the drone takes it directly to these remote areas. And these are places that are usually hard to reach. And this is a practical example within the healthcare. But also even on the policy side, we are starting to use AI to harmonize. It's much easier when you have so many different policies on the same topic. You can always leverage AI to harmonize. In the same vein, countries can also leverage the same technology to learn on what are the shortfalls of my policy, for instance. So these are some of the things. There are so many other examples, but these are what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Imagawa. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I was very inspired very much by today's discussion among panelists and also from the audience. And it seems to me that there are a lot of discussion about using the digital technology in school or education process. And I think it's very important to build up some specific projects to involve a lot of stakeholders. Let me introduce the example in my country. It's not my ministry, but Ministry of Education. And we introduced the specific project called Giga School Project. And it provides, it distributes a PC to every student in the elementary school and the junior high school student. In that way, the vendors, industry sector, vendors and telecom operators are incentivized to join the project because they can get money from the government in that way. And also, teachers and students, of course, involved. And also parents should be involved because the homeworks have to be submitted via through the PC or tablet. And also parents have to prevent the students from looking at making access to the illegal or harmful information. So I think specific project can involve a lot of the stakeholders, and it's very important for the government and also industry sector or civil society and academia to build up the specific, very good project to involve a lot of stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're coming up to the end of our session. Actually, we have 1 minute left. for the 2 hours that we've had together. So I'm going to ask the indulgence of the audience to maybe bear with us at our panel for a little longer. I understand we have another intervention.
Merci bien. Je voudrais aussi m'exprimer en français, si vous le permettez.
Okay, channel one, everyone.
Je voulais partager l'expérience du Sénégal. Je suis coordonnatrice du... Voilà. Je coordonne un fonds qui est dédié à l'accès aux services universels, donc dans les zones déshéritées. Et,
just a moment, ma'am, please, because I don't think we have interpretation. Can the English translator confirm we can be heard?
Okay.
Yes, now we can hear English, thank you.
Okay.
Allez-y, madame.
Thank you. Voilà, donc je suis Madame Diop, je coordonne un fonds qui est dédié à l'accès aux services universels des télécommunications. Donc il y a 2 volets, la connectivité ainsi que l'inclusion numérique. Donc ce qu'on a dit depuis ce matin me parle, en ce sens que quand on parle de futur numérique durable, éthique, équitable, pour que l'Internet soit en force de changement positif, ces questions se posent parce qu'on arrive dans des zones où on fait la course entre la connectivité qui est là parce que les jeunes trouvent les moyens de se connecter, les services de l'État qui sont indispensables grâce à la digitalisation. Mon ami de la Guinée vient d'en parler, mais aussi des sociétés qui se retrouvent très facilement déstructurées par justement l'intrusion du numérique avec toutes ses composantes, avec la collecte de données sur la population, avec des usages pas toujours en adéquation avec la culture locale. Et tout ça vient bousculer quand même des modèles de société. Et quand l'intelligence artificielle vient s'y ajouter, on peut se poser des fois la question dans quel monde on va plonger donc ces sociétés en voulant leur rendre service. Donc toutes ces questions, quand on parle de formation, quand on parle des femmes qui sont justement laissées pour compte, ou tout au moins en partie, quand on parle de la non-compréhension, de l'incompréhension du modèle d'usage d'Internet de la jeunesse, tout ça, ça vient interroger l'inclusion numérique qui vient à marche forcée dans des sociétés qui sont à l'origine assez traditionnelles. Et donc, on ne manquera pas de suivre les ateliers ainsi que les retours d'expérience de la part de beaucoup de pays pour qu'effectivement, qu'on puisse allier cette accélération de la transformation de la société positivement sans trop déstructurer le peu de valeurs culturelles et quand même finalement extrêmement positives pour le vivre ensemble, pour la communauté, au regard des moyens, puissent être alliés dans ce monde. C'était ça le retour d'expérience que je voulais partager avec vous. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, madame. I wanted to ask our panelists to each share a word in takeaway, but I am being told that we are running out of time. So I think I will share one word myself, actually 2 words, and those 2 words are thank you. Thank you to all of you here who have spent the last 2 hours in conversation with us, to all the speakers for making your way here to Riyadh. And sharing your expertise and knowledge, to everybody in the audience who has listened and participated. Thank you to the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group who pulled this session together, and the coordinators, Manny and Chris, for bringing us together and inviting us for the conversation. And thank you to the IGF for making this possible, and I hope we can have many more conversations like this together. So a big round of applause to the speakers and to all of you.
digital cooperation. So I have a very distinguished number of speakers here that I would quickly like to present to you. So first, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Saud Al-Tamimi, Governor of Communications, Space and Technology Commission of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our very nice host. Mr. Yunhua Lee, UN Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Her Excellency Ms. Ntati Morosi, I hope I pronounce it correctly, Minister of Information, Communication, Science and Technology and Innovation of Lesotho. His Excellency Mr. Takuo Imagawa, Vice Minister of Internal Affairs and Communications from Japan. Then Ms. Sally Wentworth, Chief Executive Officer of the Internet Society, also known as ISOC, and His Excellency Mr. Shermatov Shersot, Minister of the Development of Information Technologies and Communications of Uzbekistan. Then Mr. Stefan Schnorr, State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport from Germany. Ms. Jennifer Bacchus, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy of the United States. And last but not least, and looking forward to coming to your country next summer, His Excellency Mr. Torgeir Mikaelsson, State Secretary of Digitalization and Public Governance of Norway. So looking forward to hearing from all of you and sharing some thoughts about WSIS Plus 20 and how to get there and what to want from the process in the coming few minutes. Of course, let us start with some introductory remarks by Mr. Yunhua Lee from Undersecretary General from UNDESA. Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas, or Ambassador, for giving me the floor. It's so amazing to have such a distinguished panelist to discuss the WSIS Plus 20. But first of all, let me say just a few words. I would like to start by saying that on behalf of the United Nations and also that I guess on behalf of the whole panel, to express our profound gratitude to the host country for this exceptional hospitality and the excellent efforts in organizing this important event. As you said, Mr. Moderator, we are at a critical moment in global digital governance. The recent adoption of the Global Digital Compact in the United Nations and the upcoming WSIS Plus 20 review next year present a very unique opportunity for the global community to shape our digital future in the coming decade. So UNDESA will serve as a secretariat supporting the President of the General Assembly to prepare the WSIS Plus 20 process. We are fully committed to coordinating all the efforts with our stake partners and across the sectors, particularly UN grouped on the Information Society to be chaired by ITU and the UNESCO. And this collaboration brings together the key partners like, just now as I mentioned, the ITU, UNESCO, plus UNDP and UNCTAD, and for a unified approach. So we are working very closely to define the whole process and support the process. But let me say, the IGF in this process plays a very crucial role in our forthcoming review. It can certainly help to amplify and synthesize contributions from the diverse stakeholders to inform and provide the guidance to the WSIS review and also the negotiation process in its final package. So in all, our commitment is here, and it also will lead us for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to talk into the mic, that helps normally. Thank you, dear Undersecretary General. Now we have a few questions that I'd like to hear you reflect on. And as we have quite a big panel, which is followed by another panel, and time is limited, as we all know, the time limit for each intervention is not 30 minutes, but 3 minutes. So I would like you to adhere or stick to the time, because I'm sure we all have a lot to hear from all of you. So let me start with question 1, which is the question about the most significant achievements since the WISI summits 20 years ago, and what lessons that can be learned when looking back almost 20 years from your point of view. So what are the biggest achievements and lessons learned? Let me first turn to Her Excellency Ms. Ntati Morozi from Lesotho. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I am really honored to be sharing a stage with these excellencies today. I want to start by acknowledging the work that IGF is doing as a platform that is rooted in the visionary principles of the World Summit. As a country located in Africa, I feel like we in Africa, we in Lesotho are at different stages of achievements since 20 years ago when the forum was held. We have some milestones that are recordable. The policy framework, we've done wonderful work on that. We have the laws that are applicable. However, we still have big gaps, especially on the cybersecurity legal framework. We find a lot of challenges, especially from the media fraternity. From time to time, they feel like we are taking their freedom of expression away from them. However, we are happy to report that we have created recently the Sectoral Cyber Incident Response Team, which is an effort to step forward in enhancing our national cybersecurity resilience and ensuring a secure digital environment. So every time, the whole time since yesterday, I've been listening to different speakers talking about leaving no one behind. And I stand here today thinking about my own country, that Lesotho as a country, compared with other countries, is already left behind. Now, Basotho, among themselves, the people who live in Lesotho, there's still such big digital gaps. Infrastructure-wise, we have been able to achieve close to 95% plus. But somebody talked about the fact that connection doesn't mean infrastructure doesn't mean that everyone is connected, because of the challenges that have been highlighted about infrastructure, about skills, about in Lesotho, the biggest challenge is electricity. We don't even have electricity to charge whatever smart devices that people have. We have connected only 2% of the schools, because at the moment where we are as a country, we are still struggling with getting students into classrooms. We still have students who share classrooms. One classroom will host more than 3 grades in one room. We still have students who have to sit under the tree to learn. So when we talk about connecting schools, for us, it's quite a long journey. However, we are not discouraged. We are working hard to ensure that we take those baby steps and we ensure that we get our people connected. So in terms of what has been achieved, we have achieved some, but we still have a long way to go. I'm weary about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Next, Germany, State Secretary General. What have we achieved? What are the lessons that Germany has learned?
Yeah, Thomas, thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before I start, I want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their hard work in organizing this year's IGF. We deeply appreciate their efforts in making these events possible in such important times. To come to your question, Thomas, the World Summit on the Internet, on the Information Society, was, in my opinion, truly a milestone for the Internet governance, and not only for the Internet governance, but for the digital cooperation worldwide. And it laid the foundation for the first comprehensive global framework for digital cooperation. The summit is, in my opinion, still highly relevant, even if the wording of information society sounds a little bit outdated and the acronym WISIS is not familiar to everyone. But as I mentioned, the summit is still important, and it remains a cornerstone in fostering an inclusive, human-centered and digital transformation. For 2 decades now, the WISIS has provided essential guidelines for global digital cooperation. For example, the WISIS action lines continue to guide and inspire digital efforts worldwide. I think it's a clear testament for its long-lasting impact. And very important, WISIS was also the groundbreaking, because it was the first time that non-governmental stakeholder, private sector, technical community, academia and society worked side by side with the representatives of 175 nations to shape the future for the digital cooperation. And this collaboration gave birth to the multi-stakeholder approach, a concept that Germany has been proud to support since its inception. But perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, the most important and successful outcome of the WISIS is the internet governance, which has brought us all together here in Riyadh. What started as a forum to discuss only technical aspects of internet governance has evolved into a platform for addressing all aspects of the digital world. Now we discuss, in the past we have discussed 5G, now we discussed artificial intelligence, so all the relevant topics in the digital world are discussed here at the IGF. And therefore, I think no other event succeeds like the IGF in bringing together such diverse voices from all stakeholder groups and fosters meaningful networks in the digital world. I think this is the right way to shape the future, and the United Nations can be very proud to host such an influential platform for global digital cooperation.
Thank you very much. Now let's turn again to our Undersecretary General from UNDESA, Mr. Junwali. What are DESA's lessons learned, and how do you see the biggest achievements, or where?
Thank you, Thomas. I guess it is really challenged to reflect 20 years achievement within the 3 minutes. But I would first flag that the IGF itself is a crowning achievement for this WISIS process. IGF started with the mandate given by the WISIS. This a very unique, only a global premier forum brought all the multi-stakeholders to engage with each other on a number of issues. Just now, as the Secretary mentioned, that the IGF started with a single event. Now we have multidisciplined work tracks, and also thousands of participants joined our discussion here and benefit. It's not only about the government, it's also about private sectors, civil societies, technical communities, scientific academias, and also the vulnerable groups. But most importantly, we have increasing number of the youth participants who helped us to discuss the future of the digital process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another question that, of course, after the achievements, we need to look at the challenges and regarding also the latest instruments. So my question number 2 is, what are the main challenges in implementing the Global Digital Compact, and what role does the multi-stakeholder approach, or should the multi-stakeholder approach play in tackling them? Sally Wentworth from ISA, please.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I'd like to echo my colleagues in thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting us this week. It's a marvelous venue and a really nice environment for this kind of multi-stakeholder discussion. The Global Digital Compact aspires to achieve an inclusive, open, sustainable, fair, safe, and secure digital future for all. For many of us here, some of the WSIS veterans, so to speak, this is a familiar theme. This is a body of work that many of us have been engaged in over the last 20 years. And so there are some lessons learned, I think, from the last 20 years that can help us overcome some of the challenges in implementing that vision that's set out in the Global Digital Compact. I draw on lessons related to connectivity. How is it that the world has made such impressive progress, growing from 1 billion people connected in the original WSIS summit to 5.4 billion people connected today? And I think what is clear is that it took a tremendous amount of collaboration by all stakeholders to achieve that result. I'm mindful of the question that ITU Secretary General Doreen Bogdan put to us this morning, which is, despite that progress, are we satisfied? And of course, the answer is no. We will not be satisfied until the remaining populations are part of this digital society that we're building. To do that, and if we're drawing lessons from the last 20 years, we must work together as stakeholders. And that has really been the hallmark of the WSIS. And that was actually the groundbreaking effort that took place during the WSIS summit in 2003 and 2005. And I remember very well how hard we all worked, from governments and civil society, private sector, the technical community, to figure out how we would work together to achieve these results. And so as we look forward to how we implement the Global Digital Compact, and as we look towards the WSIS Plus 20, it is absolutely crucial that we remain committed to that model. That the model that brings the expertise from all parts of our society to the table and harnesses that is the model that is going to make us successful. It is the way we will move to connect the last 2.6 billion people and ensure that they come online to a world that is safe, secure, and protects them in the digital environment. So for us at the Internet Society, it's absolutely critical that the processes that we set up to review the WSIS 20 years later and to implement the Global Digital Compact really do remain firmly grounded in the multi-stakeholder model that has delivered us a tremendous amount of progress in the last 20 years and has also given us a taste of what's possible if we really lean into that.
Thank you very much. Now let's turn to His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Saud Al-Tamimi. What are the main challenges in implementing the Global Digital Compact, and what role does the multi-stakeholder approach have, in your view?
Thank you, Thomas. First of all, I would like to thank our host, His Excellency Ahmed Swayan, and his great team for putting everything for us to make sure that we are gathering here in a quality environment. Thank you. And let me convinced that this is the first time I've been in a big panel like this, so I'm watching the time. I'm really glad to be a champion with this great panelist. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are glad that we're part of the consultation and preparation process for issuing the Global Digital Compact. And definitely there is challenges to implementing that one. And I echo what been said before. Number one challenge is connecting the unconnected. Right now, we have 2.6 billion human beings that are not connected. Right now, today, that's almost 33% of the globe. 14% of those unconnected due to coverage. This is lack of network. The rest is due to affordability. So there is a huge challenge by facing us as a globe to connect the unconnected. There's multiple ways to solve it. Right now, we are partnering with the ITU to find innovative and sustainable solution to connect the unconnected, to solve this problem. The most challenging things over the last 20 years, the CAGR of unconnected people fallen dramatically over the past 20 years. before this gap of unconnected being decreasing significantly. Right now, over the last 2 years, we're only adding 100 million connecting. In 2022, based on the ITU, we have 2.7 billion. Today, at the end of 2024, we still have 2.6. So over 24 months, we're adding only 100 million. The second challenge, I think, it's not about only connecting the unconnected. That connection should be sustainable. So sustainability should be from the beginning within the design of connecting the unconnected. So that's why, again, we are working with the ITU to make sure any solution offered to the table should be sustainable, and there should be fair and safe access to all these solutions to connect the unconnected. Coming back, Thomas, to your last question, or last part of your question, which is about multilateral discussion. Definitely, there is two key principle or guiding principle that we should take in our consideration, figuring out how to implement and fixing the challenges of implementing Global Digital Compact. The first one, I think multiple of my colleagues mentioned it, which is collaboration. Definitely collaboration between government, private sector, academia. Everyone should involve, developed and developing country as well. The second one, which is accountability or inclusion. So it's not, from its name, it's a global digital impact. Global means it's a global problem that we need a global effort. So everyone should be added to that solution, and that solution should be inclusive. This means we don't leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. Now let's go to His Excellency, Mr. Tako Imagawa from Japan.
Thank you, Thomas. It's my great honor to be here at the session. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the UN IGF Secretariat and stakeholders for organizing this splendid meeting. Well, despite advancement in digital technologies, 2.6 billion people worldwide remain unconnected to the internet, and many people are not fully benefiting from digital advancements. It is necessary to accelerate international cooperation in this digital field. Japan welcomed the GDC adopted at the UN Future Summit. I believe it is essential to follow up on this compact in an effective manner. I would like to emphasize 2 points: the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement and the utilization of existing forums. Firstly, it is difficult to realize the commitment of the GDC only through a top-down approach by the UN or its member states. Cooperation among multi-stakeholders, including industry, civil society, the tech community, academia, and international organization, is indispensable. The importance of multi-stakeholder engagement is clearly stated throughout the GDC, but the key is effective implementation. The GDC has agreed to establish new mechanisms, such as the AI scientific panel and the global dialogue. As discussions on the modalities progress, it is necessary to provide multi-stakeholders with transparent and ample opportunities for inputs and to carefully consider those inputs. To make multi-stakeholder participation more effective, meaningful participation from developing as well as developed countries is necessary, including the efforts of capacity building. Secondly, we must not forget that international cooperation in the digital field has been already driven by multi-stakeholder efforts. We need to advance our efforts by building on existing forums, including the forums outside the UN system and expert efforts, avoiding overlaps. The IGF in which we are participating is a forum where various stakeholders contributing to digital development gather, and active discussions are currently taking place. The IGF symbolizes the importance of multi-stakeholder efforts and is very effective for discussing the follow-up of the GDC. Regarding the follow-up of the GDC and its relationship with existing initiatives such as WSIS and the IGF, I understand that specific discussions will take place in the near future. Japan's basic position is to leverage the existing forums, and we will contribute to these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another question that I'm going to ask also to three panelists. And the question is about how we can effectively address rapidly evolving and emerging technologies in frameworks as long and inclusive as the GDC and the WSIS process. So how do we deal with fast evolving technologies, knowing that our governance mechanisms take their time? His Excellency, Mr. Torgeir Michaelsen from Norway.
Thank you, Thomas. I mean, in general, emerging technologies, disruptive technologies, they should be discussed in an environment like this, in a multi-stakeholder approach, as we need to see this from all sorts of angles before going home, collaborating, setting things into motions. So, for instance, if you look at AI, it's obvious that AI-based solutions, they can basically be something that we can save the world with. On the other hand, a lot of ethical and other topics that needs to be considered. This is now addressed in the Global Digital Compact. VCs has engaged in several important topics in that regards as well, with workshops, dialogues. I think this is the right way to move forward to also in the future to discuss it. For me and from the Norwegian point of view, the kind of Scandinavian point of view, it's extremely important that we maintain a human-centric focus in this very important international debates on AI. Emerging technologies, for instance, we have some nice feedback on how to test out technologies in a safe environment. We have these different examples from our sandboxes where AI systems with high risk potential can be tried out in a data-protected, privacy safe environment with really nice results. We'd love to share that sometime. We think that we need to have experience with this sort of times. And as I mentioned, use privacy and enhancing digital development must be stimulated. I think, as I started with, that we need to keep this AI-related topics into the multi-stakeholder dialogue. Lastly, I think we must renew our commitment to ethics and accountability, as called for under Objective 5 in the Global Digital Compact. As AI and other technologies reshape our societies, we must ensure that our multi-stakeholder collaboration uphold the highest ethical standards, safeguarding human rights, privacy, and security. If we can manage all those things together, I think we could have a lasting future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Ms. Jennifer Bacchus from the United States. How do we cope with the speed of technology?
I will echo my colleagues here in thanking both the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well as the MAG and others involved in putting together this really impressive conference. And I'll also highlight, I have found the evolution of the questions to be great, because now we're sort of looking to the future. And I hope it's not a surprise to everybody that the United States is very much committed to harnessing emerging technologies, including AI, for sustainable development, to help ensure all countries are able to access the benefits of technology and to use AI and other technologies to help address the world's greatest challenges. We are committed to engaging in international AI conversations with a range of partners and across geographies to promote safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. But to answer your question and to turn to GDC, it's been a little over 2 months since we were in New York, and I was in New York with many of you for the GDC's adoption. From the beginning, the United States supported an inclusive and transparent process to develop an appropriately scoped and rights-respecting GDC to help outline a shared digital future for all, underlining, I think, what everyone here has been talking about today. Throughout this process, we were constructive and proactive. I hope there's agreement on that. And we very much celebrate the GDC's focus on multi-stakeholderism and an inclusive, rights-based, and gender-responsive approach to digital issues at the United Nations. These core principles underpin our approach regardless of the pace of technological evolution. We appreciate that the GDC strengthens the work of the United Nations on new issue areas like AI and data governance in an appropriate manner that is inclusive and transparent. We listened and will continue to listen to non-governmental stakeholders on their concerns that the consultation process did not meet the expectation of these stakeholders, meaningful participation, and their very strong eagerness to be part of the implementation. The United States really welcomes stakeholders to be actively involved in the GDC implementation process. Examples include discussions on the multidisciplinary, independent, international scientific panel on AI, which I will say is a very long title, a global dialogue on AI governance, the CSTD data governance working group, the proposal for an office. I could go on, and the many initiatives. We're looking ahead to the WSIS plus 20 overall review, and in that point, I'll flag a couple of key points from the point of view of the United States. We support an inclusive, transparent, and as multi-stakeholder a process as possible for the WSIS plus 20 overall review. We should ensure the WSIS plus 20 overall review focuses on a review of implementation over the last 20 years before we think about what's next, much like you laid out the questions in this panel. And we should use the WSIS plus 20 overall review to integrate GDC implementation within the WSIS framework. And one last point, because I think I'm running out of my time, it's important that any role for the UN system on evolving and emerging technologies complements existing work by outside entities in UN agencies. It does not and should not supersede them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let's turn to His Excellency Mr. Shermatov Sherzod, Uzbekistan. How can we cope with rapid technology with WSIS and GDC frameworks?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for all the organizers of this important forum, and this opens up perspectives for discussing important topics for the development of internet. And from that perspective, I would like to focus on the importance of discussing the human-centric, the people-centric approach, because in the beginning of the opening ceremonies, there was an excellent presentation by His Excellency Minister Abdullah about the importance of the increasing the digital divide between the global north and global south. And from that perspective, if you look into the other dynamics like the demographics, so in the global north, most of the developed countries, they see the demographic challenges. There are not so many babies born, whereas in the global south, you see the opposite. There are so many new babies born. So there are different approaches on the government. So governments, they need more jobs to be created, whereas the internet can really help people to find the remote jobs. So from that perspective, in Uzbekistan, we try to create the very favorable conditions for IT companies to open up their delivery centers so that they can have their outsourcing hubs from Uzbekistan, and this will help for the companies in the developed countries to decrease their costs, as well as to create the remote jobs for the people of Uzbekistan, which is a kind of double landlocked country. And this, from that perspective, this can open up the additional perspective opportunities for all the countries in the global south, which can utilize this kind of potential of opening the new opportunities for additional sources of income, so that the people in the global south, they are not looking towards moving physically as a potential migrants to the global west, rather than trying to enjoy living with their families in their own houses and are able to find good opportunities for income. For that, we have to heavily invest in education, upskilling of the people. For the case of Uzbekistan, we are leading the world in terms of the number of people learning on the Coursera platform as a share of the total workforce. And we try to invest heavily on upskilling of our people in terms of the foreign languages and in terms of the jobs which can be required in this global digital economy. And from the IGF perspective, I think for the future, we have to think about the ways of avoiding any potential artificial kind of limitations for any type of global work. Because we know that for physical movement of labor, there are limitations with visa, with anti-immigration policies, etc. But we should avoid any potential kind of limitations for the global work. So all the remote work opportunities should be available globally, because there should be no limit in terms of the internet working. And we have to also promote the global cooperation, because as a planet as a whole faces lots of challenges which we have identified in Sustainable Development Goals, like even the global green policies are being implemented. So internet itself is not just an enabler of the green agenda. Now it's becoming as a kind of one of the biggest pollutants as well, because the global footprint of all the data centers is now more than the global footprint of the airplane industry. So we have to think about creating the green data centers. And from that perspective, I have to showcase a very important cooperation between Saudi Arabian companies, the Aqua Power, Data World, which are creating the green energy resources in Uzbekistan and creating the green data center, which can be utilized by the AI companies, which are in very much need of having a global computing power, which should be also based on the green energy. So only through opening up the artificial borders in the internet, through massive education and promoting the global cooperation, we can work together for the benefit of all people living in our single planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have a fourth question that I would like to hear you all on this question. Given that we're slightly running behind schedule, I dare to reduce your specific time of 3 minutes to 2.5 each. Unfortunately, we don't have a clock here that we see it. That was announced that there should be one. Somehow it didn't make it. So please try to be very concise. But thank you for your interesting points. So the question is the following. It's about the mandate of the IGF, which will be renewed during the WSIS Plus 20 process. And the question is, what would be in your vision for IGF beyond 2025, and how could the IGF contribute to the implementation of the GDC? So we start with His Excellency Mohammed Saud Al-Tamimi. Thank you.
So here in Saudi Arabia, we firmly believe that IGF should continue as principal platform for multi-stakeholders discussions, forming internet policy. We see IGF as well as a platform to produce well-crafted policy that will help us as a globe to implement global digital compact. And with that, it will add more inclusivity with more discussions with multiple stakeholders. And the second one, undermining the time, which is adding more innovation during this discussion. As His Excellency, the Minister, Abdullah Swaha, the Minister of Telecommunication and IT in Saudi Arabia, mentioning this morning, there was multiple form of digital divide and global divide and AI divide. So we need more discussions, more platform like this one, to discuss AI ethics, data privacy, digital sovereignty, and so on, of kind of topics that needs more discussion, more platform. And more importantly, for us as a committed nation to deliver global digital compact, definitely we have to continue with the IGF, with WSIS as well, to make sure that we have enough platform for collaborations and innovation to deliver our commitment.
Thank you very much. Yunwali from UNTESA.
Well, thank you. Certainly, UN believes digital transformation is one of the strategic vehicle for almost all member states to catch up their national efforts in attending the 2030 agenda, even beyond. So I guess over the past 2 decades, we have achieved enormously. The beauty of the IGF, certainly, we need to commit it. Number 1, inclusiveness. Number 2, openness. Number 3, neutrality. So all in all, as other panelists highlighted very much, we are committed to this multi-stakeholder approach. But beyond this review, what we would like to see is the IGF continues to serve as a premier forum, global forum, on the digital discussion with the participation of all stakeholders. And we would like to see this IGF to serve as a premier tool to execute the Global Digital Compact. And also, we would like to see that with a stronger mandate after this review, IGF can invest more efforts on the capacity building for those countries in vulnerable situation to help to bridge the gap between the North and South. I stop here.
Thank you very much. Next is Ms. Sally Wentworth.
Thank you, Thomas. The Internet Society has been a long supporter of the Internet Governance Forum since its earliest days. And part of the reason for that, again, as I said earlier, is our belief that we will be more effective at implementing the aspirations of the World Summit on the Information Society, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Global Digital Compact, if we are working together. And platforms like the IGF allow all stakeholders on an equal footing in an open and inclusive way to come together to tackle those challenges. What is impressive about the IGF as well is its ability to evolve over time to meet the needs of the community. And we see that through the national and regional IGFs that have emerged around the world, and the Internet Society has supported many of them over the past years, where we take a global consensus and the communities themselves start implementing that at the local level. So translating this model of multi-stakeholder internet governance from a global dialogue into local implementation, I think is a really important feature of the IGF, and one that we would certainly want to see continued and strengthened, and perhaps even a vehicle for the kind of capacity building that the Undersecretary spoke about. So we would strongly call for the IGF's mandate to be renewed as part of the WSIS Plus 20. We would like to see stronger and more sustainable support for the IGF going forward. And ensuring that as it evolves, it retains those key characteristics of inclusion, stakeholders on an equal footing, and this ability to translate global issues into local action.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Mr. Tako Imagawa.
Thank you, Thomas. Japan has been strongly supporting the multi-stakeholder approach in the internet governance. Last year, we hosted the IGF 2023 in Kyoto with more than 11,000 participants registered from 178 countries and regions, including more than 6,000 attending in person. This is a record number in IGF's history, and we are very honored and also grateful for this community. This year as well, under the participation of numerous multi-stakeholders, active discussions are taking place, demonstrating strong support for multi-stakeholder internet governance and the IGF, which is functioning effectively. Based on this, we hope that discussions to sustain and promote the IGF will take place in the WSIS Plus 20 review. The theme of this year, building our multi-stakeholder digital future, is timely and highly suggestive. Japan believes that the extension of the IGF is indispensable and should be considered, including the possibility of making it permanent in the future. Furthermore, the IGF itself needs to be constantly evolved to meet the demands of the times. Last year, Japan held a special session on AI at the IGF. This year, a wide range of digital issues, including AI, are being addressed. Evolving to meet the demands of the times always attracts new participants and brings new values to the IGF. The IGF continues to evolve, for example, by establishing new tracks, such as the youth track, and we believe this journey will continue. The global dialogue under GDC needs to be inclusive for multi-stakeholders, including developing countries. In this sense, it is important to actively leverage existing forums such as the IGF. Holding the global dialogue back-to-back with the IGF could be a promising option. Also, to repeat, we believe that IGF is very effective for discussing the follow-up of the GDC. Finally, the IGF is led by the activities of the MAG. Among all, the leadership panel has greatly contributed to the IGF, especially in terms of external advocacy and fundraising. Although the MAG and LP are not stipulated in the Tunis agenda, they play a significant role. And we believe that the mechanism leading the IGF should be discussed in the WSIS Plus 20 review. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Excellency Ms. Tati Morosi.
Thank you very much. We believe that IGF's mandate is still pretty much relevant. However, beyond 2025, it can reimagine itself having a role and becoming a more dynamic, action-oriented platform aligned with the objectives of the Global Digital Compact. Its vision could center around being a catalyst for inclusive, rights-based, and sustainable digital transformation. We want to believe that IGF can play a role in accelerating the achievements of SDGs. The IGF could position itself as a global convener for multi-stakeholder partnerships aimed at accelerating SDGs, focusing on digital inclusion initiatives. The GDC emphasizes the need to address connectivity gaps, promote universal, meaningful, and affordable internet access, and ensure that underserved and unserved communities, including marginalized groups, are not left behind. So we believe that IGF could convene all stakeholders, bring these problems that we've been talking about since morning, and come up with solutions together. We talked about the need for cheaper devices, smart devices. IGF could convene the government, the private sector, the civil society, and sit around the table and come up with solutions for that. Solutions for data, price, all the solutions. We believe that IGF has a role to play to convene everyone to bring those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jennifer Bacchus.
Thanks, I'm probably will reflect some of the answers you've already heard, and I apologize for that, but I think it's because there's significant agreement among those of us in this room. We, the United States, we support the IGF as the preeminent global venue for bringing together all the stakeholders through a bottom-up process to discuss solutions to internet public policy issues that are rights-respecting, innovative, and empowering. We recognize this is a really pivotal time for the IGF as it comes under the after the GDC's adoption and at the outset of the WSIS Plus 20 review. While there's always space for strengthening the IGF has continued to be a model of inclusivity and transparency for international engagements. We support continued efforts to strengthen the IGF, including through increased participation by stakeholders from developing countries. On GDC implementation, we've been clear about the need to build on existing processes, including the IGF. We've seen over the years the IGF as a great venue for discussions on the latest topics and flexible enough to accommodate the evolution of key issues, as was already noted by some of the other panelists. As we move into the WSIS plus 20 review process, we will advocate strongly for the UN General Assembly to extend the mandate of the IGF before it expires in 2025. We've also heard a lot of discussion by stakeholders on the funding model for IGF, and we expect that issue to come up in the WSIS plus 20 process. Ultimately, the United States is committing to ensuring the IGF has clear and stable funding. Thank you.
Thank you. His Excellency, Mr. Shermat of Scherzad.
Thank you. And we hope that IGF would help us to bring more countries together, because a long time ago we used to talk about world becoming like a global village, but unfortunately the latest event shows that the world is becoming more polarized, and internet becoming a different kind of silos of different types of internet. And second thing, we used to talk about the importance of connectivity, since like 10% growth on high-speed connectivity will bring like 2% growth of GDP per capita, or it's used for learning the new things or increasing the productivity, etc. But if you look back to the what it is used for, especially with the kids, unfortunately, not all the time internet is helping the kids, but sometimes it's hurting them as well. So there are countries, even in the developed world, who are kind of banning access to social media, banning access to some sort of content. So from that perspective, I would like to see that IGF would focus more on the benefits of internet for the whole human society, and especially for the young growing kids, so that internet would become a very safe and promoting developing area, not the area where parents would be kind of cautious about getting access to internet to their kids. So these are the areas I think we should focus more.
Thank you. His Excellency, Mr. Torgeir Michaelsen.
Thank you. I will keep it brief. I see that there are some people anxious to wrap up. Is that true? No, but I think it's, otherwise it's, my main point is I believe that we should make sure that the multi-stakeholder platform or the approach is strengthened after the process starting next year. IGF has provided an appropriate platform for stakeholders, as we heard from many panelists, for almost 20 years. The IGF should continue to be the primary arena. That's our position. And lastly, I think it's okay to mention that we also need to be careful that we don't create many new arenas when looking forward. We support the current forums and discussion, and representing a small country, I'm concerned about the paradox of inclusion, that which we will ultimately give us smaller influence, less influence, if we spread our wings on too many initiatives. We have to build on the strength, the initiatives, the bodies we already have. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, State Secretary Stefan Schnorr.
Yeah, Thomas, I think that the IGF is the best, perhaps the onlyest instrument to successfully implement the GDC, because the goal of the Global Digital Impact is an inclusive, open, sustainable, fair, safe and secure digital future for all. And there are two key priorities to achieve this goal. First is that we must ensure that human rights remain at the core of our digital future. That means protecting privacy, freedom of expression, access to information, while also combating internet shutdowns and censorships. So this is central to the UN mandate and the GDC. We cannot compromise on fundamental rights that shape our digital future. And second, to achieve this goal, it is crucial that all stakeholders collaborate and work together. And in the digital domain, that means that stakeholder expertise is essential for reaching the objectives of the GDC. And the solution is very easy, because the solution is the Internet Governance Forum. It is in a very strong position to facilitate both of these priorities at the end. As we have discussed today, the IGF is one of the most inclusive, open and transparent forums hosted by the United Nations, and a global digital compact that truly seeks to achieve its goals must recognize the vital role of the IGF in this process. The IGF is not only a platform, it is a cornerstone for shaping our digital future. And I think the IGF mandate is well suited to this task due to its broad scope. And the IGF has already proven its value, and now it's time to realize its full potential. Also, the negotiations were challenging for the GDC. There was a broad agreement at the end among all UN members states on the point that we don't want to have any overlaps. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to build on what works, and this is the IGF, and therefore, as I mentioned, I think the IGF is the onlyest instrument for the successful implementation of the GDC.
Thank you very much. We now have two voices from the floor that we would like to invite to contribute as well, also with maximum 3 minutes. The first one is Piers O'Donoghue, Director for the Future Networks Directorate of DG Connect of the European Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. To add to the excellent panel and the points made, it is the view of the European Union that the GDC represents a global agreement that an open global internet is crucial to bridging opportunities, fostering development particularly. It explicitly reaffirmed its strong support for the multi-stakeholder model, positioning the IGF as a central platform for global dialogue. That is an unprecedented statement and recognition at the level of the UN. And it reflects the understanding that effective multi-stakeholder internet governance is essential to keeping the internet open and inclusive. Now, to ensure a strategic deployment focus for WSIS plus 20 following the GDC, we have to move beyond just revisiting established issues, and we have to address instead the achievement of the societal development goals, which was, of course, the focus of last September's work. So the focus here should be on modernizing the IGF in order to ensure that it can address contemporary issues, maintain relevance, and particularly those emerging technology challenges, internet fragmentation, and of course, building on the GDC framework to foster inclusive, actionable outcomes that align with sustainable development goals. For example, in the European Union, we are organizing a global high-level multi-stakeholder conference on the governance of the Web 4.0 in virtual worlds. That's on the 31st of March next year. And that's just one example of the new digital technologies that the multi-stakeholder process must address through the IGF. We're also consulting stakeholders on internet governance before engaging in WSIS, and we hope that that is happening elsewhere. What I learned in the GDC was I saw that when I come from the Brussels bubble, there's also a New York bubble. And there, we have to ensure that those who are negotiating on behalf of us all understand how the multi-stakeholder process works. There will be what is called apparently a modalities resolution already in March. And this is a time already where it is crucial to insert architecture for multi-stakeholder processes in the UN process, leading to the consultations and the conclusion of WSIS plus 20. We will work to ensure that multi-stakeholder participation, and we hope that others will push in the same direction. And then beyond that, of course, we have to have the GDC implementation, which is dedicated to a multi-stakeholder approach, which will enhance government's frameworks and ensure inclusivity, efficiency, and resilience, with the need to anticipate and also then work on technical change. The IGF has the instruments to do so if we are to use the flexibility that exists. That should build upon the values that we commonly share as reflected in the GDC to bridge the digital divide and to advance collective global progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Mr. Paul Gaskell, Deputy Director for Digital Trade, Internet Governance and Digital Standards of the United Kingdom. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Ambassador. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So I'd first like to add my thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their generous hospitality in hosting the IGF here in Riyadh. I think we will look back and see 2025 and the WSIS review as a highly significant moment. Over 20 years, the WSIS process has a strong record of achievement in helping connect the unconnected and promote digital transformation. The great strength of the WSIS process is that it brings together all stakeholders to the table, working in partnership towards a common set of goals. We need to ensure that the WSIS review has a genuinely inclusive multi-stakeholder participation to ensure that WSIS continues to deliver real-world impacts. In particular, we need to ensure that it addresses the challenges faced by developing countries. Stakeholders also need a joined-up approach from across the UN system and a clear and transparent process to ensure it is effective and successful. Since 2005, we have seen how multi-stakeholder governance of the internet, with roles for governments, the private sector, civil society, and the technical community, has driven increased connectivity, fostered technological innovation, and supported a stable and resilient internet. The ability of the internet's global infrastructure to withstand the COVID pandemic and help the world get through that global crisis is evidence of this success. We now face new challenges, however, driven by rapid technological change and a more complex digital landscape. Back in 2005, no one was thinking about AI, social media, or the metaverse, and the WSIS Plus 20 review needs to be ambitious and future-focused, taking full account of new and emerging technologies and addressing the challenges faced by developing countries in particular. As others have said, it's also a reality at a much more basic level that 1/3 of the world's population has no access to the internet, and there's still urgent work to do to connect the unconnected. So we must ensure that the WSIS review fully contributes to the UN Sustainable Development Agenda. WSIS should have a real focus on how the potential of digital can contribute to all aspects of sustainable development. And finally, of course, the WSIS review should extend the mandate of the IGF, and we think it should consider a permanent mandate as well. And just regarding the success of the IGF, a recent report by independent researchers in Oxford in the UK highlights the IGF's success in becoming a global ecosystem for knowledge sharing, particularly for developing world partners. We believe we should build on that record of achievement and strengthen the IGF for the future. The UK looks forward to actively participating in the WSIS review and working with global partners on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. So we have a final round of wrap-ups. There has been some convergence of views, I think, so let's try to focus on things that we maybe not have heard yet, or what you think is particularly important. So I'll ask each panelist to give a final message of maximum 2 minutes or less, says the script here. But we are not so bad in time, actually. To each of you, and now this time I start from the other end. So please, what are your key learnings? What are new things that you've heard in this round, or what has not been said that you would like to say?
No. I think there are a lot of important stuff has been said. I was just sitting here thinking back. I think it was like in 1994 or 1995, the first time I accessed the internet myself. My father had bought me an Amstrad 64, a modem with a cable, putting it into the socket, and hearing that wonderful noise. It almost gets me like nostalgia here. Looking back, that's 30 years ago. I would like everyone to have that kind of feeling that I got in the 90s. Everyone should get the feeling to be connected, to make new friends, to learn new stuff online in a safe and secure manner, at the same time respecting their rights to as human beings. So this is kind of the conversation that's moving forward inside the IGF, or at some point later this week. That would be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer Bachel.
I would conclude by saying what's sort of already been said here repeatedly, which is that we will only be successful in the future technologies and the current technologies if all stakeholders are around the table. We can't do it as governments alone. We need all the voices. We need the private sector, the academic community, the technical community, civil society. Otherwise, we're going to miss something that's incredibly important. So we will continue to be committed to these sorts of engagements, and we look forward to Oslo in 6 months. Thanks to Norway for stepping up, and we look forward to seeing you in not that many months ahead. So congrats and thanks.
She saved me, so I'm so sorry. You, obviously, all of you, warmest welcome to Oslo in Norway next year for the IGF 2025.
That's noted. Stefan Schnoll.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this panel has truly highlighted the value of the IGF, and I'm looking forward not only for the IGF in 2025 in Norway, but also for the IGFs in 2026, 2027, and so on. So let's continue this successful story. I think what we can do is better and strengthening the inclusion of the Global South to make the IGF more visible. I think this is very important, but at the end we have so many new challenges also in the future, and the best way to address these challenges and to find common solutions is to work together with all multi-stakeholders. Therefore, I'm looking forward for the future of the IGF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shermat of Scherzer.
As a wrap-up, I would like to thank all the organizers, and I think that this IGF was a very successful event. And I hope that this kind of meetings are very important to have a better idea about the future of internet, about the future of cooperation among the countries, and improving the necessary areas in terms of the governance. And I'm just looking forward for having more productive and more successful such events, which will help us to cooperate, collaborate with each other, and for the benefit of humanity as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sally Wentworth.
At the Internet Society, our vision is that the Internet is for everyone. And we believe that we are all stakeholders in the future of the Internet. And that is really what a platform like the IGF represents. And as I said earlier, we look forward to many future IGFs and seeing the IGF continue to evolve to meet the challenges of the future. As we look to the WSIS Plus 20, we are stakeholders in that process. We are part of the Internet technical community, and we really hope that our voice, that the voice of the Internet technical community is included and welcomed in that process, both in the process to evaluate the WSIS and also to think about the future of the WSIS, and in the implementation of the Global Digital Compact. Those of us in the Internet technical community are working very hard to ensure that the Internet continues to evolve in a way that is open and secure and puts people at the center, and ensuring that the technology that we all depend upon for the exciting things and the emerging technologies that we've spoken about is available and is scalable and is meeting the needs of the future. So we look forward to engaging in that process. We hope that our voice is included and welcomed, and we are excited about the IGF in Oslo, and in seeing how the modalities and the process for the WSIS Plus 20 emerges over the weeks and months ahead, and contributing our voice to that.
Thank you. Tako Imagawa.
Thank you. My final comment is just adding one point. Within the limited time and resources, we need to efficiently advance the WSIS plus 20 review. We have reached an agreement on the GDC through difficult negotiations, and the agreed items in the GDC should not be reopened, but rather used as a basis for the WSIS plus 20 review against. For example, regarding the WSIS action lines, I believe we should have effective and efficient discussions by basing them on the existing 11 items. So we look forward to a discussion to come, including the IGF 2025 in Norway. Thank you.
Thank you. Tati Morosi.
Thank you. I think my last words is just to thank the organizers, the government for warm hospitality, but also to challenge IGF to say that I want to reiterate that it has to play in the space of SDGs. It's about time we discuss difficult problems, come up with great solutions that can save little budgets that we have in the country, that can grow the economy. It's about time we talk about even big problems such as voting online for national elections, like writing examinations online, things like that. We have to start talking about big problems and coming up with big solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yunhua Lee.
Thank you, Thomas. I would say that I will leave Riyadh with a strong conviction that the IGF or its potential needs to be further tapped with a stronger mandate, with the review. Then we would equip this IGF platform to the new phase that would provide more recommendations, solutions to the member states, to the multi-stakeholders, that how AI or digital process will really benefit the whole humanities. So look forward to see everyone in Oslo for the next the IGF.
Mohammed Saud Al-Tamimi.
Yeah, since I'm the last one, let me take the liberty to speak on behalf of this panel. As we are approaching the 20th anniversary of WSIS, we all agree that we have to have more WSIS coming and more IGF, as my friend in Norway says that we will have 25, 26 and more to come, as a mandatory platform collaboration and inclusive to implement our commitment as a global digital compact. And I wish you successful days for this coming IGF Riyadh 2024.
So thank you very much. We are approaching the end of the first part. Before I let you go, let me allow to try and add one or two things. I think there seems to be broad support that an inclusive, not just a multi-stakeholder approach, but an inclusive multi-stakeholder approach, where not just the big ones, but also the small actors have a voice, are sitting at the table and have a voice at the table. Something that I would like to add to the discussion is that it is important that everybody is sitting at the table, but we should not forget that we may have, and the reference on the respective roles of the different stakeholders was hard fought, paragraph 35 or 36 or whatever it was in the Tunis agenda. We may have different roles, but anyone that is missing, there's also a role missing. So it is important to, if we talk about multi-stakeholder, to bring everyone together, discuss our roles, agree on the roles and agree on solutions, hopefully, and also agree on making sure that all voices are heard. And in this respect, I would actually also like to refer to the São Paulo guidelines that have been adopted earlier this year at the Net Mundial Plus 10, that gives us indicators and tools and solutions to how to make sure that a multi-stakeholder process is actually really inclusive. It helps to also counter power imbalances, which exist not just among governments, but also, of course, among the other stakeholders. And I think everybody agrees on the relevance of the IGF, on the potential of the IGF, Also, of course, if the more funding the IGF gets, the more its potential can be used. And one of the reasons for the potential and the success of the IGF, it has been named as well, and I would like to conclude with this, is the agility and the dynamic of the IGF, its ability to deal with emerging issues that pop up many times first in the IGF on the agenda and are then picked up by the ITU, by UNESCO, by OECD, by other institutions that rely on the IGF to identify emerging issues, which is also one of the functions, according to paragraph 72, point G, or whatever the exact thing is of the Tunis agenda. So we are not inventing these things have been foreseen. The potential of the IGF has been foreseen in the WSIS documents in Geneva and in Tunis. And we are looking forward very much to us all together driving the IGF forward. And the IGF is not an end in itself, it's a means to, as we've heard, to achieve the SDGs, to make sure that all of us are able to benefit from digital technologies for the good and not for the bad. Thank you very much to all of you, and I'm looking forward to hearing you and seeing you again at a next occasion. Thank you very much. With this, we will move to the second part of the I'm supposed to moderate also the second session, so and I just need to switch the PDF. Thank you very much for this. Now we'll move to the second session, which, if I see this correctly, is somewhat less multi-stakeholder in the sense that it is highlighting or focusing on the UN, which is also in a sense a multi-stakeholder institution because it has a lot of actors involved. So I would like to, for the second part, to ask to come to the floor Mr. Tawfik Yelassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information of UNESCO, and Robert Orp, Chief Digital Officer of UNDP, Ms. Gitanjali Sa, Strategy and Policy Coordinator at the ITU, Mr. Mike Walton, Head of Digital Service of the UNHCR, and Mr. Ángel González Sanz, Officer in Charge, Division on Technology and Logistics of UNCTAD. So as soon as the chairs are ready, which seems to be the case now. Hopla, I hope nothing happens. So please have a seat, and while we are waiting for Tawfik in particular. We are missing Tawfik Yelassi from UNESCO. Ángel González Sanz is connected online. Okay, let's give him a chance to come in and use in the meantime. Is walking in. Ah, yeah. Excellent. This is such a big venue that sometimes it takes time to get from A to B, but he's coming. While he's taking his seat, let me happily introduce to you Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Secretary General of the International Telecom Union, to give some introductory remarks to all of us. Welcome, Doreen. Thank you. If the technicians could turn on the microphones. The light is here, so now we have the visuals, now we need the audio as well in order to have
Okay, that's better. That
now
works, huh?
we're all
Okay.
there.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Snyder. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening. It's great to be here with all of you to share some thoughts as you kick off this, this session. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing together today at the cusp of the next chapter of the inclusive digital future. And we're doing so at a time when technology often feels like it's always one step or more ahead of us. 2 decades ago, the world convened to declare a common desire and a commitment to build a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, where everyone can create, access, utilize, and share information and knowledge. And while the WSIS framework has helped to make great strides towards this goal, I think now is the time that we have to pause, although I hate to say the word pause because we don't want to stop, but it's really the moment for us to reflect and take stock of our progress, to review the current state of the world and the technology around us, and to double down on our commitment towards an equitable and sustainable digital future. The WSIS has presented us with a powerful example of digital cooperation in action, withstanding the test of time by building adaptable, and Thomas, as you said when I was walking in, agile, if I can say that, adaptable, agile governance processes that can keep pace with the opportunities and the challenges of emerging technologies. We need to continue to build on this momentum. And today, we have the adoption of the Global Digital Compact, and that is an important milestone in the journey to next year's WSIS Plus 20 review. And I want to leave you quickly with perhaps 3 thoughts as we drive forward our shared ambition. So the first is to think about connectivity in terms of universal, meaningful connectivity. Because how can we achieve the vision of WSIS if a third of humanity and countless others third of humanity being unconnected and countless others that are underconnected, as we see it, not part of today's digital experience. Second, we have to invest in trust and security. The next phase of WSIS must play a critical role in ensuring that AI and other emerging technologies are developed responsibly and inclusively. At stake is a sustainable development agenda, our 17 SDGs, and our progress towards achieving those 17 goals. And third, last but not least, building our multi-stakeholder digital future a top priority. We have to do that, ladies and gentlemen, with a shared commitment for a safe and inclusive and a sustainable digital ecosystem. Rest assured that you can count on the ITU to accompany you every step of this process. I think it's fair to say that we are in a race against time. The future of digital has not yet been written, but let's remember who we are, where we came from, and what we can achieve when we work together. So let's write that next chapter of our shared digital future together. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the opportunity. And Thomas, Ambassador, Chair, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. So, yeah, over to the panel. I think we can actually use question 1 and question 2, put them together so that think that makes sense, and it's not surprisingly, the questions are not that different from what we've heard. Basically, the clients, your customers of the UN bodies speak. So it's good to see how you see these things. So question one is also, what have been the achievements in from your point of view of the WSIS process in the last 20 years? How has the WSIS impacted the work of the UN, of your institutions? And then you may also, I encourage you to also talk about looking forward. What are the most critical priorities for your organizations from your point of view for the next phase of WSIS? So let me start with Tafik Elassi. Would like to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Good afternoon to all of you. Let me share with you the perspective from UNESCO. 20 years ago, WSIS came up with a visionary framework to bridge the global digital divide, to increase accessibility to the internet, and to harness the potential of information and communication technologies, obviously for socio-economic development. It did not foresee the rise of digital platforms. It did not foresee the rise of AI and generative AI. But again, we had a vision and we had a framework. This was approved at the Tunis edition of WSIS, building on the Geneva summit that happened 2 years earlier, 2003, Tunis being in 2005. And obviously, it set up a number of objectives and action lines to be implemented at both the national and the international levels. So your question, what have we accomplished since then? I think WSIS 2005 created a momentum at a global stage. It was a call for collective action, and also it created a political will among participants. And again, the participants were very much multi-stakeholder to make the concept of an information society become a reality. So there were some key principles and guidance that came out of the Tunis summit with this long-term goal: how can we all benefit from the digital age? Today, we can say that some of these objectives were achieved, but many others were not, or not fully achieved. Is the information society today is a reality worldwide? No. When we see that 1/3 of the world population is still offline, not even connected to the internet. Today, this morning, we heard more about the rise of the knowledge-based society. Here we talk only, quote unquote, about the information-based society. So the world around us has changed. The question is, have we changed? Have we changed enough in the face of these global changes? So I want to give maybe a balanced response to your question, Thomas. Major achievements were made, for sure, including through collective efforts. But again, I think as IETU Secretary General just mentioned, there is still a lot of work ahead of us, and there are new challenges that came to the fore, including when the information ecosystem moved to digital. Good news, because it democratized access to information. But with that came disinformation, hate speech, discrimination, racism, and a whole set of harmful online content. What are we doing, or what have we been doing to combat that? When we see that the rise of digital influencers, in addition to digital content creators, when we see some of these youngsters called digital influencers, each having 50, 60, 100 million followers online, more than all the UN organizations' followers combined. Are these professional journalists? They are not. Do they check the content before they post it online? They don't. In 62% of cases, they don't check the content before they post it online. So I think these are new challenges that we face. It's a whole new world. And obviously, we don't want the internet to become the online Wild West. We want some global governance of the internet. We want to ensure, as again Doreen said, a safe, secure, open, accessible internet to all. Multilingualism online. We are here in Saudi Arabia. The Arab world represents almost 500 million people. How much content in Arabic is there online? 3%. 3% only. And there are so many communities, including indigenous communities, who have no content online whatsoever. So is that an information society? It cannot be an information society. So just to say that a lot has been achieved, and we are delighted. But again, this user-generated content and the explosion of that, diversity of cultural expressions online, digital influence, there are many other issues that we need to not only make note of, but we have to actively find solutions while respecting human rights and the openness, accessibility, and the multi-stakeholder.
Thank you very much. Gitanjali.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider, and it's always a great pleasure to be with you, Dr. Jalasi, Rob, Mike. So as our Secretary General mentioned in the opening remarks, WSIS was truly a revolutionary UN summit. It marked an era which was steeped in governance, inclusion, and innovation. It built a passionate community of stakeholders worldwide who really wanted to make a difference on the ground, bringing the benefits of digital to the people. It was about the people, about bringing the benefits of technology to the people on the ground, and to create a trusted, connected world. To look at the gender digital divide, to look at the intergenerational divide, the economic and social benefits that technology, information and communication technologies could bring to the ground at that time. So looking back, the three main achievements that stand out for us as ITU is first, we focused on people, not just the technology, ensuring that everyone, everywhere gets the benefit of the digital progress. Second, we made the framework extremely collaborative, inclusive through our multi-stakeholder efforts. We've made sure that the private sector, civil society, technical community, the UN, and of course governments reflect the digital world's diversity and complexity at the same time. The third, we build this adaptable governance processes, so that they can keep pace with the opportunities and challenges that keep emerging with the development of technologies. For instance, look at the WSIS action lines. They've given stakeholders a clear framework to tackle evolving digital challenges, from infrastructure to ethics to capacity building to cybersecurity, including to the really important things that UNESCO is looking at, for example, the indigenous languages, culture, media. So it's really a diverse range, a gamut of ICTs that the action lines cover. And they've been evolving with technology. They have a framework which adapts to the ever-changing technology and innovation. We also want to give a special recognition to two very key outcomes of WSIS and the two complementary processes, the Internet Governance Forum and the WSIS Forum, that have really given action and the grassroots digital development and movement that WSIS is all about. As for the impact of WSIS on UN's work, it's important to mention the role that digital now plays in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, the Development International Goals. And in 2015, UNESCO, ITU, WHO, ILO, FAO, all UN agencies, UNDP involved in the WSIS process, we mapped the WSIS action lines with the Sustainable Development Goals, clearly showing a rationale as to how the action lines can implement and can help accelerate the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals, thereby showing clearly how technology can impact and have a very important impact on sustainable development. So we've seen the world go from 1 billion internet users in 2005 to 5.5 billion today, as Dr. Jalasi mentioned, from dial-ups to 5G networks, from fragmented efforts to multi-stakeholder collaboration and action, and 2 decades on, WSIS has stood the test of time as a powerful framework for inclusive digital cooperation. Thank you, Ambassador Schneider, back to you.
Thank you. Angel Gonzalez-Sanz. We have no audio. Are you sure that you're unmuted and the technicians here?
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for the introduction and the organizers for giving Anta the possibility to participate in this discussion. It's going to be very difficult for me to highlight different achievements of the WSIS process from the ones that have already been identified by my distinguished predecessors in this panel. As has been said, many of the aspirations of the WSIS 20 years ago have been not just fulfilled, but probably exceeded in the expectations that the stakeholders had at the time. If one thinks, for example, in terms of the pervasive presence of information and communication technologies in everyday life for many, many billions of people around the planet, and how access to the internet and access to different forms of ICTs have improved productivity in the economy, but also improve the access to public services, to education, to health, how during the crisis of the COVID pandemic, the internet enables some form of social activity to continue in many contexts. At the same time, it has to be said that many other aspects of the vision of WSIS remain only partially fulfilled or not fulfilled at all. For example, it has been raised, the question of the digital divide is not only a matter of having more and more people connected, it's also a matter of giving these people meaningful connectivity, connectivity that enables them to actually participate as full members of society and exercise the right to political participation, to enjoy access to reliable information, to engage meaningfully as citizens. There are divides that affect people through or along different lines. Gender is an important one, and we still have very serious gender digital divide. Rural versus urban is another one, and even educational levels translate into very different kind of experiences when connecting to the internet. We also see many developments in the area of ICTs that are completely or were completely out of the radar at the time when WSIS was conceived. It would have been difficult, for example, to imagine 20 years ago that some of the biggest public sector investment would be in this area, or that the private sector, the biggest multinational companies, would be built around digital service provision, in particular around data. So in terms of how all these changes have affected our work, I think it has already been said that the WSIS process has been fundamental in highlighting that there cannot be development without taking a very development-oriented perspective into the world of internet connectivity and ICTs. The work that was done by the WSIS actors to map the SDGs to the different action lines, I think, was very important in that sense. And I think it would be impossible for any of us UN agencies to really carry out our work today, our development work, without keeping this intimate connection between digitalization and development present in all of our activities. The WSIS Plus 20 review, in which we are now engaged as Secretariat of the CSTD in partnership with our colleagues from the ITU, from UNESCO, and UNDP and others, highlights this intimate connection between development and the WSIS discussion. It has already been mentioned the crucial role of multi-stakeholder participation in all these processes, and I would like to, again, like Gitanjali said, highlight the role of the IGF, but also of the WSIS Forum in helping identify fundamental trends in technology and in development and in the interface between the two of them, which are essential for any successful development policy. I think I will stop here, and I would again just want to close with a reminder of the importance of the WSIS +20 review in the sense of identifying through a multi-stakeholder approach the strategic lines in which the WSIS process can advance in the convergence between development policy and ICT policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert Orp.
I don't want to repeat what colleagues have said, so if it's okay, I'd like to make another observation, and some of it might be a bit provocative. But if I reflect on where we've come in the last several years, now there's 20 years since WSIS, but the last several years have seen an acceleration of digitalization, largely I would say as a result of the pandemic. And so there have been three big shifts from the development perspective at the country level that we've noticed. One is a shift from thinking of digital and ICTs as solutions and thinking of it more as ecosystems. So thinking really the interconnectedness, the interoperability across entire societies. Second big shift is going from a very fragmented state to a very much more holistic understanding of digital transformation. So it's not digital transformation only in separate sectors or ministries, but rather a whole of society. And the third big shift is from what I would call techno-optimism to an understanding of the fundamental issues around rights and inclusiveness that technology brings risks with it. And now I'm speaking from the perspective of development practitioners, which when I say techno-optimist, because in fact, when you look back at the WSIS and you look back at the vision and the fundamental principles that were established, they were actually very visionary in that sense. And the basic framework is still valid despite these kind of seismic shifts in digitalization and ICTs. And so I think the WSIS framework that includes IGF and so on gives us the platform to continue those discussions and has adapted accordingly. I think that what we're starting to see, in addition, is a broader interest in these mechanisms because the space of digitalization, the topic of digitalization has become so much more prominent. And although, Gitanjali, I would agree that, I know there was work that was done as part of the SDGs and Agenda 2030. The fact is that a lot of the issues that we're discussing today were still absent in 2015. And it was almost as though it was a kind of a niche on the side, But when it comes to the successor discussion around what's going to come after the SDGs, the current Agenda 2030, I don't think there's any question that areas of digitalization will be at the center. So I think the world is shifting. I think that WSIS and IGF have also been accommodating that because the fundamental framework is solid. And I think that we do need to look at the future, at what is coming next and how do we continue to evolve and strengthen and broaden what we've established and what has been working for the last 20 years.
Thank you very much, Robert. Mike Walton.
Thanks. And I would agree with you, Rob. It was visionary. And I just look at the basis of what was in the original principles, and I think now apply that to UNHCR's digital strategy. And a lot of it still rings true. So digital inclusion is primary for refugees and forcibly displaced. And now, this wouldn't have happened 20 years ago, but now, it wouldn't have happened 10 years ago, we can see that people are accessing information, life-saving information, information that helps them rebuild their lives. 10 years ago, we didn't have a help website for refugees. Now 14 million refugees and forcibly displaced visit that every year. And that just wouldn't have been possible. But it's thanks to the work of pushing this agenda that we actually managed to get this inclusion happening. So just in terms of another opportunity, when I went to حوكمة, there was a group of refugees that were coding Android apps for revising, learning for the local community. They were able to do that. They had a small generator, they had coding, they had equipment, and the impact of that was designed by the community and it worked for the community. That wouldn't have happened 20 years ago. So thanks to all of this kind of pushing, that's just become a reality. A couple of like unsung heroes that are in the original document, knowledge and digital preservation, which I know that UNESCO and others do a lot of work on. We have a huge amount of knowledge and stories and a fantastic archive team in UNHCR that's trying to digitally preserve those conversations that happen, the documents that exist, the strategies that were written, and that digitization of knowledge and sharing of knowledge is so critical to actually become useful in the future. So let's really push forward with that. And with accessibility, we wouldn't have had auto-captioning 20 years ago. Digital accessibility for those with disabilities has moved on. And people can access lots of assistive technologies and lots of different pieces. We're not completely there yet, but it has come on leaps and bounds. So just to flag those two parts of the original WSIS principles that perhaps aren't talked about enough. But I've made it sound really rosy, but there are still huge gaps. We've talked about that difference in gaps between people who have access and people that don't. And yes, more refugees do have access, but we're changing the landscape. The information landscape has changed. It's far more risky. There's far more ability for fraud, for risk of trafficking, for toxic narratives to exist online. How do we make sure, this is the next looking at the priorities question, how do we really make sure that we focus on those increased risks and we can tackle those risks going forward? In terms of the importance of multi-stakeholder approach, I'll just give a couple of examples there, and this is why it's so important to keep convening, is that we've had two examples with the Global Compact on Refugees which have been invaluable to move forward multi-stakeholder agenda. One is on misinformation and information integrity, which is really about having trusted information out there that people can go to and they know what trusted content is. And we've had fantastic support from the Norwegians, the Swiss, the Google and Meta supporting this pledge, and so thanks to them for that multi-stakeholder approach. And on connectivity, with the work that ITU have done has been fantastic in terms of pushing with us on that joint approach to connectivity. So without all of the joint working, without the dialogue happening, we wouldn't have been able to achieve and to get where we are. But focus on these new things that have come since the initial principles.
Thank you. So, yeah, looking forward, what are the most critical priorities? Very briefly, Tawfiq. You need the mic.
That's a good question, Thomas. What are the most critical priorities for the next phase of WSIS? I think that today we are in this digital information ecosystem, and I think we should really maybe look more deeply into the supply and demand of information in that digital ecosystem. When I mentioned in my first intervention the exponential dissemination of harmful online content, that's obviously from a supply perspective of information. We have, and I mentioned one initiative of UNESCO, the guidelines of UNESCO for the governance of digital platforms, which were published a year ago, and we are moving into the pilot implementation of that. But then we have to look also at the demand side of information, at the usage side of information. When our studies show that on average, a youngster spends 6 hours a day connected to these digital platforms, more than doing homework or anything else. What information do they come across? Is that fact-checked information, or is that misleading and even harmful information. When we see, again, the usage side, what can we do about that? One initiative, again, by UNESCO is to make the users become media and information literate. And we have developed curricula, we have developed content on media and information literacy. As countries have taught foreign languages in the 60s and the 70s, the language of the youngsters today is digital. Have we prepared them to that? Have we developed a critical mindset among the users of these digital platforms so they can hopefully distinguish between the fact-checked information and the fake or deep fake information, but also at least to check the source of information before they like and share and become themselves amplifiers of mis and disinformation. So I think that's something that we need to tackle. This is a priority as I see it. Another priority is inclusivity. And of course, inclusivity includes gender equality online. We know today that women are less connected and significantly less connected than men to the internet, but also the presence of women in digital technologies, including AI. We know that they represent 10 to 15% of the workforce, depending on what discipline of digital we want to look at. A third priority is the environment. To what extent can WSIS contribute to tackling the issues of climate change and the environmental crisis? That's, I think, something also very important nowadays. But also there is another priority, which is the next phase of WSIS today that we have a global digital compact. WSIS was a UN event adopted by heads of state around the world, but so is the Global Digital Compact. How can the two UN processes hopefully complement each other or work in some symbiosis with each other without duplication, without a dilution of effort in this regard? And when we talk about AI also and the other emerging technologies like generative AI, the issue of the global data governance, I think, which we did not have maybe to the same extent. And with that, it's not only how to bridge the digital divide, how to bridge the digital skills divide. This morning, we saw the Saudi minister showing us the huge number of digital jobs not fulfilled today because we do lack digital skills and competencies for a number of these digital tasks and activities. So I think we should pay more attention to capacity building, capacity development in digital. And finally, let's say if we look at specific sectors like education, we know to what extent generative AI is transforming education, transforming teaching, transforming learning, transforming assessing student skills and competencies. I think we are in an era where we cannot just reform education or incrementally improve on it. Gen AI is disruptive technology that calls for a radical rethink and transformation of education to have the proper learning value that we can deliver not only to pupils and to students, but also we talk today about lifelong learning, even to professionals along their active career. So again, this is what I see as a first set of priorities to consider.
Thank you very much. Gitanjali.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider. Actually, my priorities were quite similar to what Dr. Jelassi mentioned. So I'll try to maybe bring in the collective efforts that we are making towards WSIS Plus 20 and where all stakeholders can contribute. So of course, one of our main priorities, which again I'd like to highlight, is to bridge the digital divides. You know, we can no longer accept that 38% of the population in Africa, only 38% uses the internet. That the gender disparities, at least in least developing countries, are expanding. The biases in AI, and the algorithm biases that are existing in AI are also to be looked at. Now, the 1.8 billion of the 2.6 billion offline live in rural areas. So these are the divides we really need to focus on. And what we are doing as collective, as the UN for the WSIS Plus 20 is that we've started our preparatory process. UNESCO, our ITU, UNCTAD through CSTD, UNDP. So we've been, and the regional commissions, we've been looking at, how the regional WSIS plus 20 processes and our main events like the upcoming UNESCO conference in July, the IGF in June, the WSIS plus 20 high-level event in Geneva in July, 7th to 11th of July, the CSTD in April. How can these upcoming milestones play an important part in multi-stakeholder contributions towards the WSIS plus 20 review? So we have the GDC, which of course again was a milestone towards the WSIS plus 20 review. How can we make the upcoming events more impactful, contributing towards the WSIS plus 20 review? Now, all of us are aware that 2 co-facilitators will be appointed for the WSIS plus 20 review, and we are hoping that this is done as soon as possible so that the modalities resolutions could be worked on and that we could move on with the WSIS plus 20 review process and ensure that the vision of WSIS beyond 2025 is as strong and as multi-stakeholder as it was in 2000, even in 2015, where we looked at the emerging trends and opportunities and challenges of each action lines as the UN and as multi-stakeholders. So, of course, the GDC has set an ambitious vision for us. We must all get together and see how we can incorporate that milestone into the WSIS plus 20 review process. And looking at the IGF, how we could strengthen it. We all support the IGF, we love it. A lot of concrete multi-stakeholder outcomes come out of it. The Swiss chair's summary at the WSIS plus 20 forum high-level event this year in 2024, those of you who haven't read it, you must really go and read it because it has all these components in it, the WSIS plus, the important role that IGF and the WSIS forum plays, of how we can align the WSIS and the GDC. So there is already a lot of work going on around all of this, and we should see how we can put all of it together. Now, once the GDC was adopted, also the UN has been in action. We've developed an UNGIS action plan where we have mapped the WSIS action lines with the 2030 agenda and the GDC principles, clearly highlighting the frameworks and the institutions and activities that exist to implement the GDC. So this exists. At the ITU, with the UN agencies in Geneva, we also have this Geneva UN Digital Kitchen, where we are meeting quite often to come up with a Geneva action plan on what we could do together as the UN to contribute to the GDC process. And as the ITU, our member states have also asked us to come up with an ITU action plan to implement the GDC and present it to our next council working group on WSIS and SDGs. So there is a lot of work going on and there is good momentum. We should feed this all into the WSIS plus 20 review process to ensure that we have a bright vision and future for multi-stakeholderism and the WSIS process beyond 2025.
Yes, thank you. Robert, please.
All right. A lot has been said already. Taufik was super comprehensive. So let me just emphasize a couple that were mentioned and mention a couple that weren't. Environmental sustainability has to go into the next version of what we do. And it's the 2 areas. It's what digitalization can contribute to environmental sustainability, climate change, but it's also the contribution to climate challenges or environmental challenges. E-waste is a huge problem. Carbon emissions are a huge problem. And with the advent of AI and Gen AI, that is actually going to get worse. I know that there's technology that is also becoming more efficient, but we have to be cognizant of the balance. I think it was a recent report from our colleagues at UNCTAD, actually, that were one of the figures that stuck in my mind was that data centers a couple of years ago were emitting the same carbon emissions as France. And that is going to grow. So we have to be, as a UN system, responsible when we actually look at these issues and proliferate technology. I think capacity building, no question for us. We see that as probably the #1 gap when we work at country level. Requests come to us for more capacity, more skills, stronger ecosystems, etc. Then I would mention digital public infrastructure is something that has emerged in the last several years. It is something that is now in the Global Digital Compact, and I think that we need to consider what it looks like in the context of WSIS as well, because it is something that we think has a lot of promise for accelerating digital transformation at the country level. The last one I can't remember, so I'll stop there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mike?
Yeah, and another good segue from Rob there, talking about climate change, the impact. I mean, agree, digital inclusion, information integrity, I think we're all agreed in terms of those priorities. We haven't talked about ethics more broadly in the ethical use of technology, and actually do no harm in the products that we use and we produce is really important. We're about to work on a refugee gateway, which will be a one-stop access point for refugees. How do we make sure that we deliver that in an ethical way? How do other suppliers make sure that they're creating technology solutions that take into account all of the different ethical principles that are there? So I would say let's really broaden it out. Climate change, absolutely, that has a huge impact on refugees when it's combined with conflict situations. But what are the other ethical principles that we should focus on as part of our prioritization, and how could we build out a joint framework for how we agree on how that can be applied to new solutions?
Thank you. Angel?
Thank you. It's really very difficult to say anything different from what has already been said. I would just join my voice to those that mentioned the environment, and not just because we just published a report on this issue, but also because it's really a big concern, and it's probably going to become an even bigger concern, and we need to take action quickly on both the environmental burden of digital technologies, but also on using better the potential of digital technologies to address environmental issues. The second point that perhaps I would like to emphasize is that we need to work together to address the risks that digitalization can bring about in terms of increasing inequality among men and women, increasing inequality within countries, between different social groups, but also increasing inequality across countries. And one particular problem or area of concern in that regard could be the intimately linked questions of data governance and artificial intelligence governance. We were just now finishing a survey of the major artificial intelligence governance initiatives that exist in the world, 7 of them, and we found that there are 118 countries that are not involved in any of them, whereas only the G7 member countries are involved in all of them. The risk that the interest, the voice, the concerns of the developing countries will be completely ignored in these discussions is very serious, and really we need to do much more effort in becoming inclusive in developing responses to the challenges created for artificial intelligence. The same can be said about data governance, and data is, after all, the fuel on which artificial intelligence models are driven. So we need to also come up with much more inclusive ways to develop principles for data governance. The CSTD is now tasked by the GDC to set up a multi-stakeholder working group on principles of data governance that should report to the General Assembly at the end of 2026. And this is, in my opinion, and in Antad's opinion, a major challenge that we need to address through, again, deep multi-stakeholder engagement, including in particular the voices from the Global South. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angel. And yeah, we have 1 minute left, so I would take that 1 minute for me trying to wrap up with what we've heard. I think, obviously, we all agree that a lot has been achieved, but there's much more work to do. And time doesn't stand still, so we'll, with every task that we've accomplished, we get 2, 3 more tasks in the future, which is a challenge for all of us. And I think we will have ample time to discuss, and what Tafik already said, how to align, how to bring together the GDC and the WSIS process into one, based on the 20 years of work that has been done so far. And I'm looking very much forward to continuing the discussion in various combinations and in various sessions this week, but also in Geneva, in Paris, wherever this is going to be. Thank you very much, and enjoy the nice evening here. And this is the end of today, as far as I know, at least of this official part. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow, I guess. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.